Let's go! Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on then. Alright, I don't know what's up with this particular truck stop, but every second fucking truck that came in parked in a weird way.
If operating a CMV, please stop at the next safe location and connect your tablet to your truck
That's
before continuing
right.
to make sure your electronic logs are working properly. Please disregard this message if you are in your personal vehicle.
I forgot to do that. Let me do dismiss, verify unlock driving time, connect to Wi-Fi. Accept, confirm. This thing's so slow. No. Okay, connected for calls. Let's go map, local nav. 1550 South 5600 West, Salt Lake City, Utah. Start. 18 minutes. There we go. Customer live load.
Proceed west on Saddleback Boulevard in 600 feet. Take road on the right towards Utah 36. Then, after 224 feet, turn right to Utah 36. Take road on the right, then turn right. Proceed northeast on Utah 36 in a quarter mile. Take exit on the right for I-80 East and Salt Lake City. Take exit on the right for I-80 East and Salt Lake City. Half mile. Continue on to I-80 East.
It is hard to see.
I-80 East. Proceed northeast on I-80 East in 3/4 miles. Take exit 102 on the right for Utah 201 210 South Bend Hospital. In 2 miles, take exit 102 on the right for Utah 201 210 South Bend Hospital.
follow? I'm sorry. What do you have when you said specific? Because I mean, that's a very general statement to say, your stuff is bullshit. All right, what specifically? Go ahead. Well, you talking generality. That is a general statement. You talking generality. That's your word. That's how the world works. What in generality is incorrect on what I say? Pretty much like being, like you saying, studies, and these are not constant studies. From body support, from government support. These are the links that you have on your website that you check in and look into. These almost, I was going to say that they're almost close to QAnon, maybe even something was using the fire on Reddit, to be honest. And that social commentary, there's nothing to really substantiate that stuff. There's not even enough evidence on that, on those links that just back with your argument or back with the narrative that you push out. So that, right now, you're not being specific. You're saying in generality, your stuff, blah, blah, blah. As we speak right now, I'm actually updating that. Number one. Number two, I'm working with Rolo and we're actually going to come. That episode I'm talking about, we bring them on. We're going to have to talk about a bunch of stuff and bring up some of the data for y'all. Because a lot of these people are trying to sit there and be like, bro, you're too light. You're so effect, blah, 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 blah. We're going to be bringing up a bunch of new stuff to y'all. So don't worry. Well, my thing is, what specifically is your point of contention that you disagree with that isn't correct? That's what I'm asking. You didn't do anything. It's video. Oh. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What specific? What did you tell them? What was, no, but I didn't say it. No, you didn't check any video. Yeah, I did check. What specifically is incorrect? What specifically is incorrect? Like, I don't have the time to sit here and pull it up, but I do have actual stuff that I could actually DM y'all, and I can No. You're not going to call into the show and say, oh, you guys are incorrect, blah, blah, blah. Tell me exactly what I'm incorrect about. Because I would say, when it comes to intersexual dynamics and speaking about generalities about how men and women work together, especially in the modern day dating world, no one comes close to me. Tell me specifically what we're wrong. You guys are going with that pretty much all of the stuff that you guys are talking about. And if you say not to get also not you're talking about intersex, never talk about intersex. One thing, sorry, one thing, if we're wrong about everything, it should be easy for you to pick out. One thing that we're wrong about, we got to discuss about that specific thing. What is it? Okay. Let's say next caller, man. No. You gotta. No. You gotta. I got go. What is the specific? I got confirmation. What? Because guys like you. No. Because here's the thing, bro. I already know what type of time you're on. And I'm gonna say, man, fantastic. That's great because y'all love to hate watch this. Let's have a head-to-head discussion here. Because your leader, I was too scared to get in the ring or talking in person. So I'll beat the shit out of y'all niggas verbally for fun. What is it? Go ahead. What is it specifically that we're wrong about when it comes to intersexual dynamics? We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. What is it specifically that we're wrong about when it comes to intersexual dynamics? No. Intersex defining intersexual dynamics. Please, if you don't mind. Bruh. Am I right? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Walter, just chill out for a second. Myron, if you don't mind. Just relax for a second. Stay in over there and chill for a second. Myron, define is the dynamic. That is what we talk about on this podcast. It is literally 1/3 of the content that we talk about. We're talking about intersexual dynamics, aka relationships between men and women in the modern day society. That is what this podcast is talking upon. We obviously diverse to other topics. So what is incorrect? Okay, fine. Around the divorce rate, you're talking about those statistics have been debunked. The divorce rate is what specifically? The divorce rate you're saying now, 80% of divorce rate women are putting it up right now, and then by being changed, and you have statistics from like 2015 or 2016, we're in 2023, like an 8-year study. Hold on. Okay. That is an absolute fact that women initiate somewhere between 7 to 8 out of 10 divorces, 70 to 80%. That's a fact. That's not refutable. That's a fact. Over the course of the study that you would have that over like 8 to 10 years ago, and a whole generation, the original gap right there. So those numbers aren't even, that's like a fallacy compared to right now.
My friend,
The
the divorce rates are just as high. It's just that less people are getting married, but that does not change the fact that divorce is still extremely prevalent. You gotta remember, we say all these things to let men know that marriage is not an institution set up for men's success. Period. And we're bringing
Okay, fine, that I can agree with.
and we're actually bringing an expert. James Sexton, and he agrees with me on that as well, that women initiate most
He does
divorces.
everything.
What do you say? What I'm telling you is,
I want to hear both.
that's an absolute fact that women initiate 70 to 80% of divorces. That's a fact. And then on top of that, we're going to go ahead and bring in an expert on divorce very soon, James Sexton, and we're going to talk about it. But bro, that's a fact. Like, I don't know how you're sitting here saying like your stats are not right because they're old. It doesn't change the fact that it's correct. And it's still going on. Now, with that said, are as many people getting married? No. Marriage rates have plummeted, right? We talked about that on our podcast as well, that a bunch of bridal services are going down the drain financially. But that does not refute what we said, that divorces are overwhelmingly initiated by women. 70-80% of the time, and marriage is not an institution for a man's benefit. What's incorrect about that?
So then, this thing that is innocent. Hello?
Go ahead.
Now, right? Like,
Go ahead.
no, I was just waiting for you guys to get the sound right now. There's a delay. So, like I was saying, you guys are sitting here talking about, like, it doesn't change the fact, or I'm talking about it doesn't change the fact, or whatnot. But I'm saying that it changed the fact because you're saying that people are just not getting married. So, if people are not getting married, that's a whole different conversation, pretty much.
That's what we say.
But you're saying it's just sticking
are initiated by women. So I'm telling you how we incorrect about that when the overwhelming majority of divorces are initiated by women, 70 to 80%. You're incorrect on that point, Brooke Caller. So what's the next point that I want to correct on? Go ahead. Next point.
I just gave you the one. You got to the one I gave.
And you just got debunked on it. So you literally came in to say you got demonetized because X, Y, Z take accountability. I've already said that. I took accountability on that other thing. I have a crazy ass idea.
Not you. You stop.
Can I finish my point before you interrupt? What I was saying was, I took accountability on our last episode. I literally said we would have been canceled for wasn't press. All y'all say press use blah blah blah. Literally, I've had some ideas or concepts that would have probably got us canceled, etc. But what I will say is this, and I never revealed this before, what is demonetization? We made phone calls, we reached out, etc. And we had gotten stuff, right? Pretty much, hey, that shouldn't be a problem. And then when we did it, it did become a problem. And I saw other creators do the same exact things that we did, and it was not a problem for them. But we were punished for it, and we got demonetized. That's what I'm telling you. Now, as far as like being racist, let me finish my point. You're the one making these accusations. So I want to make sure that I fully perform all the statistics. You're saying I'm racist and I'm self-hating. You know what? No, I hate everybody. I make jokes on every single race. I make fun of everyone, including my own culture, they include people that are Asian, they include people that are white, people that are, etc. I make fun of everybody, bro. This is an entertainment show at the end of the day, and we do have jokes.
That's good. You call it. You literally go on ethnicity. You go on a nationality.
Yes.
And then you think you're fun out of entertainment.
Yes.
For it to be entertainment, I think it has to be funny.
Just because you don't find it funny doesn't mean other people don't find it funny. Hold on. No. I'm telling you, just because you don't find it funny doesn't mean other people don't find it funny. Exactly.
The majority of the people and whatnot that don't actually find it funny is full of slack. Like, I actually go like talk to comedians and whatnot, and there's a lot of people that really don't find, I don't see what's funny about just trying to use the Clayton Bigsby voice that Dave Chappelle used in a psychological way that actually was funny, and you're just doing it to get back to you have a vendetta. That's not actually funny. Bro, it has to be funny. But it's like to be people like, I got it. You see how everybody hold on. You see how everybody galvanized themselves for Dave Chappelle and was like, nah, he's not canceled. We still want his comedy. And only a small amount of people that it got dwarfed by the overwhelming support he got because his shit is actually funny. So I'm saying, how do you compare yourself to a legend like that when you use yourself out of desperate spite and malice? Okay. Brother, you think out of our lives, any side, that's the whole thing.
You're watching this right now, right? So clearly we're doing something correct.
No, I'm not. Now, I'm not watching directly because I have to leave my TV and I go to a quiet spot.
Nigga, you don't have to watch us to get the phone number, okay? Like, come on, man. Yo, look, clearly we're doing something right. You guys, hold on. There's people that find this funny, and there might be other people that don't find this funny. We are diversified creators, right? Some people watch us for the funny stuff, some people watch us for the girls, some people watch us for comedy, etc. Just because you don't find it funny doesn't mean other people don't find it funny. If you go on our Rumble chat right now, they love this shit, okay? YouTube might, different audiences. You gotta understand that we have a wide array of people that watch us. You can't look at the lens of how we entertain it from only your perspective of, I don't find that funny, so no one else should. That's not true, bro. A bunch of people love it. A lot of people like edge comedy. I do, okay? Just because you don't doesn't mean other people don't.
I'm just that's fine. If that's how you see it, then I can't argue with, I guess, what, 10,000 or whatever page fans that you find a glimpse of yourself funny. Because I will admit, you say funny shit from time to time, but the stuff that you go and that big podcast with Bertha and his dumbass and shit, it's just weird. It's just like, okay, how are you even just find this remotely funny? That shit comes from like some sense of
You don't like Zerka, but a lot of people love Zerka.
I understand, bro.
A lot of people love Zerka. Just because you don't like Zerka doesn't mean other people don't like Zerka. It's like split down the middle. So we're not going to please everybody. It is what it is, like I said.
So let me talk real quick. Caller 2.6.
Yeah, go ahead.
So one thing. On some level, you like content on some spectrum, right? Number two,
I actually watch your finance more than after hours.
So, yo, are you an Alvin and Preach fan, bro? You watch?
definitely does. So
Yeah, I do. I watch all the
hold on.
time.
All right, who provides more value?
Strange
Keep it out. Keep it out.
Yeah, I can give it to you. No, I keep it a shot. You do. You got with your financial channel and everything. I keep it a shot with that. I watch your things Mondays. I watch all of that stuff.
See, my respect is, bro, I was a good at this call. Fuck you, bro. Now you gotta ask us, what comedians did you ask? Because I know a bunch of comedians that find it funny, but they will never admit it on camera. What comedians did you ask about our show
Right.
is funny?
But that's
No, don't talk.
Alright,
Comedians that you ask. Name two comedians that you ask.
what two comedians that I have.
Yeah.
Out here in New York, I've seen a couple of SNL comedians, not gonna put their names out there, which is all that I've actually had full-fledged conversations that actually have watched it.
These are big
And
comedians.
then I asked,
Well known?
I'm sorry?
Are these well known comedians? Or behind the scenes actors?
Yes, they are. They're well-known comedians. Trust me, they're well-known. They're pretty much like their specials and events.
Okay. What's the name?
I just told you, I'm not putting their names out there. Like, just like you don't want to put certain people's names out there. I'm trying to put, like, people's names out there.
The point is, like, ultimately, you're watching the show, so on some level you're like, now, once again, we put the
I
edge
told
between
you,
edgy.
I told you, I followed your financial stuff more than the after hours stuff. But I do pop into the after hours and watch the full 3-hour-long show.
So again, just because you don't like this part of the show doesn't mean that most people don't like it. And again, our viewers will tell you off rip they like Myron's comedy.
And here's the
because
other
it's
thing, too.
funny.
Let me say this, too, because I did a little bit of a people-centric clip. A lava,
It's $500,000 in legal fees minimum, or the book deal down the line, and your family doesn't.
Payday.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about winning the lottery. You're getting multiple seven figures just for lying. And you're going to be glorified in the media. The back end of what we have to do is if you like look up my name in the media, I might be the Antichrist. If you believe what the New York Times has said about me. But they will just defame you, they will make up stories, they will attack your family, death sentences. I've gotten those things at my house every other month because they doxed me and let out my social media. I mean, social media. And the media, it's never, like you keep that pressure never, it's not never.
It's sad to me that there are very few people that, you know, this is when I was reading this story earlier on my morning show. I don't understand the perspective of a person who would purport to hold certain values and then sacrifice them at a moment's notice. I understand. Jenna Ellis is a grifter. Sidney Powell is a grifter. This is what they are, right? They said all these things. They clearly did believe. Because the question I've asked people is like, are you religious? Christian? Hindu. If you were forced by a court to renounce your faith, otherwise you go to jail. Would you do it? Right? And I'm like, if you, and the reason I'm here for religion is because this is something that people truly feel as a conviction they cannot sacrifice. And I'm like, to see people like this go up in front of TV and be like, this is true and this is correct, and then turn around and be like,
But people who have really strong convictions are vilified by the media. I mean, let's look at Owen Schroyer, who reported to jail today, right? He is someone who has strong convictions and is treated like other because of it by mainstream media, if they talk about him at all and what's being done to him. Because it's very difficult to stay escape.
Jenna Ellis, this was her inside show, and it's the archive. She raised $216,000. This is an archive from earlier today. And it's interesting because there are comments from people saying she should take the plea deal because otherwise she's going to burn through all that money and $200K is not enough to fight a legal battle like this.
Especially against him.
But there are a lot of people who are furious and they thought that they were donating to fight the charges, not for her to just instantly pay.
Well, that's the thing, right? She came in to be like, okay, you're going to be like the stalwart. You're going to be the back witness in this case that exposes the corruption of the image of the president.
Do you think they turn on Trump and testify against him?
That's the deal they have to sign. My question is, that's in every plea agreement, no matter what. What people don't realize is when you sign a plea agreement that says I'm pleading guilty,
My friends, I give you modern state of America. Now, it perhaps is unfair. Make a single video of a young woman complaining about having to have a job, and then insult all Gen Z. But I do think it's fair to say that there is a high density of young people who don't like working. And I gotta be honest, I don't know what their life is all about, but I do think I can explain why this is happening. In this video that's going viral, a young woman is crying because she has to commute to work. She says she's on the train by like 7, she's home by 6:15, she's too tired, she just eats and then goes to bed, and it's like, welcome to what life is, and always has been. In fact, life was substantially worse 100, 200 years ago, but sure. How is it? We have a generation so coddled, they don't do work. Well, I think I can explain it for you, but first let me play for you the video, and you can hear what everyone's been talking about.
But this is my first, I know I'm probably just being so dramatic and annoying, but this is my first job, like my first 9-to-5 job after college, and I am in person, and I'm commuting in the city, and it takes me fucking forever to get there. There's no way I'm gonna be able to afford living in the city right now, so that's off the table. Like, fucking duh! If I was able to walk to work, it'd be fine, but I'm not. So it literally takes me, like, I leave here, like, I get on the train at 7:30, and I don't get home till like 6:15 earliest, and then like I don't have time to do anything. I want to shower, eat my dinner, and go to sleep. I don't have time or energy to cook my dinner either. Like, I don't have energy to work out. Like, that's out the window. Like, I'm so upset. Oh my god. Nothing to do with my job at all, but just like the 9-to-5 schedule in general is crazy. Being in the office 9 to 5, like if it was remote, you get off at 5 and you're home and everything's fine. But like I'm not home to long to get home, and like people that drive to the office, like you don't get off at 5, and I know it could be worse. I know I could be working longer, but like I literally get off, it's pitch black. Like I don't have energy. How do you have friends? Like how do you have time to like meet like a guy? I don't know. Like how do you have time for like dating? Like I don't have time for anything, and I'm like so stressed out, and I'm also getting my period, so that's why I'm a little emotional. But like, am I so dramatic? It's fine.
You are so dramatic. This is
Like my first night.
This is sad. How is it that we have, well first, let's be reasonable. We didn't used to have social media, so a lot of young people who entered the workforce and probably felt this kind of stuff in media experience before. They probably felt the same way, but just didn't embarrass themselves by making videos about it where they're crying, resulting in a bunch of people being like, are you serious? But unfortunately, I think our country has a deep sickness with how we create and train new human beings. So,
west on
here's
West 140 south.
What does she want to do?
Mile. Take 8
She
on
says,
the
I go to
right
work
towards
and then I don't have time to do anything.
140
What is
south.
that?
Then
Hang
after
out with friends. What is that?
154 feet, stay
Well,
right towards
perhaps
West
the issue is that
140
women are
south.
more inclined to want to be social and hang out with other women, whereas men are more goal-oriented and want to solve a problem, or yeah, maybe not. I don't have the same perspective as her. But what I think is that when we're young, we begin to imitate those around us. We develop routines and patterns of behavior. As we get older, we want to retain these patterns of behavior. It feels good to keep doing these things. Why? It's evolutionary psychology and biology. I was reading once in this book about how when around the age of 24, your brain solidifies, your perspective hardens. Around 45 to 50 is when your brain reopens up to possibilities. And this is why people have a midlife crisis. What this means is your worldview around your mid-20s will be your worldview. And the reason that people have mental breakdowns and panic attacks, not the only reason, but one of the big reasons, is that someone's worldview is shattered by undeniable evidence, and this causes
asking for room.
Your whole life, you lived a specific way, and you
Drive the
survived.
road ahead on West
Which
210
means
South
your
Florida,
brain has
current
developed.
location.
This is how we live, and this is how we survive. Evolutionary psychology and biology. If at 24 you discover an undeniable truth which shatters your worldview, which is
Proceeding
space,
from West 210
everything you have been
South
doing
quarter
led to
mile,
your
turn
success
left
and
to
survival
South
to this point, but
560
now you
west.
were wrong. And that's why Brent Struck talks about how when he watched that video of Trump that proved to be a lie, he felt physical pain because everything he believed was shattered and he'd been lied to his whole life. So, for this young woman, what was she doing when she was 10 to 13? She was hanging out with her friends and doing nothing else. And for this, that's all she wants to do. And now she's being told you can't do that, you have to do something else. And it is shattering the mind. But this is what I'm
Can I
supposed
get
to
a
do.
green, please?
I asked a friend once. She told me, I don't know what I want to do in college or what career I'm going to have. And I said, what were you doing when you were 13? And she's like, hanging out with my friends. And I was like, you want to open a bar? She goes, oh, that would be so awesome. You see? You spent your days hanging out with your friends,
Asking for
socializing. You want to
Building room.
work in a social establishment.
Drive to road
You
ahead
want
on
to
exit 11
keep doing
for
what you were
current
doing when you were
location.
becoming an adult,
In a
becoming
quarter
human.
mile, turn left to
Let's say
South
when you were
560
as a
west.
child, you were growing up and developing these things. And as you get older, you build patterns of behavior. So this young woman is shocked now, and she's having this breakdown because the world is saying everything you were trained to do, everything you are from the point of birth until now is wrong, and you must do
Drive
something
to road
different.
behind you.
And that shocks
On
the
exit
system.
11 or
I don't
route
blame
from
her.
current
I blame this
location.
country. Now, what was I doing when I was a kid? My family owned a family business. Started working in the family business. I was like 9 or 10. Worked till I was 11 or 12. And then this probably, very entrepreneurial family. This probably set me on a path where, for one, I'm exposed to adults all day. So I'm not hearing kids bicker about things. I'm hearing adults bicker about things. And adults are bickering about things like politics. It puts me on a path towards, what do you do with your life? You work. Show up to, I work weekends. Show up to work, if you gotta do, you gotta do it. And so I'm a kid, and my life is, well, I'm on Twitter. I'm reading news. I'm like 13 years old and I'm reading about politics. I'm reading about what's going on in the world. Half confused by it, shrugging it around. But I'm seeing these things on the front page of AOL when I log in. Here you go. I start working on video games and apps and web. Basically, my life was, I'm doing the things that do fun. Most people are not doing it. They're just hanging out with their friends. But when you're older, just hanging out with your friends doesn't help you survive. So we are training our young people to do nothing. Then when they're older, they're like, how come nothing isn't working anymore? Let me tell you, young woman, about my day. And I don't blame her. But let me tell you about my day. So I wake up around 7:30. 7:30 is when I first wake up, and then I kind of lay there until about 7:50, scrolling through my phone, reading things that have happened throughout the night, looking at news stories and things like that. And then around 7:50 on morning routine stuff, with my contacts, taking a shower, getting ready. Have morning coffee and discuss life and business with my girlfriend. What are our plans? What are the projects? What do we have to do? And then maybe by 8:15 or whatever, I am heading to the studio where I begin then compiling all the news that I had read earlier in the day. And so until about, I've been trying to create a schedule that gets me through the day faster. But
Take the next left for Utah 85, then sharp left onto Utah 85.
But some days I'll work until 2 or 3. It just really depends. Then I will eat food. Then I will...
Sharp left onto Utah 85.
And then I will begin preparation for TinCast IRL. So, I don't have the commute you do. I have a small commute, minimal, and day is typically like 8 to 11 p.m. In between the day, from about 3 until 6 p.m., I got a few hours to myself to sit on the couch, play some video games, still reading Twitter and plugged in. And then on the weekends, I typically take the days off for the most part, but still read the news several hours of the day because I'm on Twitter. So for you now, you wake up, you're on the train by 7, you're home by 6:15, you're working less than I am.
Turn left onto Utah 171, west 3,500 south. In 1,000 feet, turn left onto 5,600 west.
She has from 6 until 9 to go out for drinks, hang out with friends, get some exercise, then come home and watch movies until 1 a.m. or whatever. Perhaps it's just me and I'm crazy and I don't get that much sleep. Let's say you go to bed at 11. She still has from 6:15 to get ready, be out by 7 for 2 hours, and then be back.
Turn left onto 5,600 west.
That's by 10. And then be in bed by 11 and sleep for 8 hours. I don't get it. Your schedule seems to be just...
Continue on 5,600 west for 3 miles.
Have been trained at a young age to do nothing. And so when they have to do something, it is shocking and difficult. And that's the challenge. If we do not correct this, our young people are going to fail. They know what to be too late. Too many young people are like, I can't do this.
Asking for
Now, perhaps there's another component. Perhaps the issue is that she's a woman.
West, in
Yep.
2.5
And
miles. Look for
it
your
is possible.
destination on the left.
I think it is probable. Many women, not all, want to be social and not object-oriented like men. And so this young woman is being told to do masculine behaviors, which is goal-oriented, and she doesn't like it when she wants to engage in social behaviors. If you go way back, women would go gathering together, and not too far from the camp, I mean thousands of years back, and the men would go off and hunt. Men might die, maybe not. And so what we're seeing now is, what do women like doing? They like shopping, they like hanging out. Why? Well, shopping is like gathering. It is. That's why. That's one of the reasons I was reading this study about why women like shopping. Why it's a trope? Because going around and collecting things to bring them back is an important task humans had to do. And while the men would hunt, the women would gather. Both were equally important to providing sustenance to people, but women were socializing while they did it, talking to each other, laughing, and being around each other. Imagine if women were told, your job from 9 to 5 is going to be to go shopping with your friends. They'd be like, that's work. But this used to be important. It used to be vital work. That the men might come home with a dinner or whatever. But what about vegetables, fruits? What about other things? And who's watching the family, the kids?
In 2
Now,
miles. Look for your destination on the left.
To go shopping is fine. It's a joke. Oh, women in the credit card. When it's supposed to be an ingrained behavior to help us survive. I bet you tell this woman, we want you to go shopping with your friends to find important things the house needs and the family needs, and that's a valuable thing to be done. We don't do that. Being a housewife, a homemaker, the women would go out, they'd hang out with their friends, they'd go shopping, they'd clean the house and make sure everything was ready to go, and their husband would come home. And I don't understand the dishonor in it. So now we're telling women to go be, to be girl bosses. And they're unhappy. Not all of them. I'm just saying these women in particular are unhappy. Not surprised by it. Ultimately, I think what we need to do is teach hard work to everyone. Because you know that there are women who work on farms and can handle hard work. There are women who grew up doing hard work, living hard work, and can handle working on a farm sun down. And that's why I think the big issue for many women like this is that they grew up doing nothing. Everything was taken care of for them, air conditioning, refrigeration, they played with their friends, they went out to went to school and it was all social nonsense, and now they have to work. And now they're like, I can't,
Look
my
for
heart.
your destination on the left.
Yeah. human beings designed and built and trained not for survival, but for nothing. I'll leave it there. Next segment is coming up tonight. 8 p.m. over at youtube.com/TipCast5. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all.
Here we are yet again, another bellied up episode. Charlie, how you feeling?
Miles, I feel good. I gotta be honest with you. You know, even though it's a bit of a rainy day out, I'm not mad at it.
But what I will have to
In
say
a quarter mile, you will arrive at your destination.
in this week, so it kind of feels a little cozy. Yeah, at the bar while it's raining outside, you know?
Cuddled up here, right next to me. Well, sorry, bellied up.
Bellied up.
You know.
Now,
that
to be
was
clear, me and Charlie are not bellied up to each other. We're bellied up to the
bellied up to the
yeah.
bar.
So,
But it wouldn't be wrong if we were bellied up to each other.
Look for
it's a
your
nice,
destination
cozy
on the
rainy
left.
It is a cozy. I could use a hoodie. Oh my god.
You have arrived.
Hey, Charlie.
Ooh, I
Arrive
like to
at
do.
destination.
Jeez Louise, that is a good question. Well, I think I'm doing what I like to do. I like to belly up to a bar and have one, maybe get a hot toddy, you know?
Mhm.
That's something nice.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, a little
easy right
hot
now.
liquor drink, you
Yeah.
know? That's pretty good. I also like to do some games. I like to play cribbage. I like to play sheep's head. Those are my games.
Yeah.
What are your favorite games?
I mean, I'm not a big card guy. I don't know. I'm too competitive. So that's the problem. 'Cause I like playing card games.
Yeah.
But then when I lose, I'm a sore loser, and then everyone else is like, "Wow, this isn't very fun anymore." And so I know my personality, Charlie, and I try and keep it fun and light on a rainy day.
You've ruined a few too many Christmas.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Monopoly board flipped over, the whole thing. So I just like to sit back on the couch, maybe have a beer and watch some Netflix or something like that. A good TV show.
Well, what's your favorite? Miles? What is your favorite show of all time?
Of all time?
Yeah, and don't give me I like this and I like that. You gotta choose.
Well,
okay?
comedy-wise,
See,
Office guy.
You already did it. You said comedy-wise.
I know,
I
but-
said of all time. Are you going with The Office?
Well, what?
One show you can watch for the rest of your life.
For the rest of my life,
Yeah.
I'm going with one of the Narcos shows.
Really?
Yeah, because they got the regular Narcos, they got Narcos Mexico. Both of them are pretty great.
Yeah.
I love those shows.
Yeah, they are great shows. I've only watched the first season. No, I've watched 2 seasons. I think.
Yeah, they're all good. So
Yeah.
those are my favorite.
Okay.
If I had to just because there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
You can't choose a show that's only got a few seasons because they would get over it pretty fast.
Yeah.
It's got a big library, so I like that. Recently, I've been liking, obviously, Succession was a great show. I love the ending. I know the internet maybe didn't love the ending, but I did.
You know what? I'm so far behind on Succession. I gotta get up on my game.
I know.
You know, I don't
You
watch.
gotta relax more. You're working too much.
I do. I really do need to relax.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for noticing that. Thank you for noticing that.
You need a me day is what you need. And no better me day than a nice, cozy, rainy day, Charlie.
You know what, Miles? Who says this isn't my me day?
It is.
I'm sitting here chit-chatting with you over at Zad's in Milwaukee, you know, and I don't know what I'd rather be doing today than maybe talking to some of the fine folks out there in the world.
Absolutely. So should we talk to some of those folks?
Let's take some calls.
Welcome to the Bellied Up Podcast. Who are we talking to?
Hey, this is Sean.
Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good. Belly on up to us. What's going on?
Not much,
belly up to the bar. I like belly on up to us, so, you know. Not much, he says?
You know, yeah, not too much going on, but you know, this weekend, Saturday, I got my first kickboxing fight.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Kickboxer. Holy smokes.
So I was wondering, you know, if you guys had any Midwestern advice. You know, I'm not from the Midwest. I'm from Massachusetts, but I was wondering if you guys had any Midwestern advice on, you know, kickboxing or martial arts.
I mean, I got a great one for you. As soon as you sock them right in the side of the head, just go, oh, sorry.
There you go. There you go.
You can't be too mean in the ring.
No, and also your apologies, your Midwestness inside the ring will disarm the fella. You know, it'll take away some of that aggression. That can be your secret weapon right there. You know.
Yeah, pop, pop. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, and then like
Maybe that's a good idea.
right before the knockout, say, "Tell your folks I says hi." You know,
Right when you hit
that's a
him.
good one. Yeah, ask him when you got him in a headlock if you wore the right deodorant. Oh, that's you don't, yeah, you don't do it. Well, I was thinking MMA. Okay, kickbox.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. MMA may be in the future, but
Yeah, and as you're maybe doing a little scoot dance around the ring, you could be like, oh, let me squeeze right past you. Pop.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you have to reach over the other. I would love to have you mic'd up doing this. I don't know where they put the mic.
that'd be.
Do you go shirtless when you're
I mean,
kickboxing?
that could be a possibility. Say again?
Are you guys what do you guys wear when you kickbox? Is it like the movies, like no shirt?
Well, it's amateur, so it's headgear with gloves and shin guards.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, you want to guard that.
Yeah.
I don't, when you get like, at what point are you taking off the headgear? Why is that a good idea ever? Yeah, I always wondered that. You know,
Usually pros will take off the headgear. But let me tell you, to be honest, the headgear doesn't really do much.
I mean, it's got to do something. And also, why don't you make it so it does a little more? You know, like, can't you just inflate a little bit more air in that? It's your noggin.
I have no idea. I don't design them, but let me tell you, sometimes you just get hit.
All right, let's go try to figure this out.
To each their own.
Oops. Park here for
better the helmet technology gets, the more concussions you get because people are leading with their heads because it essentially doesn't hurt as much.
Oh, is that the deal?
I don't know. That's my theory on the whole thing, right? When you had a leather helmet,
I've heard that.
yeah, when you got a leather helmet on, you're not exactly wanting to stick your nose in there and pop someone with it. You're going to use your shoulder.
You know? Jeez Louise.
So, yeah, there's some nights of drinking I wake up and I say, hey, did I go kickboxing last night? What happened in my head? Left the headgear at home.
I was wondering if your advice was going to have you tell me to have to wear two or 3 years before I get in there and let you know who's the effort.
Absolutely. That was definitely out for the first few months, but then you're probably diminishing returns. Yeah, and you don't want to get any cuts where you start feeling a little bit because it's yeah, I don't know how these things work. So, I got a question for you. How does one get used to boxing?
Well, so I took a couple boxing classes when I was younger, and I wanted to do it when I got older, and I just kind of never ended up going back. And then once I got old enough, you know, I had a job, I had a car, I started going back, and I started boxing for about a year. I've had 4 amateur boxing fights, and one of my buddies from the gym were into kickboxing and MMA, so they started teaching me stuff, and then I started getting into that, and here we are. I got my first kickboxing match this season.
Okay, talk to me about your mentality going into the first kickboxing match. What's going through your mind?
It's just really the same as any other match. It's you just get to stay as relaxed as you can. Everybody gets nervous. You're gonna have nerves, but you know you just stay as relaxed as you can. And I train, 5-6 days a week, so the confidence really is just in your training.
Yeah, I like that. Now, a question for you. Do you have a specific plan going
Well, I never. Ugh. Ugh. Why? All right. We're on time as far as I can show for my appointment. They say I'm 2 days early. And I'm like, well, if you want to deliver my load in 2 days, then I will be late for my delivery. So why don't you get it done? I can't go 800 miles in one day. Squeeze me? Cancelled. Cancelled on a different level. I guess go back to sleep. Sheets.
You are up 3122.
What's up, fellas? W Mo, fucking W Press, W Myron, you guys are fucking awesome. Welcome to the studio. So, I saw that what's his name? This Neon kid or whatever, with that fucking thought. The other day I saw that interview and I was just blown away by like obviously super predatory woman just like coming in on this dude and he's kind of like this through the glass getting armed. I'm 31, so I had no idea who this kid was. But like I want to get you guys' thoughts on that. It seemed like accident, honestly, like I couldn't tell if he was acting or if he was being for real. Like it was like painful to watch. I watched it like 3 or 4 times since because it's just wild to me. I want to know your guys' thoughts on that.
That's Gen Z for you, bro. I'm going to summarize it up. That is honestly Gen Z for you.
Damn.
So that's a lot of guys that are in that age range. You know, and here's the thing. That's Gen Z without proper guidance. You know, like my brother, right? He's a Gen Zer. You know, I've talked to you guys about him before. He would be just like these niggas if I didn't like toughen him up when I was younger. I used to bully the fuck out of him when he was a kid. And even to this day, I still bully him. I tell him he's black as hell, and he's ugly and all this other shit. He needs to go to the gym, you know, how these women move, etc. And he's aware now, but you absolutely need a big brother or some type of guidance because a lot of these young guys are fucking lost.
When you combine his age, the money and the clout, oh, bro, it's like on steroids. So for him, his experience to understand what it is, so that girl's taking full advantage of him, of course.
Yeah.
And then 2, for him as well, it's like, okay, I have feelings because I'm in this scenario, but I don't know how to manage his feelings. And as a guy that has experience, you know what to do. But him, his age, he doesn't have that experience. And with the clout on money, it's harder because like, oh wait, so you relate right now.
People get mad, right, at Andrew because he said that you know men need to suffer and you know guys that are that become rich young are pussies. It's the truth. Like, nigga, it's so goddamn true. Like, you know, people might say, oh, you older niggas are sport, you know, angry, blah blah blah. No, it's true. If you don't understand the value of a dollar, right, early on, and you don't struggle to get it, you're never going to appreciate it. And if you don't appreciate it, you don't know how to move properly. So, you know, for me, I thank God that I had a real job first. I worked at Boston Convention, worked a minimum wage job at McDonald's, got fired, ended up working in law enforcement. You know, that forced me to grow, right? That really forced me to grow. You know, I went from being in college and hanging out and being an athlete and, you know, having a great time with that shit to, oh, now you're responsible for arresting people, taking their liberty from them, and you're doing it at the highest level, at the federal level. So, you know, you're testifying in front of court, you're going to grand jury, you're testifying, you're under oath. Like, this is a very serious job. So, like, it forced me to grow. But had I not had that prerequisite knowledge, those prerequisite experiences, I would have never become a man. And I would have, most importantly, I would have had the appreciation for the wealth that I've been able to build for myself now. I would have learned the skill set of delayed gratification, etc. So these young boys that make money off social media young, my thing is, I'm not angry at them making the money. I'm angry at the fucking predatory bitches and people that come into their life after the fact and use their naivety against them. That's what I'm angry about, okay? Like, I've seen bitches use Aiden Ross. I've seen bitches use Neon. I've seen bitches use even Sneeko to a degree, blah, blah, blah. And it infuriates me because I don't want young guys, especially young guys with status and money, to be used by these fucking whores that, quite frankly, don't deserve any of this attention. It pisses me off. There's nothing that pisses me off more. I've literally posted a clip on this shit on Instagram before. Nothing pisses me off more than watching a successful guy get used by a useless fucking female. That shit infuriates me because I know in the back of my mind, especially if he's young and successful, he had to work his ass off to some degree to earn that money, and now some bitches coming in and getting it for free, and a lot of the times these bitches don't provide no value back. I'll see these interactions, they don't cook, they don't clean, they don't help him out with his business, they don't do nothing. They just sit there and exist, and they be on the street, and they get clout, then they get some fame, and then they move on to the next, and that shit burns me like no other, bro. There's nothing I hate more than useless females that are predatory, that use men as a stepping stone to get to the next cop. Fuck these. That's what pisses me off. It's not the guys being successful, it's the bitches that use them for being successful that pisses me off. So to all the young guys out there that are higher net worth, that make some money, I was actually having a concert with a guy that was making $500K per year, 18 years old, fucking fantastic, jewelry business. I don't want y'all niggas getting used by these bitches, man. Okay? Like, you guys want to go ahead and show what's your lifestyle, that's cool, but I don't want young guys getting used by women. That shit pisses me off. Sorry, bro, go ahead.
No, you're good, man. No, I completely agree with you. When I was 18, I joined the Marine Corps. I was an 0311 in the Marine Corps. So, like, I agree with what you're saying as far as you kind of got to man up quick. But I was 18 years old, and so I had to man up real quick.
Of course, thank you for your service, brother.
And it taught me a lot. And so when I see, like, a kid like this that's so successful, I mean, you're making, what, $12,000 your first year in the Marine Corps? This guy's got so much money. I'm just like, bro, like, what are you doing, man? Like, and for me, it's like, it doesn't make sense because I've never lived in that world. So to me, it's astonishing. That's why I keep watching myself because I hate the same shit.
Dude, me and you both,
Watching
bro.
a predatory woman just take advantage. It's just like wild.
Yeah, man.
He's a good guy, by the way.
Yeah, and here's the thing, dude. Like guys like me and you that had that kind of service, you worked in the government, you understand what it's like to do push-ups when you don't feel like it. And you're in a paramilitary situation, or you're in a military situation like you, where there's a drill sergeant, there's rules and established boundaries and shit like that. You get it, and you see this shit, and you're like, what the fuck? Because you're watching these young boys get it out the water when you had to get it out the mud, but you're able to appreciate when you get out the water after the fact, but they never got out the mud, and you get pissed off because you see these bitches using them. So I get it, dude. It's a frustration that us older guys have when we see these younger successful.
Hi, Charlie. Earlier you were talking about sex and gender, there only being sex, gender not existing. I was wondering, like, how you define male and female, and like what criteria you use to define them.
XX and XY chromosomes.
Okay. So with like intersex people then who might be born with like XX chromosomes, but they have
An exception to the rule, right?
Yeah, so
one in every 25,000 cases, yeah. But that doesn't make the rule any less true. It's like saying if you see someone with an amputated leg, you say, oh wow, that's not normal, but you still have something normal to compare that to. It doesn't make that the rule.
Yeah, I guess, so my question is more like, if somebody then does have like XX chromosomes, but they're born with like male anatomy, or male anatomy.
So they're intersex.
Yeah, so would that person be male to you or female?
So if they're XX chromosomes with male anatomy,
Yeah.
I'm not even, how common is that?
It depends on like the specific, I think that one's Turner syndrome. So that can be like in 1 in 500 boys to like 1 in 2,500 boys.
How do you think they should identify?
I personally, in those cases, like you say that there's only sex, but I personally think that those people should be able to identify how they want to identify because it's, like, would you say that that's like an unclear circumstance or?
Well, I think that their chromosomes are rather clear, right?
Yeah.
And they have displaced genitalia.
Yeah, but so you would want them then to present as female, even though
Well, it's not a matter of what I want them to present, it's what they are.
Yeah, so they should.
Wait, you say 1 in 500 cases?
Yeah.
That's insanely made up, I gotta be honest. Like, you said 500,000 or 500?
500.
No way. That's, yeah.
Yeah.
It's what? Yeah, so 1 in 3,000 is more accurate. Okay.
Alright, we can use 1 in 3,000. So.
Just a factor of 6, but yeah.
So then, do you think that those people who are, they have male anatomy, they should wear dresses, present feminine?
What is their hormonal makeup? I'm curious.
Those people would have like male, like testosterone. So
They would have more testosterone than estrogen.
Yeah, in those cases.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that actually. Yeah, I'd have to think about that.
So
but the fringe case should not dictate the rule. That's the point. Is that fringe cases in any scenario, whether it be rape, incest, and abortion, or intersex with trans issues, is not the heat or the heart of the debate at all. In fact, if I understand correctly, the study on intersex, again, it's somewhat of a distraction of the few fringe cases, that there can be, at the young age, like surgery that actually ends up helping based on the hormonal makeup. Is that not right?
I mean, I think like it's better when they're adults to have certain procedures like that done. I think it can lead to issues when it's done when they're younger, but I do think that there
So then if you think that, do you think anatomy has anything to do then with determining biological sex?
In like, when you say determining biological sex, do you mean like in how we define sex, or like?
Again, I'm just curious. Again, I just want to reiterate, we don't have 15% of high school girls in America that are quote-unquote non-binary because of intersex issues. We have 15% of high school girls saying they're non-binary because it's a social contagion that is infecting people that are perfectly normal and healthy with XX and XY perfectly functioning genitalia systems. That's the real issue. So, while I acknowledge this is incredibly murky and I need to think about it, this is a rare disease to muddy the issue up that biological reality needs to continue to exist regardless of somebody's own personal imagination.
Yeah, I think so. Like from my understanding of sex, like reproductive biologists don't necessarily use chromosomes. They use like what gametes you produce, like what sex cells, so like sperm or ovate. But I don't know that.
Let me try to find some common ground here, okay? So when the Biden government comes out and they say that men can take drugs to lactate chest feed, do you think we've probably gone too far?
I haven't seen Biden say that.
But that's okay, he did, his government did. But I'm just trying to find some common ground because, like, when the government says that it's, how about this? When the government calls women that are pregnant birthing people, do you think we're probably going too far?
I think I mean, this is, I'd have to ask you like more questions about what you believe because I don't know.
It's pretty simple and transparent. I believe what people have believed for 5,000 years, that there's man and woman, and that you can't pretend to be something that you're not. I also believe what 99% of Americans believe. So it's really not that complex. But the fact you can't immediately answer gets right to the point of this, which is that we have this radical ideology that has affected every major part of American society. And I don't think we should be focusing on fringe issues or fringe cases when it's literally staring us in the face and it's a social contagion that is resulting in tens of thousands of people chopping off their genitalia to create irreversible damage for the rest of their life. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I was on the run for 4 months, stole $600,000. I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. One day, I had stolen, the night before, I'd stolen $160K out of ATMs. Went in the next morning, I woke up, signed on to Carter's Market Bank.
All right, we're in northern Italy. We're gonna climb up a mountain, hike up. It's like 11 kilometers up to this abandoned NATO base. We're hoping to not get hypothermic, hoping to survive the night. There's these big antennas you'll see once to climb. Priority right now is to get the hike over with. We have rain gear, but it's really coming down and we're gonna be hiking for like 2 hours. So it doesn't look the best, but we're hoping to find a place to sleep at the NATO base. Yeah, good thing I don't speak Italian. Ron says welcome friends. Yeah, I wonder. So right now it is 6. By the way, we've got no reception here. It's gonna take 2 hours and the sun sets at 8. Thing is, we cannot hike fast because we're gonna get warm and sweaty. We don't want to be hypothermic, so we really gotta pace ourselves correctly. I have no clue why this road is closed. So far it's great. Maybe some landslides or something. Oh, we got snow. Maybe some. Feels horrible. You don't get these types of things where I'm from. Where are you from? Alabama. Now we see why there are signs there. At least, I imagine that's why there's signs. The road is completely blocked. Right, can you move them? Yeah. Come on. No, that's the wrong one. Bro. Just pull. Check me. Help him out. Help him out. Do it together. Just a couple. Are you serious? So we're actually not sure if we came from the bad part of the road or we're on that part of the road now. This is the only little sanctuary we're going to have from the rain. Yeah. Until the base. So these trees, they're broken and some are even roots up. If these are the landslides that the roads are blocked off because of, then it makes sense why cars shouldn't go here. All the way there, behind those peaks, that's where a road continues. It goes like that, and somewhere even further beyond there, maybe another like 6-7 kilometers is the base. So it's not as close as that. We're really hiking quite a distance. I thought it was going to be worse, but it's doable. Well, it's only been a half an hour. We're passing by a little refuge. We're going to go the opposite way, but this sign is very interesting. Road closed. I don't know what the other words mean. Maybe different languages. We see the little like yellow road closure. Most likely it's from the avalanche. But those peaks, those snowy peaks, these look so beautiful. It feels so nice and lonely out here. Actually see that this refuge is closed in from all sides because the road that we're taking, the tunnel and the road behind us all have roadblocks, so nobody's going to this house anytime soon. It's kind of temporarily abandoned. There's another roadblock we're going past. This is the correct way. 3 kilometers of gravel. Feels like we're really going where we're not supposed to. It's cool as hell. It's pretty cool here. The snow is actually overtaking the road a little bit. Rain, we notice, slowly turning into snow. Very wet snow, but it's so cool. We started there, we're on the other side now. That didn't take too long. Alright, so these signs, I assume are to the nearest towns. I don't know any of them. The closest one is 8, and I assume somewhere there is where the base is. Turns are so misleading because every time it seems like we're at the very top, it turns and there's another incline. 7 more kilometers to go. So the snow's taking over more and more of the road. We're getting pushed to the side. Good thing there's this little slab. More and more into the cloud. This is about 2,000 meter elevation.
I'm cold, but I'm warm. It's one of those weird combinations. I'm wet in certain parts of my body, and other parts are dry.
Super underprepared. We got supplies. We're gonna share with each other. We're gonna help each other. And difficult as it is, hiking and existing in these conditions, we cannot get these views, this experience in cloudless, broad daylight. Huge snowy cliffside that we're going to pass here. There is a road going there, and it zigzags all the way further. But this view is so, it's magnificent. It's almost 8 right now. We're expecting to be at the base already. We're basically halfway. It's gonna get dark in the next, say, half an hour or something, maybe an hour. So we're doubling up the pace of it. Yeah, snow's really like taking us off the trail here. Yeah, I need longer boots for this. Alright, we're getting out of the snow. That was difficult. It slowed us at least to 50% of our original pace. There's a frozen lake. It's almost the middle of May, and the ice is still there. I feel like I'm swimming already. We all do. We should have brought the boat from Ukraine. Thank you for making the tracks, Segmate. Alright, we did the warm-up. Now the climb-up is actually starting, the steepest part. Zigzagging all the way up and beyond the clouds. Maybe a few more kilometers further is going to be the base. Oh boy. But doesn't matter at this point. Just a little bit further. Oh, damn. That is deep. There's pipes. There's just pipes. Careful, this is very deep. Now that looks like shelter. Up here, Checkmate, be careful. Okay, I gotta switch to the Celtics because the batteries just keep dying because of the cold on the other camera, so let's walk around. It's not that not hard. See, easier than climbing. Whew. Let's go second floor. I've got to find a clean room. Animals been sheltering in here. Rooms are a lot better up here. What's that? Oh, nice. Yeah, worst case, we can use this word to work out.
Let's go. I have to get home.
You know, actually, the first thought in my head as soon as I got here is, I hope we're not going to get snowed in tomorrow. My batteries are dying. Like, the POV camera that I have up around my head, all of the batteries are dead immediately, so when somehow miraculously the selfie stick is still rolling, I'm going to try to warm up this side. This room is pretty great. There's no way we can use these windows to shelter. Alright, so we found beds. Actual, like, metal spring mattresses. Oh, well, nice mattress. By the way, those planks we just passed on the left, we've got them for carry. Trying to board the doors. You boys! Gonna sleep good tonight? Yeah, I hope so.
We're stuck. We are. We're starting live. Yeah, I see that last part where we had to climb up to the gate.
Footprints are barely visible already. What the hell is this? Anymore, but that's where we came from, the family path and then over those mountains. Get back in, get some food, eat up, and then get out and explore this place properly. It's so nice that we're you can even see the sun through the clouds. Standing further there beyond the lake, some kind of a ski lift or something.
Well, I still think we're lucky that we have these days,
This a bit. Took some of that plastic there. We're wrapping our feet in it because we have new socks. Our feet are still going to be moist because of sweat, but at least it's not going to be as quick. I don't think I have to explain to anybody how this tastes. It is very uplifting. Okay, I think I'm gonna get the left one. Perfect. Alright, meet you on the radars. My GoPro batteries are dying really quick from this damn cold. Oh man, that looks so sick. This one's nice. Hey, took the hard road. Get off the shoes, man. I'm worried that there is a ladder somewhere. This will warm me up a bit more. This is more fun. Taking a bit of a break, but from what we read, this station shut down in the 90s. And there were actually 2 more radars. At least they kept these ones. Oh, just metal. That looks smooth. Hey, what up? What's up, bro? Hell yeah. Good thing it's been snowing the whole night. We're up. We're finally up. So this was the goal, and we made it, right? We scored it. Oh, damn, the clouds are coming in. We made it. This feels so good. Use the snow, the roads slowly creeping up on us. Actually, with minimal wind. It's amazing. Alrighty, it is time to get down. Temperature is increasing, so I hear the snow dripping already. It's not going to be very fun walking through it because the roads are going to be deep. Okay. Tried to enter last evening. Actually, our footprints are gone. The snow has definitely increased. As per my prediction, the road further after we get off the base hill, car has been driving through it, so there are some like recent car tracks. Hopefully the tractor that we tried to enter last evening actually is doing some work and plowing. It increased to like 1 degree. The snow is melting. We're going deep. I want to do a little snow test. Okay. So just trying to put my clothes forward. It's not that. Is that it? We'll send help. No! That's a deep hole. Last night, Bye-bye radar, great experience. Yeah, it's
Alright, the map is Scandinavia, and we're this yellow dot right here. Hello, that's us. Greetings and hello. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see, we have a nice little match. How we doing? How's our spawn point? Honestly, not too terrible, but not too amazing. It's kind of alright. We're gonna get this right here. That's kind of about it. I was down here, but then there was some people contending down there. So that's not super duper ideal for us to get pushed away from the spot I'd rather be. I don't like to have to do any boating early, which boating early is kind of problematic because you have to like wait time for the boats to go across and then lose troops while they're going. So it's not like crazy ideal, but we're gonna have to deal. Let's send a boat down here real quick. But that's enough. And one over there, and then get ready to start fighting these nerds little by little. I see you doing stuff down there. I'm just boat down there as well. This is what I mean about the boats being a problem. Boats being an issue. We're gonna get this guy's gonna block me off here. We're trying to get myself over here. See, I'm too busy boating, miss out on things I could get over here. Give me this. So much micromanaging. That's rough spawn point here to deal with. But we're trying our best here. I could boat across that too. Like, yeah, it's just anytime you have to like boat within the first 2 minutes, it's like challenge mode activate. You're in for a rougher time, really. But we've managed to get we're in third, which is not bad, considering it's a rough spawn point. And our troop count a little bit low compared to you, but you're going to be worried about this guy and that guy. I think what we want to do right now is just kind of like, how do you claim that? I would like to grab that island. Just because I can, not because it's smart. We'll chill out for a bit. I don't really have any good targets. I've got bad borders on you. Even if I do go to war with you and you don't attack back or full send at me, these guys will all gain more of the land than I will, just because I've got bad borders on you. This guy I've got decent-ish borders on, especially if I like send a boat over here. This guy I've got good borders on. So this guy's attacking really aggressively, so I'm going to want to go for this guy. I think I save up though. think we save up. The Italian Empire helping would be good. I could boat down to here, have the Italian Empire like, hey, you want this? Question mark. We could go for this guy. Be mutually beneficial. They're probably worried about these other guys around them. Maybe this guy as well. Hey, you want to go this guy? I'd like to. I'm gonna send we'll go down here. If I go over right here, that'd be too greedy, and the Italian Empire won't help me. If I go down the middle, maybe they want to help out a little bit. Maybe. These guys give me a thumbs up, yeah. Thumbs up. They're doing the same thing, so I'm moving their parts. They're trying to full send on me. I defend up a little bit. You guys go to war. Good chance for me to like chill out. I'm not sure why Conan Empire's not attacking again. I'm just gonna defend up again. He's waiting for this guy to dump all his troops on me. That's what he's doing. These troops flowing a little bit. Conan Empire hopping in late there, but not bad. But then looking at the full send and doing all that. You don't bother us there. And I think we should have I don't know if I can see this guy. Over this, like, don't stay with a lot from it, so I was quick to clean up like you were doing. 6 points. I think I won't see this because that's my day up. So there's a little bit. I'm not the person that's not supposed to be in bottom. There's a chance though that the one that makes the aggro. This happens sometimes. We'll keep going here. Get some of this. Speed things along. We'll full send on that guy. It's actually good for me because I've got control of this guy. Let's go for this guy next, right? He's got controllers there. There's 6 places, not amazing. Sounds like you're kind of cleaning up here. You have to do a lot of work and I kind of swoop a little bit late here. There we go. There we got a lot. That sounds really nice. We want to help us work here. Get some people. We're going to get these guys to go for this guy. Join as well. Maybe trying to help us here. This might be a fight for second place kind of thing. I'm not sure how we're going to draw an advantage on the crown size-wise, because they're kind of reaping more benefits from the teaming up than I am. One, because they kind of sit back and wait for me to do a lot of the work, which is smart. But I'm in a position where I have to. Oh, we got lucky, and I was not going to need the full send. That's huge for us because I have 60,000 picks yet, so I'm missing. Get a full send over to this guy. Okay. That worked out nicely for us. Let's go for this guy next, right? Let's go for this guy next. Other people to join in. For that, yeah. Hey, they're starting to realize that they need to kind of like lead the way, otherwise they're going to not keep their share. They got punched last time, not leading the way, so now they're going in. I think the Crown's about to make a huge mistake. They're locking me out behind it. Oh, they're smart. They can't let me get through. Here's the thing: is I am not in a good position. Do I really want to go for this with the Crown? What are you going? Let's. Khmer Empire, not that much bigger than you. If you're full sending, I'm in a lot of trouble here. Here's the thing: this is not a good situation for me to be in. I don't want to fight with the Khmer Empire with these battle borders, because if full sends on me, I get none of this. I don't want to fight the Crowns. They've been a fantastic ally, and I'd probably be fighting them alone. So until I see somebody else fighting the Crown, I'm just going to try and bolt my way around all this. Yeah, they're waiting for me to make the first move. Yeah, they're waiting. I'm going to try and bolt around all this. I'll wait for somebody else to do something. I'm not going to. Yeah, they're going to war with them. I'm just going to be a little boy over here for now. Oh, this game is so dumb. Bro, it's a straight line. It's going to go. Like, he's over attacking. Now I'm going to betray the alliance and regret it forever. But we're going to do this. We're going to do this and regret it deeply, I'm sure. He's also got a bot down there attacking. I feel bad about this, but to be fair, they did kind of like block me behind him. They gave me a small path through, but it was such a small path. They it was too small. He blocked me up a little too much here. I'm sorry. Heartbroken. Love you. Sorry. But you kind of forced my hand a little bit. You forced it a little bit. They left me with I don't know, they're still here. They're all they're attacking the Soul Empire. They full sent. Oh, appreciate you. That was super nice of you to not like destroy me. If they had full sent on me, I would have 100% understood. 100% would have understood it. Because this tiny guy, don't worry about it. So we're going to this guy, which we're still small. Let's just look. There's the close-up. That's what I would expect from that crown guy. Right here. Where do we go for next? We're going to be beating up on this guy. He's actually been a pretty good ally here. I don't want this guy touching me. I don't want this guy touching me. I'm not going to try and push them out. I just want them off of here. I want them off of here so I have less people touching me. This is my neck of the woods. All right, get off of here. I'm a truce. I guess we try to vote for peace. I could vote for peace. I don't think they're going to vote for peace. They're going to keep fighting. Unfortunately, I need to get bigger here, so I need to take out somebody. It's a shame because I've got nothing around me but like allies, and I'd like to vote for peace. But the problem is, if I just sit back refusing to attack my allies here, and this guy gets bigger than us, they'll just sweep and clean the board. Quick, go grab an island. If you want to survive, go grab an island. You need to make it here, through the ether of the internet. Keep pulling our way up here a little bit. You can't like sit back. I'm going to sit back and wait to vote for peace. You can't do that until you're so big that they can't beat you. Like you just can't. Otherwise, they like 9 times out of 10 they'll smell blood in the water and end up on you destroyed. That's just what happens. I've learned my lesson from the past. No vote for peace until you are like overwhelmingly dominating. I'm keeping an eye out for the vote for peace up here down there. I'm going to continue to expand until rise. Wait. Not attacking. Chilling. Okay. I just need to pay attention to the board more. Alright. Looks like we're vote for peace. I'm not sure the vote for peace is going to pop up with these guys spamming attacks on me over and over again. This island hopper dude is persistent. See, here's the thing. I don't think the vote for peace can pop up when these island hoppers keep attacking us. I don't think it can. So yeah. As long as somebody's attacking somebody, it can't happen. So everybody, island. I think these other people want to vote for peace. We gotta get rid of these island hopping dudes. The vote for peace does. I feel like the vote for peace should pop up. Like I feel like somebody who has like no truth should not be able to like prevent the vote for peace from appearing. I don't think that should be a thing, but it is. Let's get these guys out of here so they can't keep attacking us over and over. And make sure there's spots. There it is. There we go. Vote for peace. I vote for peace. Anybody else? Any other vote for peacers? One more.
Scared of what? I'm here. You guys want to let me in here if I was bad? What the hell? Have you seen your security at the border? They're nuts. They don't play. They hold you back just if you got a big butt. Like, what the hell? It's They refuse it to think they're gonna come sex trafficking in the States. It's fucked up.
Not sex trafficking, it's more be a whore. Yeah, come here and do OnlyFans and do pornography and shit.
Yes. What's a whore to you? To make fresh out sex? What's the definition of a whore? What are you doing in the States? Like, how long are you here for? Like, what are you doing? Like, any escorting? And I'm like, any what? Like, do you want me to sue you, bitch? I'm like, what are you talking about any escorting? Excuse me? Like, how dare you? That's
You can't really sue them because you have no Fourth Amendment right to border.
yeah, but that's like, isn't that like some sort of discrimination? You can't just fucking throw at me like that. They took my phone. Oh, you're welcome to the States. I'm like, where's my friend? You gonna drive me, bitch? What are you talking about?
You're foreign national. You have zero rights at the border. They can toss all your shit. They can search all your shit. They can search your phone. Everything.
Yeah, but they shouldn't just be like, oh, you look like this, so like, no.
I mean, a lot of escorts you look like, so they got access.
Yeah, uniform.
Yeah, you're wearing the uniform though. Yeah. You got surgery, you got BBL surgery, you got color hair. What do you expect?
Colored hair?
Yeah.
Colored hair is more like artsy. It's not, like, I don't know any words that... I don't know any of those that have colored hair. I don't know. Most of them have black and long hair or whatever. Well, that's who I don't know any hoes. Like, what? And, like, what if the girls have natural big butts? Or natural huge boobs? I did, but my boobs are real. That doesn't mean nothing.
A lot of girls come from Canada to do OnlyFans and do sex work. That's why they do that.
That's
Especially
fine.
if you come to Miami.
But you can't say that on every girl. Like, I'm just saying.
A lot do. So they're going to ask their questions.
People feel like shit. I hate that.
And then you're like, I'm a rapper. You spit a verse like that. Shit.
Fairy tale bullshit.
Surgery. What does it feel like to miss your penis?
I 100% feel like I was part of some cruel medical social experiment. I wish somebody helped me a few years back, but you know what, you can present feminine, you can wear heels, hair, whatever you want, but the sad reality is we don't have technology to make it functional. But see, I don't know myself.
Part of a cruel medical experiment, well, now maybe people will be held accountable for things such as that. As it's just been announced, American Academy of Pediatrics named in bombshell detransitioner lawsuit. Welcome back to the JP Grax channel, my view. Of this latest announcement, American Academy of Pediatrics named in bombshell detransitioner lawsuit. David Live reports a woman who was given puberty blockers and hormone therapy when she was a young teenager is suing both her doctors and the American Academy of Pediatrics, which her lawyers say has knowingly lied about the impact of the radical sex change treatments it recommends. The impact seems obvious, but yes, do they lie about it? Yes. Is it permanent? No, it's not permanent. This is a fruit because it's going to make you a happy person. Well, yes, I do believe they lie about it. They lie about the impact of the radical sex change treatments that the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends. This to me, it's 10x the example of cigarette companies back decades ago where they're like, smoking not bad for you. Take it from us, we're the tobacco industry. Smoking is not bad for you. In fact, it's kind of good for you. And then, of course, eventually the truth comes out, and no, yeah, it's bad for you. You guys lied. You literally lied. You said it wasn't bad, and sometimes they even have doctors and advertisements recommending their cigarettes. So you lied, you deceived, you got caught. Sex change surgery, sex body altering mutilation surgeries, it's like that, only I think 10 times more severe. So, American Academy of Pediatrics and other medical organizations that are suggesting, yeah, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. Oh, it's okay, good for you. Yeah, we're going to have a lot less suicide. Oh, boy.
Big announcement when we hit 12K subs, and I have not one but 4 big announcements to share with you. First big announcement is something that has been highly requested, which is YouTube memberships. Now, I have thought long and hard about how to make these levels worth your while. Starting off with the sponsor level means that you get exclusive members-only videos once a week. That's right, an exclusive territorial video once a week in addition. Because I know the support from you guys has been constant and loving, and I truly appreciate it. Whether we win or fail in this expedition, I'm excited to take the journey with you. But for right now, enjoy the video.
Brothers, welcome back to Territorial.io. We're starting off today here in an 81-person free-for-all battle here in the world. Closest against him is disabled. We picked a spot for ourselves right in the center of Asia. I'm just kind of going where there are no bots and hoping for the best. That's kind of my new strategy. We're opening up. Obviously, there are some better spots to play in than others, but I'm just kind of, winging it to give a little bit of variety in terms of starting locations. But we'll see how we can do here. And we start right next to somebody. They late spawn right next to us. That's a little bit unfortunate. We'll just play our strategy and kind of hope for the best here. See what we can do. It will be a bit of a crowded neighborhood, and we will very much be in the middle, which is a dangerous position to be in. So we'll play it wisely as best we can. We've already been forced. All right. Cool. Well, if you've ever been in this position, the best thing to do is just completely ignore it, grab the free land, and worry about that player later. You're going to build up your advantage over that guy, be able to come back to him at a later date, and really be able to do some damage there. Right now, we're just going to completely ignore it and see if we can get down south still past this bot. Unfortunately, we cannot, but we can take out that bot in retribution for that, and just continue moving on our merry way. I do see that you have Pulsen. I'm going to punish that ever so slightly, have a little bit of land off of you, and continue on my way. Then he does counterattack me, no problem. Just going to continue to ignore that. I bet he will Pulsen one more time. He is attacking us a little bit more, but I'm not worried about it. I have the crown, and we'll just grab this little bit of land up here. Perfect. And now we'll take some truces with you guys, and then I'll offer you a truce, you a truce, you a truce, you a truce, and you a truce. And after also, of course, taking out everybody over here. So, after all is said and done, we're sitting about 5th place overall, one of the largest players in Asia, so that is very good for us. I do see that my Indian friend is attacking. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm going to do this too. Yeah, this is a good move. I wish I had attacked before player 469 because I could have gotten a little bit more land. We can also attack this bot down here. Now, I do need to be cautious about attacking the bot, as I have a decent amount of troops, but definitely not like, wow, you can't attack him, he's too strong. But I am going to risk it a little bit, just in case this blue player decides to go down. I want to get down through, but I don't know what that is, kind of the peninsula there. And what was once Siam, is what I was wanting to say. If I can get down there, I think I have a better chance of getting into Australia, and I doubt anyone's controlling Australia 2 minutes into the game. So we'll just push down here. Yeah, Australia is very divided, perfect, the strategy worked. I did it blind, I definitely could have looked, but I was lazy. And we'll just kind of start working our way down south as soon as we can. Obviously, we do need to keep building up troops to prevent anyone from attacking us right now. And, nice boat down there, you think? Burger King. Did we not have a truce? I could have sworn we had a truce. Did you attack me at some point? That's interesting. Where boat come from? Boat comes from all the way up there. And I think player 469 is boating down there as well. That boat's going to take forever. Well, let's try and push through this guy. It's going to be a little bit of a slogfest, but I do see the blue players also in the same mission, so let's just continue to keep going down here, grabbing this island, and then seeing where we can go and just cancel the boat, because we'll be able to boat over here faster. There we go. And our boat will touch down first. Now let's continue to keep saving up. Unfortunately, Burger King is now a bot, so we're going to have to deal with that. The northern border, really kind of playing a lot of risk here, just being so aggressive in the early game, but hey, might as well risk it. We have a chance. We have a chance. And it's honestly not that heavy of a risk. If it really starts to bite us in the butt, we can just pull out of Australia and save up. Yeah, this is the guy attacking us, just trying to get us off. We're going to say no to that. And there we go. We're fully on there. He's going to try again. And yeah, he's completely gone at this point. So now we'll be able to get the whole of Australia, sharing a little bit of it with our buddy from India. And now we are looking rather smart. And we are getting attacked by this STMO, but we're going to attack him as well. Just drive him down, and at this point, I am very intent to not attack anybody at this point anymore, so I will take this risk with you, sir, and hope for the best. I haven't been attacked yet, so hey, everything's kind of working out in my favor. So now we build up fair rate interest of 3.3 million, and then look for another target, preferably one up here in Asia. Now, I do think that player 600 is overextending himself ever so slightly. Let's see if we can encourage anybody else to join in on this attack with us.
Player 409 is attacking the player below 600, which is perfectly fine with me. That gives me a nice little clean target into here, and I imagine that somebody's going to join in on attacking this, but I can definitely take this guy alone. There is no Wilson, so I don't need to worry about that. Player 600 is bleeding troops at this point. A couple more attacks should just get him out of the game here. And there we go. He does full send on a bot, which is great for us, and we'll be able to grab the rest of his land at a pretty relatively low cost. We'll take a truce with you. And, I wish I could get down there, but that's a little bit too late on that one. Let's go into this guy up here. He's not necessarily the weakest neighbor we have, but in terms of, like, how strong he could be as compared to how strong he is now, he's a pretty good target. Now, I do see that player 469 is getting attacked, so I might switch my focus. Attack, yeah, no way, he's below 1 million. Let's just go ahead and finish this guy off here. Grabbing as much land as we possibly can here. We are in second place, we're looking pretty. Still have not been betrayed by any of our allies, so I think we can go into Spain without the S again. And just continue slowly but surely knocking this guy down. We will take a truce with Anabar. And, yep, Vietnam is attacking with us. Wonderful. So we have another ally, and Anabar is doing the same. So this guy should be out of the game here rather quickly. That is going to be the end of him. And now we just need to pick another target. So we're doing okay. We're pretty far behind LO, about 20,000 pixels behind him. Now, you know what? I see he's trying to put us to Australia. I'm going to come off the pass because I don't want to have a big border with him. I will put as many troops as I need to pick him off of this. Yeah, Australia's mine. I'm only 8,000 pixels behind you. He cancels the boat. Wonderful. Okay. So now we're just going to this guy up here. Take him out. And, yeah, no boats, right? No boat? No boat. Okay, cool. So we've taken out another player. We actually have the crown ourselves with 90,000 pixels. We're looking pretty sharp. I'm just making sure that there are no boats. Yeah, that's not the sign. Okay. Let's go to India. Take out India. India would be a good target for us. We'll get a bunch of land off of this. Just kind of continuing our lead over here. Now, I'm honestly kind of cool with the RU player. He's just hung out this whole time. He's had multiple opportunities to attack me and spoil my game. Vietnam has attacked me and left the game. Okay, I'm not sure if that was accidental or not, but now that it's fought, let's just go ahead and grab the rest of its land, as it will be a nice little addition to ours. And no boats? No boats. Okay, good. So, finishing up Vietnam here, that should be the end of it, right? No, one more attack. Okay. So, now we are getting attacked by Anabar and the Void Albania. Okay. What we'll do here is we'll pick up Void Albania, and then we'll go into Anabar. Basically, the reason for this is I'm going to make sure that it's any gang up opportunity. We got a boat back over, so obviously getting him out of here is going to be a big priority. And we're still going to have to take our time in this one, so now we can just fight Anabar 1v1 and slowly but surely start to whittle him down. He has no troops to really defend against us, and we are incredibly strong now. I do see that LOL is coming up through the Void player. Ooh, that's really unfortunate. I was really trying to not fight both him and Elvis at the same time, but I'm guessing that's what's going to happen. I'm going to be a little bit cautious here, not voting down into the Arabian Peninsula, hoping that Elvis cuts me off, and he does. Wonderful news. Okay. So we'll take that truce with you. We could take out our buddy, but honestly, I don't really want to. We kind of impressed us literally this whole time. Let's see if we can get to this thing right here. What? That's coming from Australia? We'll take a truce with you. Why is it not just coming from India? Where's this one coming from? Also Australia? Can I get down here? Which boat is this? Oh, dang it, now I voted in this guy. I didn't want to do that. That was literally the exact opposite of what I wanted to do. Truce with you. I just want to get over here. There we go. Well, now the element of surprise may or may not have been lost, but hey, we'll count it as a win all the same. We got the island. That was our objective, and we accomplished it. Okay. What's our plan from here? I don't want LOL to get the new rule. I'm scared of that very heavily. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is, since I do have an alliance with 278, is help him out a little bit and fight off LOL, kick him off of Africa, and again kind of focus on having an isolated 1v1. We have about double his troops, so I'm feeling rather confident in this one, even though I don't necessarily have, double his land. This will be a bit of a slogfest back and forth, but I'm feeling rather confident. He is slightly over-attacking and putting a little bit too many troops in this one. Ryan probably kicked me off in the same regard that I'm trying to kick him off. Unfortunately for him, I do have way more troops than he does, but he's down to 4 million troops already. Now, we dropped to 13 million, so Elvis could attack us. But at this point, LOL is not going to be much of an ally. As we completely whittled him down. He's down to 1.5 million. He's getting attacked by our purple teammate. So we'll be able to grab the rest of this. There we go. And I think we're going to be first.
They say it'll be between 45 minutes and 10 hours for my live load today. So I just sit here, parked at the dock with the doors open, waiting for them to drive forklifts.
So we'll just start fighting this guy right now. Unfortunately, he is very much in the middle. Now, we have strengthened player 278, the purple player, which is fine. He has been nothing but a friend to us. LOL is still attacking us, but he's out of the game. And down he goes. Okay. So now we're just continue to keep attacking Elvis, making sure that our attacks are, you know, not overly aggressive, but enough to do some damage here. And just slowly but surely start to whittle him down. Fortunately for us, nobody's in a great position to kind of work against us at this point, as you betrayed me. Oh, you accidentally told me. No worries. Okay. I was like, why? Why at this point? Okay. All of us has left the game, and it's now a bot. So we'll just start to work our way.
Or somewhere on the sphere, or well, actually somewhere on this open sphere of Earth. Technically it's a sphere because it's been cut down. But let's just throw another video. This is the moon. A common misconception is that the moon orbits the Earth like this, but this is actually entirely false. The moon isn't anywhere near this close to Earth. If it were, a full moon would look something like this. Instead, the moon is actually over 363,000 kilometers away. The closest point in its orbit, but because it has an elliptical orbit, its orbit can actually extend beyond 405,000 kilometers away. This is certainly far, but it's still really easy to reference here. So to put this gigantic distance into perspective a little more, you could fit every other planet in the solar system in between the Earth and the Moon, including gigantic Jupiter. But what's more, you could also fit all of the 5 dwarf planets in the solar system in there too. And what's even more, there's still over 8,000 kilometers left. And what's even more is that you can fit the sun. Wait a minute. Actually, the sun just by itself can't fit between the Earth and the Moon because the sun is over 1.3 million kilometers in diameter. But don't worry, this gigantic star will very, very quickly become completely gone video. Another misconception is this. This is not the solar system. This is the solar system. Okay, that's a bit ridiculous, but it's true. The reason the solar system is generally shown like this is because, well, because you can't really see anything to illustrate the solar system like it actually is, because the distances are just so far. I mean, take the distance from the sun to the Earth, for example. If you could travel at the speed of light, you could travel from the sun to Earth in just about 8 minutes and 19 seconds. Now, for comparison, light can travel around the Earth in less than 1/7 of a second. Well, except it doesn't generally travel in a circle. But ignoring that, you can travel around the Earth 7.5 times in 1 second, which means that light can travel around the Earth over 3,700 times the amount of time it takes light to travel from the sun to Earth. Now, that's great, but it's still really impossible to understand since it's still all numbers, which most humans have a difficult time fully comprehending. So,
yeah, the
let's
windshield
use
on a truck
a
is
different scale. Instead of 1 to 1, let's use a scale of 1 to 25 billion. At the scale, the Earth would be about the size of a grain of sand. Now, find a grain of sand and stick it on the tip of your finger. Then stick your arms out as straight as you can. Now, find someone else. Actually, you might want to do that first. Have them stand beside you with their arms straight out as well. Then find another person and have them do the same. Then find another person and have them do the same, but have them also balance the tomato on the head. And that is the Earth compared to the Sun. Just 25 billion times smaller and maybe completely messed up depending on the size of your tomato and the arm span of each person. Now, Jupiter is the largest planet created in the solar system, but at this scale, it would only be about the size of a pea. Oh, and its distance from the Sun, well, this one's a bit harder to actually visualize in person because even 25 billion times smaller is still a pretty large distance.
Take your tornado and throw it as far as you possibly can. And that is Jupiter compared to the sun. Although perhaps a better way to visualize this, unless you really just like tomatoes, you just set your tomato on the ground, take the pea up onto the roof of the 10-story building, and that is Jupiter compared to the sun. Oh, and Jupiter's orbit velocity at this scale would be less than 2 millimeters per hour, or less than 2 inches per day. What's a little shocking is that pea-sized Saturn, even though it's just one planet over, is
It's also that I don't want to have to pay for company resources out of my own pocket.
And at the scale, the thickness of Saturn's rings would be about the height of just 2 atoms. Although
You're not
the
paying
thickest
much.
portions of the rings could be nearly 200 atoms thick, which might sound big, but that's less than half the height of the coronavirus. So, and for reference, a person at this scale would be about 70 meters tall. Well, I said that to illustrate how important sex is for men, where they will sit there on a date with a girl they don't like, they enjoy strict conversation with her, and talk to her for the potential of getting sex to include spending money and spending time in something that isn't guaranteed. That would include that men want sex to a higher degree. I don't know what else it is.
But that was the point. It's like if a woman, like he's looking for something, which is probably sex, and he's going on a first date and he's not looking to actually be in a relationship with her. All he wants is sex, then he has to be with her.
But the woman has a leverage, and she's the one that's taking this
The
time.
woman has
So
a
she's in a predatory situation.
Then pay for it. Then pay for it.
Pay for what?
The date, the leverage, or whatever it is, the woman.
Hey, listen to anything I'm saying.
Not necessarily, really.
Conversation. You're gonna try to like rebut my points. You have to actually say you need to listen to what I'm saying so you can actually respond properly.
I was saying
It doesn't matter what you're saying unless you're listening to what I'm saying so you can respond.
I was listening to what you were saying.
What did I say then?
I'm telling you that if a woman goes on a date, she's looking for a, excuse me, if a man.
What did I say?
I don't know. I thought I'm forgetful. It's
Okay.
a literal problem. I'm forgetful. That's
Okay.
a problem for me.
Right, well, look, if you're forgetful, that's your problem, not
It is
mine
my
necessarily, so if you can't, if you can't.
So I was browsing Reddit earlier today, and I saw this post that was actually made by the Hidden Marketplace admin, not the Dread admin, but an admin of the Hidden Marketplace that advertises on Dread. And I'll just tell you up front, whoever the guy is that made this post, he must be very, very confident in his opset. Okay, he's very brave, dare I say a little bit base, and possibly even a little bit foolish. Okay, watch till the end and let me know what you think about it in the comments below. And speaking of baits, my open bait shirt is available on bait. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Of archetype, and this is his name on archetype, like if you're actually on that forum, marketplace, whatever, is Obamathon. And the title of this post is Open Letter to Governments and Law Enforcement. He's calling right out, guys. After archetype became the #1 market since ASAP announced his retirement, I think not only will this market be the focus of the government and consequently law enforcement with an immense and disproportionate amount of resources more than ever, but I also think the attention can be used for something more impactful than archetype being taken down one day. I know you, deep down, already know why you need to admit, but such a takedown will not change anything.
Thanks to Star Trek Food Command for stopping.
Macron and Macron. They did hold up to 5 Curvers and 9 CSs each and did successfully launch and recover them, but the US Navy found that weather conditions would render the airship useless.
losing both airships with fatalities in such circumstances.
Five o'clock yesterday afternoon, we had some sort of casualty that destroyed control of the airship and suffered gas cells opening off towards me rapidly, and we were unable to gain control and had to descend upon the sea.
As airships themselves were phased out, Hindenburg and all that, the idea was abandoned. That was until the Russians started building flying carriers during World War II. They converted a Soviet bomber, the TB-3, into a mothership that could launch flying fighter aircraft. America, being America, realized that the carrier race had begun with the Soviets and restarted their program. They chose the Northrop B-36 as a base aircraft, as it was a powerful bomber. It would have an excellent carrying capacity to carry fighter jets as an escort. But whilst the B-36 carrier was an easy choice, the Parasite aircraft was harder to figure out. They concluded that they would need to redesign a plane from the ground up, and the McDonnell XF-85 was the result. Called affectionately the Goldberg, this microfighter would be the perfect escort plane for the B-36, as it did the bombing missions all over the world. Alas, whilst the XF-85 performed well in tests, they never got them to work together with the mothership aircraft. The reason was the way that the carrier would recover its mini fighters after a mission. Takeoff was fine, but when the pilots returned back to the bombed plane, they would have difficulty navigating the slipstream and missing the entire target on a landing trapeze. Factor in how tired the pilots would be after a combat mission at 20,000 feet, and you can see how this idea was a hard nut to crack. At the same time, they also tried docking. Two fighters would join the bomber on each wing tip and fly in tandem. Alas, this concept became tragedy. An F-84 docked onto the B-29's left wingtip, and the pilot activated his automatic control system to connect them. Instantly, the aircraft flipped over onto the B-29's wing, causing both aircraft to crash. The F-84 pilot was killed instantly, as was the entire crew of the B-29 when it hit the ground. Docking was to blame, and it ended the program yet again. So now we've reached the 1970s, and what changed so suddenly to make this carrier concept work again? That, my friends, is in-flight refueling. With the Air Force having plenty of practice with docking fighter jets and bombers to tankers in the 70s, why not do the extra step and use the same armed fighter plane inside of the mothership aircraft? The advantage of this technique would be that pilots wouldn't require any additional training. They would just fly in formation and could be carried inside with no complex piloting necessary. It would finally be easy to launch and recover fighters. At first, the Boeing 707 was selected for its existing use as a refueling aircraft, but then the military office thought it could win a little bigger, and thus the study concluded that it was not possible to build this carrier and started a competition between two mega rivals to build it, a showdown between the Boeing 747 and the Lockheed C-5 Galaxy. The race was on to build the airborne aircraft carrier. So why did the study decide between the Boeing 747 and the Lockheed C-5 Galaxy? For one, both aircraft were new enough to the market that the production of a military prototype or a series run as an airborne aircraft carrier wouldn't be at risk of the production itself shutting down, like with the B-36. In fact, the military believed that these aircraft would operate well off into the far-off year of 2000 and beyond, where they would then build a custom, probably nuclear-powered flying aircraft carrier for the role. But I'll get onto that later, so don't skip ahead, Nelly. In addition, both carrier concepts were big enough and had the range requirements needed to carry Parasite fighter jets that were also under development. The Pentagon gave Lockheed and Boeing the following aircraft requirements: a dual launch and recovery base for up to 10 fighters, in-flight refueling rooms for initial contact and refueling, high-speed fighter launch and recovery,
and carrier versatility to operate in alternative roles, such as a cargo carrier, troop carrier, or a tanker. You know, just in case it wasn't launching planes. Lockheed came up with some novel solutions to make the C-5 Galaxy work, and today we can even see the 1968 patents for some of their ideas. First was the boom. Utilizing the same area as the cargo ramp, the C-5 would have been able to grab parasite fighters in flight and rotate them upwards to join the conveyor attached to the ceiling. It would then bring them into the hangar area, which would be pressurized, moving over to a scissor switch that would allow recovery and deployment in a quick series. The system would have little power carriages that would be able to move the parasite aircraft to different stations when needed, such as refueling, rearmament, or pilot recovery. The onboard aircraft would have been stacked side by side with being folded, and they would have been lowered onto special platforms to be refueled, rearmed, and sent back out on mission. Interestingly, the patent also covered the aircraft, so in 1968 they were all anticipating that these aircraft would be pilot someday in the future. And a side note on these patents, they've actually expired back in 2014, so if you have a C5 Galaxy, there's nothing stopping you from being and using the system. At first, the C5 Galaxy did the real and modified in the Boeing 747, not requiring any additional openings on board, such as a big fuselage door. But further investigations found that it would be difficult for it to also carry cargo on board, negating its mission flexibility. But that would only be the tip of the iceberg for what comes with the C5. That cargo door that looks so favorably, it could actually fully open, flight at speed. Plus the way that the C5 was designed, it actually had critical balance conditions to ensure a level flight. Heavy objects, like fighter jets, had to be in the center of gravity and couldn't move around in flight. Kinda negating the entire point of the flying aircraft carrier. The report wrote off the concept of the C5A lack of endurance for multiple sorties for each fighter. There wasn't enough room for pilot accommodation or rest areas, not enough room for missiles and ammo, and definitely not enough fuel to refuel the parasite fighters multiple times. The Boeing 747 concept seemed like a dream in comparison. It simply needed to be able to carry more weight and had an door. These considerations led to the selection of the 747 Freighter as the baseline for further studies. And with the carrier selected, it was time to look for a fighter jet that would fit, but that 17.5-foot wingspan limitation of the 747 made it almost impossible. It looked like that they would need to build a whole comparison fighter. So far, Boeing had one win over Lockheed, but the contest between the two was still very much alive for the Parasite fighter. This new, tiny, cutting-edge fighter would be required to be able to go toe-to-toe with the B-21, an aircraft that was readily available to the Soviets and the USSR's allies around the world. A tall order for sure for an aircraft that would need to be significantly smaller and lighter. Again, Lockheed was the first to present with their concept. Now, as all of this took place a long time ago, the details about their microfighter designs have been somewhat lost to history, but we know that Lockheed presented a Parasite variant of the F-104 Starfighter as a possible contender. Called the CL-307, it would lack a landing gear, be far narrower to fit on board the mothership plane, and it would have also had a really long nose where it would store internal systems, a forward bomb bay, if it were. But ironically, these size specifications were initially limited due to the C5 Galaxy cargo door. But when they failed to secure the contract for the mothership, and the fact that that door could actually be fully open in flight, the limitation was abandoned, allowing Boeing to come flying in. Initially, Boeing had 5 different microfighter designs under consideration, with different aeronautical attributes to ensure the best mission profile, but one design stood out. Meet Boeing's winner, incredible model 908-625, or dubbed the Advanced Microfighter. Right away, you can see this aircraft is a special design. Small enough to fit on board the 747, it had no tail, with highly swept wings ending at large tip fins for all a total length of 29 feet, which is super small for a fighter jet. The cockpit section was modelled after the F-16 Falcon, but with the F-104 Starfighter inlet and a cutting edge for the time, a rectangular vectoring nozzle. So this little bad boy produced some serious moves, outmaneuvering its adversary, the MiG-21. It also had a really odd side-opening cockpit hatch. After all, the door couldn't open upwards due to the space restrictions, a rare feature in the US military. It would also be equipped with two A9 anti-air missiles and two machine guns with 235 rounds each. There was also an option to include a 25mm cannon with 300 rounds that was hydraulically powered, and a small smart bomb attached to the wing root for the air bombing base that it could form. While not a ton of warheads compared to, say, the F-16, you have to remember that the jet could quickly return to the mothership to reload. As the jet itself didn't actually land at airports, it didn't have a landing gear. The plane was supposed to be launched and land exclusively via the mothership and could not be capable of taking off from the ground. But in an emergency situation, it could deploy some other skis that would allow it to come to a rest on a flat surface. There was also talk of an inflatable ski system, but the technology was science fiction back then. And looking at the fighter, you can see just how cramped the single engine would make the cockpit. Leaning back in flight up to 50 degrees, the pilot would have barely any room and would certainly feel like that they were strapped to a rocket. A side note, there is evidence to suggest that Boeing also pitched this design to the Navy as a carrier-based hoverable VTOL microfighter, although still missing the gear. So likely it would have landed on some special ship-based platform, just like the Nutcracker design that we have shown here on the channel. So if you haven't subscribed already, now's the time. Boeing also did some further development work on different variants of the microfighter, such as a bomber, reconnaissance, as well as a supersonic variant. Yes, that's a micro-supersonic fighter interceptor. Yes, this one was called the inspiring name of Model 985213, and it was intended to be operational by 1985 as the second generation mid-parasitic fighter, which is impressive that Boeing was already planning that. It was very similar to the previous version, but was stretched to 44 feet. But as it was longer, only 6 would be able to operate on board the 747 carrier, but engineers believed that the speed would make up for any lack in quantity. This supersonic version would also have a landing gear, unlike the skis of the other microfighters, and carry 2 air-to-air missiles on top of the wings, which was rare for the time. With the 747 carrier ready to be built, and the Parasite fighters undergoing wind tunnel tests, it was time to figure out how it would all work on board the 747. Launching, refueling, and rearming a fighter jet, let alone in flight, would possibly be the most difficult and complex operation ever to plan. There would have to be 2 sections on board the aircraft to launch, and another to recover the Parasite fighters, one to the forward and one to the rear of the fuselage respectively. The reason for 2 bays as opposed to the C5 Galaxy design, which had a single rear bay door, was in case a damaged microfighter would block a bay on recovery. In this version, the 747 would still operate with a bay blocked. Each door would be manned by a crew member, then more on the crew in a minute, who would telescope out and capture the microfighter with the refuel boom arm. To clarify, the arm would go out, not the crew member, although a little arm with a pod on it like a de-icing machine would be hilarious. Once the boom was connected, the fighter jet could be refueled in around 30 seconds if they wanted to depart and keep escorting the carrier, or the jet could be brought inside. In this case, the microjet would be dragged in forwards and upwards into a trapeze operated by a crew member with a unique role. It would then be secured and locked into an internal conveyor and disconnected from the boom, which could then be used to capture or refuel another fighter. The original microjet would then be moved into the pressurized airlock before moving into the main hangar bay.
That's right, the main hangar bay of the 747 would have been pressurized to ensure easy access for crew members and maintenance of the aircraft by the support crew, a so-called T-shirt zone. To aid the crew in servicing these jets, there would be a rail-mounted carriage that could bring spare parts and new missiles to quickly restock the jets. This system would allow the crew to refuel, rearm, and relaunch a jet every 10 minutes, and even less if the aircraft did away with the pressurized airlocks. Each of the microfighters would operate up to 2 hours and 40 minutes on their own and have 3 refueling cycles, giving the 747 aircraft carrier an operational time of 8 hours. When in actual operation, the 747 could launch an aircraft every 80 seconds, which is an important number because if a Mach 3 enemy plane was detected by its AAC, the 747 would only have 1.5 minutes to launch a defensive fighter before itself shot down. When not in use or when the Boeing 747 was in stealth mode, the microfighters were stored in a space-efficient configuration with the piled nose on top of one another. The hub of the 747 would also house the crew rest areas, logistics and command station for operations, and there would be room for some cargo for the rear tail of the plane. There would also be a special recon room used to develop photographs taken from 2 microfighters fitted with high-def spy cameras. Oh, did I not mention that they plan to use the carrier to launch spy missions? Yes, of course, this plane really could do it all. As each of these flying aircrafts would be partnered with an AWACS aircraft, which would actually handle the mission command, it was felt that the carrier was best suited to just focus on turning around its fighter elements and leave the actual battlefield situation to the AWACS companion. On board, there would be 44 crew members, 12 to launch and recover the fighters in a pressurized loading bay, 12 fighter pilots, and 18 support crew members, including the 747's actual crew members to keep the whole apparatus flying and freedom delivering. The Boeing 747 aircraft carrier had a very unique mission, and as such, the 1973 report outlined 3 possible situations where it could be used. Not specific missions, but varied situations to give a good example of technology. They were Allied defense, continuous air defense, and first strikes. The first was a proposed attack by Soviet elite forces on the American ally of Israel. In this scenario, the Boeing 747 mothership would have departed England well out of range of Soviet radar and moved into operation around Cyprus. It's here that they would have deployed its parasite fighters who would have moved with the aircraft to striking distance. They would have come to the rapid defense of Israel well before a carrier fleet could arrive offshore and help achieve air superiority. The 747 mothership would have idled just off the coastline as its fighters entered Syria and Iraq. Alternatively, if Britain wasn't so forthcoming with stationing weaponized 747s, there was also an option to base the aircraft in the Indian Ocean to protect shipping lanes on the US base of Diego Garcia. From this location, the 747 could fly 600 nautical miles to the Horn of Africa, deploy fighters to rescue ships, or strike Soviet targets. Again, this was particularly useful as the 747 was significantly faster than naval vessels and could meet a threat in hundreds of minutes rather than hundreds of hours. The last scenario outlined what was a continuous aerial defense of Europe. Multiple airborne aircraft carriers would travel in a series one after another, 325 nautical miles apart, with an AWACS in tow and able to clear the border of 250 nautical miles. Any Soviet entry would be detected but met with superior firepower. And how many flying aircraft carriers did they propose for this plan? 10 plus 1 AWACS, meaning over 100 fighter jets that could be in Europe from the United States within 8 hours. There was also the possibility to include a few refueling 707s as well in this fleet to keep them all flying. The sheer presence of this airborne attack force would seriously put the Russians on notice. It was also suggested that this wasn't just defensive, but could be used offensive as well, with a plan to deep strike into Russia, targeting supply lines, depots, military reserves, and airfields, which knowing the current situation in Ukraine with Russia is in more of a real. The report also featured the feasibility future of the design that eventually by the 80s, the US military would have perfected nuclear-powered aircraft carriers to replace the 747 or C-5 Galaxy, something like the Lockheed Supercarrier, a video which I've made here on the channel that you can watch today. And believe me, this idea was huge. The report concluded that the next step would be the development of a prototype microfighter, a ground-based prototype of the refueling and rearming conveyor belt system, and of course, buying a 747 freighter and fitting it out for a first test flight. But that never happened. Why was the airborne aircraft carrier, with all of its promise, never built? For one, we can't ignore the fact that the single missile could hit the 747 aircraft carrier and take it out, a whole battle group in one go. As missile technology got better and better, this kind of made this aircraft design more relevant. And even though microfighters were cheaper than their ground or Navy counterparts, once you factor in the cost of a 747 and an airfield to launch it from, you come back to roughly the same budget. We also have to keep in mind that the 747 concept being chosen, it would have made the target on the back of every civilian 747 ever built. Now the Russians would actually think a single flight of the 747 would be an attack on their sovereignty, something that had unfortunately happened before. Korean Airlines Flight 007 was shot down after leaving Alaska during the Cold War in 1983. The Russians claimed that the plane was operating as a spy aircraft and that it strayed into the airspace of Russia, where they killed 269 passengers and crew. A sobering thought for all of those people that championed the 747 design. Ultimately, it was the lack of progress with developing the microfighters that led to the end of the project. Despite attempts to make it all work, it just made more sense to use bigger, ground-based aircraft that could land and carry more weapons to do the job. Boeing tried to spin the aircraft carrier concept as a possible spy plane with two microfighters to use for spy missions, but like what we showed earlier, the idea was shot down. The Air Force, it seemed, moved onto other ideas. Or did they? In 2015, it was revealed that the Air Force had resumed the search for an airborne aircraft carrier, thanks to the shrinking of aircraft technology. By using drones and other small unpiloted aircraft, it would now be possible to launch these craft from existing cargo planes, like the C-130. These drones, nicknamed Gremlins after the mythological tricksters of the air, and the existing XF-85 would be equipped with customized payloads and turn loose on enemy defenses, doing everything from intelligence collection to destroying radar sites and other ground targets. They would be able to fly around 300 miles and have a small pilot of around 60 pounds. As it wouldn't have a pilot, it's possible for these drones to fly on suicide missions deep within enemy lines. So you can imagine this cargo plane deploying them along a border, and then they fly into God knows what. So far, the military, or rather DARPA, has awarded contracts to General Atomics, the creator of the famous Predator drone, to create a full-scale technology demonstrator, essentially a new airborne carrier drone. The next step is to test these drones by flying them and recovering them with a single transport. And as eVTOL Park up with a Wingman drone project on having F-22 Raptors control its drones once they're launched from the C-130. While not as exciting as our glamorous 747 aircraft carrier, it's good to see that the totally insane project is not dead. If you enjoyed this video, I suggest you watch this film on submarine aircraft carriers, a deep dive into the existing military air bases under the sea. A special shout out to Scott from Aerospace Projects Review who helped research this project. Jump onto his site to see more information just like this video. Thanks for watching.
The 105 was an awesomely powerful weapon, and in the skies of Vietnam, it was to become known as the One-Man Air Force. The designer of the F-105 was Alexander Carpelli, chief designer of Republic, and no stranger to the concept of big fighter aircraft, for he had been the designer of the World War II B-47 Thunderbolt, the biggest single-engine fighter of its day, which had been produced in large numbers and had proved itself a sturdy workhorse, not only in its intended role as an air superiority or escort fighter, but as a fighter bomber in the tactical support mission. Work on Advanced Project 63, the series of design studies that led to the 105, commenced in 1951 at the height of the Korean War, essentially as a privately funded update of Republic's F-84. The 84 had been developed as a jet Thunderbolt for the escort and tactical fighter bomber roles. In Korea, it proved not up to the escort role in competition with the MiG-15, but had performed well in ground attack. The 84's straight wings were part of a very conventional overall design, and indeed the plane's latter manifestations exhibited swept wings more appropriate to the potential speed of the jet. But with the experience of Korea to guide them, and the rapid pace of technological development to compel them, the design team soon realized that they were setting out to design a completely new plane. As the team of Republic were setting out on their project, their counterparts at the North American company had just received US Air Force support for their F-100 Super Sabre, first of the series of planes known as the Century Fighters. It would cover the multiple fighter roles then perceived as the Air Force moved to supersonic capability. Starting life as a reworking of the successful F-86 Sabre, the F-100 was originally described as an air superiority fighter, but its latter variations added fighter bombing capabilities. With a maximum speed of 860 miles per hour, the HUD was the USAF's first supersonic fighter, and, particularly in a tactical support role, was to prove valuable in Vietnam. The next plane was the McDonnell F-101 Voodoo, designed as a penetration fighter and escort fighter. The rapidity of development in aviation can be judged by the fact that, though ordered only 12 months later than the F-100, the 101 had a top speed of 1,100 miles per hour. Again, the plane developed technical capability in its latter models, and it was used extensively in Vietnam, most notably in photo reconnaissance. The head of the Century fighters was the F-102 Delta Dagger from General Dynamics, an all-weather interceptor commenced in 1950. Capable of 820 miles per hour, it proved only a moderate success, but was naturally to develop to become the F-106, which had a top speed of 1,500 miles per hour. The Lockheed Starfighter, the F-104, ordered in March 1953, sought flight performance at all costs as an air superiority fighter. Basically a manned missile, the 1,400 mile per hour 104 had a checkered career, but has demonstrated amazing longevity as a tactical strike and reconnaissance aircraft. At Republic, Carpelli's team working on Advanced Project 63, after a program that ran to 108 configurations, had emerged with a design for a single-engine, single-seat tactical fighter bomber with the capacity to carry nuclear weapons in an internal bomb bay. This plane, the 105A, was given Air Force approval in September 1952, originally with the intention of mass production, but in the end, only 2 were built. The 105, rounding up the Century fighters, was the first purpose-designed tactical strike aircraft ordered for the United States Air Force. The perception of need for such a plane derived from a combination of Korean battlefield experience, geopolitics, and inter-service competition between the Strategic and Tactical Air Commands of the USAF. So TAC, the 105, in addition to opening up the parameters of their conventional role, brought with it the capability to carry nuclear weapons over a long range, with a corresponding rise in their prestige to rival that of the Strategic Command. The Tactical Air Command support of the 105 was to prove vital to the project as the plane went through its difficult early years. Virtually all the technology and engineering of aircraft were being revolutionized at once in response to the myriad physical challenges inherent in the transition to the age of supersonic flight. And the F-105 was to have plenty of developmental problems in the years ahead. But what made the huge fighter so special was its large internal capacity. The atom bombs, more reminiscent of drums than weapons, gave it a potency far beyond any competitor. So the F-105A, significant breakthroughs in understanding the effects of transonic drag, together with some inherent deficiencies, had already seen the design superseded. It first flew over 3 years after the USAF go-ahead, and by then, its internal systems had changed beyond recognition. Also by then, manufacture of its replacement was underway. The third F-105 was the first of the B model. We see it here on the 26th of May 1956 as it taxis to its takeoff point for its first flight. This was the first 105 to have a power plant big enough to match its size, and major external changes had also been incorporated, chief among which was the area wooing, which had rescued the F-102 from its drag and turbulence problems. This had replaced the straight lines of the A model with a slim hip over the wing. A massive full-pedal air brake now dominated the previously clean lines of the engine exhaust, and there had also been changes made to the air intakes, giving the Thunder Chief its characteristic nostrils. A larger tail area had increased stability. These and other changes had resulted in a plane with the capacity to double the speed of sound. Perhaps symbolically, this first flight was to be beset by almost fatal problems. It was intended that the flight be short, little more than a quick circuit. But when it came time to lower the wheels, there was no response from the nose wheel. Raising and lowering the wheels had no effect. The nose wheel would not budge. Rather than abandon the plane, it was decided to attempt a wheels-up landing.
And so the test pilot set the machine down on a long, dangerous slide across the salt. The plane came to a halt, and emergency crews converged on the site in the slowly cooling dust. The crash was more than an intense embarrassment for a project that was already being scrutinized as excessively expensive and troubled by technical problems. However, it was still possible to argue that the problems were being solved in ways that consistently improved the overall capability of the plane. Even as simply a test program, the 105 was revolutionizing the understanding not only of the science of aviation, but the potentiality of tactical aircraft. The cause of the crash was soon identified in the new air intake controls, which at high thrust settings were jamming the wheel in position, a fairly simple thing to correct. One other thing that the crash demonstrated was something that those who flew the double tube in action came to know and approve of: its toughness. The plane was lifted, the undercarriage was lowered, and the prototype was towed away to be mended. Rebuilt, the plane rejoined the test program as work progressed on tying together all the systems and ironing out the bugs in the components. The engineers were dealing with concepts and forces they could only barely control, and overcoming the snags as they appeared. It's difficult to think of any other way that these problems, theoretical and practical, could have been kept up with in the intense scramble of technical development. In being the first plane capable of both air-to-air fighting and air-to-ground semi-automatic weapons delivery, the plane relied on avionics packages far in advance of anything previously attempted. Among these advanced facilities were radar models for air search, contour mapping, terrain following, and automatic tracking of air and ground targets even in blind conditions. Throughout its life, the 105 was to almost constantly receive new and updated facilities, but even from the first, this was a plane that was far ahead of its time. The rebuilt plane was allocated to conduct the spin testing program, and a spin recovery parachute was installed on the tail of the plane. This required removing a panel to afford room for the chute, and removing the air brakes so that, if needed, the chute would be unimpeded. Trials on the chutes demonstrated that it worked satisfactorily. The aim of spin testing is to ensure that a plane can be recovered from a spin to normal flight. But once control has been lost, it can be regained. Of course, the first thing to do in such a test is to lose control of the aircraft deliberately. Then the test pilot sits there while his plane plummets through the air for a specified duration, and then he attempts recovery. This is not work for the faint-hearted. Emergency spin recovery parachute was not needed, as the planes proved to have a natural tendency to level out after each revolution, and the pilots were able to resume control fairly easily. However, the airframe still had to be tested, and so the trials went on. Times, the pilots let go and watched the horizon slide away sickeningly as the plane commenced its fall. If you look carefully here, you'll see a pillar of flame leap from the tail of the plane as the engine stalls. The flight tests proceeded well. The technical problems in the system, with the engine and the avionics still unreliable. The uncertainty of performance was matched by a wider uncertainty about the future of the plane. The original expectation of large production had been amended to 37, then cancelled altogether in December 1953. A reinstated order in February 1954 was for 15 aircraft, but by September this had been cut back to 3. In October it was back to 6. Parallel to this state of flux, the operational requirements for the new fighter had already been repeatedly amended before being first published in December 1954, and by April 1955 had been changed 3 more times. The men conducting the test series went on with their work, while uncertainty continued to shroud the future of the project. The 105's already considerable range had been augmented by the addition of external fuel tanks, and these too had to be tested to establish the effect they had on the plane, as well as to test the tanks themselves. Throughout 1957, the testing went on, with the test aircraft logging many hours over the desert as the plane was slowly sorted out through multiple modifications. The pre-service evaluations, due for completion in November 1959, would eventually go on until March 1960. One of the specifications added in 1954 was that the F-105 should be capable of in-flight refueling, another recent innovation already being widely used. With an aeroplane like the F-105, this was a tricky proposition. For the fighter pilot to slow down to the same speed as the tanker left him with insufficient airflow over the wings to maintain lift. The top speed of the tanker and the lowest speed of the 105 were very close, and as you see, the fighter becomes very hard to maneuver, especially in the turbulence of the larger plane, and often stalls entirely. Attempts to alleviate the problem by adding jets to the tankers, as here on B-29, didn't help all that much. All supersonic fighters had trouble until jet tankers raised the speed of refueling to safer levels. Although successful couplings were made, the system remained largely impractical, not due to any failure of the F-105, but because of the inadequacies of the tankers. Having the drogue trailed from the wingtip rather than from the tail of the plane removed the operation from the worst of the larger plane's turbulence and facilitated matters somewhat, but the tendency to stall remained. The long drogue hose did not help to make things any easier, with the requirement for the pilot of the fighter to maneuver onto the drogue. Not until this necessity was replaced by a system where he simply holds position in relation to the tanker, and the operator in the tanker directs the connection, was refueling truly a practical affair. The F-105 was equipped with two types of refueling connector, and these would see a lot of use in the Thunder Chief's career. Back at the end of 1954, Republic must have been wondering about the fate of the 105, but their anxiety had only been slightly alleviated by the bittersweet news they received in February 1955. The order was lifted back to 15, with allowance for the rest of the original 34, only if funds were available in the coming fiscal year. To add to this ambiguous news was the unsettling proviso that there be a fly-off against the North American company's F-107, an updated, high-powered, and re-equipped Super Sabre variant. Had the 107 been compared to almost any other frame at that time, it may have outperformed it. However, the 105 was a rather special opponent, and the performance of the controversial big plane was beginning to quell the doubts about its worth. The revisions of the Thunder Chief's specifications have continued in a stream of expansions of its systems capability. Constant electronic renovation proceeded throughout the plane's development and its operational lifetime. The plethora of design changes meant that the first 15 105s produced represented 5 distinct subtypes. Eventually, there would be 19. During the testing program, of course, the revisions of the plane meant that the trials were regularly extended. The normal flight testing programs were consistently completed with little trouble, as the airframe behaved very well and had admirable flight characteristics. However, the electronics of the newly conceived and developing systems caused continuing delays, as their performance was limited to their supposed specifications. With the benefit of hindsight, we can appreciate what a fine aircraft was evolved into the process. But at the time, eyebrows were being raised, and there was considerable skepticism about the plane. On the 28th of May 1958, 3 years later than originally expected, the USAF took delivery of its first operational 105. Fittingly, it was the only one of its subtype. The Air Force fighter pilots had been disappointed to hear that their new mount was in fact a rather large bomber, and had christened the plane in advance, rather disparagingly, as the Lead Sled, Thunderfuck, or plain Thumb. Now they got their hands on it for the first time, and immediately changed their minds. The nickname stuck, and Thumb in particular came to mean F-105. But no longer in any derogatory sense. The big plane was to be universally popular with all those who flew it. Not only did it handle and perform as a fighter, but it packed a combination of punches that was truly awesome. A 105 could carry 14,000 pounds as a very wide range of external stores, including all normal bombs, rockets or rocket pods, cannon pods, electronic countermeasures facts, air-to-surface missiles, and Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. But almost as the reason for its existence, the Thunder Chief also had a bomb bay. To minimize supersonic drag, the bomb bay doors retracted weakly into the plane. To control the ejection of the bomb, both for accuracy's sake and to ensure the bomb was clear of the aircraft, it was pushed down with a pneumatic rack. The rack was swung enough to be used as a jack to load the bay if there was no bomb trolley available. In wartime operations, however, the thugs carried very few bombs internally. Most of the time, the bomb bay was occupied by a further reserve of fuel. On the outer wing, there was provision for 2 stores pylons to be fitted. These could be used to carry weaponry and fuel in any desired combination, or removed to allow the attachment of specialized delivery racks for other armaments, like this installation for the Sidewinder. The standard built-in armament of all Thunder Chief variants was a General Electric M61 20mm multi-barrel gun. This gun fired at 6,000 rounds per minute. Air Force deliveries continued, with the 335th Tactical Air Squadron becoming the first fully equipped with a new fighter and celebrating by setting a world speed. Far away from Europe, the summer of 1964 saw the thugs go into action for the first time. Soon they were sporting new camouflage as they were deployed in larger numbers to bases in Thailand and South Vietnam. From those bases, they launched the campaigns that were to write their name to history. For the F-105, Vietnam was the right place at the right time. Even during their service life up to that time, there had been continued problems with reliability, and as recently as 1962, they had all been grounded. Though those problems had been ironed out, the plague of minor defects and a series of accidents had continued almost up to their first Vietnamese missions. But the thugs in Vietnam yet earned a completely different reputation as reliable and durable aeroplanes. They also earned a fearsome reputation as weapons. The importance of the Thunder Chief in Vietnam can be simply indicated. During the first 5 years of their involvement there, they flew an amazing 75% of all USAF attack missions. If the skies of Vietnam were full of bombs, it was because thugs put them there. From March 1965, increasing numbers of airstrikes were made on North Vietnam. Predominantly directed at communications targets, the raids relied almost entirely on the F-105s. The planes would heave themselves into the air with their loads of bombs and head for a rendezvous with a tanker near the North Vietnam border. For with the level of external stores they were carrying, and the way that increasingly they had to fly flat out all the way across Vietnam, rather than cruising to and from the target, their range had been cut considerably, and even with full tanks, the journeys didn't leave much to spare. Then they flew on into hostile airspace. Production of the 105s had been completed in December 1964. Only 78 of the B model had been built. The majority, 610, had been F-105Ds. The D had acquired an extended nose in accommodating updated all-weather navigation systems, and thus was externally markedly dissimilar to the V. The other 143 were the twin-seat F model. It had always been expected that there would be a twin-seat version of the Flame, but two earlier twin-seat proposals had been dropped. The Fs were to provide the stock for the later development of the last 105, the G, the Wild Weasel. The workhorse of the bombing raids was the D. The single-seaters abounded on the bases, where the work of war went on 24 hours a day. At the end of each mission, the returning pilot would confer with his crew chief about the performance of the plane and hand it over to him for service. The service record of the 105s in Vietnam was excellent. On any given day, over 90% of the thuds were ready for work. This figure was higher than the overall average within the USAF, and considering the complexity, workload, and relative scarcity of the big planes, it's all the more outstanding. To keep them in the air, facilities for total maintenance of the planes were built at the bases they flew their missions from, and specialist teams were constantly available to fly in to handle specific problems. Teams of ground crew at the bases carried out the normal turnaround routines, like refueling, filling the water tank in the tail for the afterburner, re-arming the plane, and the other servicing required between missions, quickly and efficiently. The body of the plane was a patchwork of hatches, allowing access to the equipment inside. The big fuselage had very little spare room inside it, but the layout was good enough to ensure that servicing was relatively straightforward. bases were a far cry from the modern improvisation of the Second World War. A Thunder chief parked on Tampines acres of hardstand could be serviced with relative ease. The wing combinations for the next mission were selected with effect, and the plane armed in a smooth and practiced routine. A large part of the bombs dropped on Vietnam were iron bombs of Second World War vintage. Sadly, they were of a design philosophy and era that should have been long gone. However, modern smart bombs were meant to really arrive in Vietnam until the F-111 season. So the 105 missions were often flown to deliver hardware that was uncontrolled in flight, often unstable in trajectory, and sometimes unreliable in effect. But with these bombs, the thuds hammered the North, and in most instances destroyed their allocated targets. Right through the night, the bases were a hive of activity as the work in repairing, servicing, and arming the planes went on. Another factor that makes the 90% availability of the thuds even more impressive was their toughness. They kept coming back from missions with major battle damage to repair. Thuds sustained strikes from SAMs, as well as AAA and mid-cannons, and survived. Each morning, the 1-9 Air Forces waited, ready. USAF flew the first of the Rolling Thunder series of strikes. The inclusion of the reference to Thunder is fitting, as throughout its 3 years, Rolling Thunder was to be the almost exclusive province of the Thunder Chief. The fuller extension of the air war into the north had 3 purposes. First, to reduce the infiltration of the south. Second, to give pause to the communist leadership in Hanoi. And thirdly, to bolster the morale of the southern leadership and the people of South Vietnam. As the name implies, the strikes rolled forward into the north, targets being progressively further and further over the border, and the thunder was real. The damage to the north's bridges and railways and roads exacted a great cost on the communists and hampered their war effort considerably. However, though at times apparently shaken, the Hanoi leadership did not break. The thuds flew in on their deadly missions, and the Vietnamese tried, with everything the Russians and Chinese could give them, to knock them from the sky. North Vietnam was not an ideal target for a sustained bombing campaign. There was very little industrial infrastructure to damage, and almost no war production. The country had an agrarian society, predominantly rural and dispersed. The few major targets in terms of docks and storage were within the exclusion zones around Hanoi and Haiphong, the two major cities. For political reasons, these areas were not bombed for most of the war, as the US consistently tried to negotiate an end to the fighting in the Sun. The Thug pilots learned their own ways of coping with the streams of sands that rose at them, splitting and diving to confuse and evade the missiles. In tangles with the MiGs, the 105s came off well. They had such reserve of power that if a MiG managed to get in position to fire, they could in most cases simply accelerate away from them. However, the Thugs were capable of turning the tables on their attackers and really mixing them. 28 MiG-17s were downed by 105s. The bombs continued to rain down on Vietnam. Supporting the bombing was an electronics and communications network of unprecedented technical sophistication. Operations controllers directed a huge fleet of varying crafts in the air at every level, from artillery spotter planes to B-52s. They dispatched rescue operations for downed pilots and coordinated the activities of tankers, bombers, and fighters. Off the coast of North Vietnam prowled the Big Eye planes, armed with sensitive radar and alert for the slightest activity from the MiG squadrons. Any appearance of the MiGs was monitored, and the information relayed to the fighters in the area. The constant observation, coupled with the air superiority of the Phantoms and Thunder Chiefs, served to ensure that for large periods of the war, the Communist Air Force stayed on the ground. The controllers and their equipment directing the airstrikes were themselves part of a chain of command that stretched back from Vietnam through the Pacific headquarters in Hawaii, all the way to Washington, where the targets were identified and authorized. At the very end of the chain were the Thugs, setting off daily with their loads. Thousands and thousands of sorties succeeded one another, with the F-105 carrying most of the load. Whether or not one questions the strategic effect of the program, it is impossible to not acknowledge the burden that the Thunder Chiefs carried and the effectiveness with which they pursued their assignments. In June 1967, the first of the thuds to do so reached the halfway point in a theoretical 4,000-hour fatigue lifetime, to be followed soon by others. The most critical fatigue concern was the strength upon the engines. The missions that the thuds were flying were unlike anything originally envisaged. They were regularly running at full power with afterburner for extended periods of time. The stress on the power plants was enormous. The hot sections of the huge J-70 fire engine were particularly vulnerable to this type of treatment. Already there had been some shortages of spares. As a safeguard, the normal engine life between changes was reduced from 200 to 125 hours, and teams of mechanics worked on overhauling the engines, testing them, and reinstalling them on the planes. The 388 squadron was flying a thunder tube with 3,000 hours under its belt, and had gone out on 500 missions, received flak damage on several occasions, and had been involved in a mid-air collision earlier in the year. By October, 3 more had passed the mark. They were growing old fast. An earlier suggestion to reopen the lines and film more F-105s had been considered, then dropped. There was a replacement for much of their work already available in the Phantom, and construction was proceeding apace on their successor, a design that had been much influenced by the story of the Thud, and which reflected many of the lessons learned in its combat line, the F-111. For the time being, the Thuds remained indispensable, and they were constantly tended to maintain their status for long their life. The Thuds remained in Vietnam to the end. Not only the two-seater SAM suppressing wild weasels, but also the Ds and X with their bombs, technical support, and electronic countermeasure systems. The Thuds were still workhorses, right through to the devastating Linebacker 1 and 2 operations that finally brought the North to a negotiating position that allowed the US to withdraw from the conflict. Their bombing had sustained the air war against North Vietnam. There was no other plane at the time that could have done the job. The bombing was fiercely pressed home, and the results devastating, particularly when they were directed against a specific industrial target. The Ho Chi Minh Trail buzzed with activity during the bombing works. Illustrating 2 points: the wily resolve of the Vietnamese in pursuit of their aims, and the effectiveness of the bombing. The pilots' tour of duty was 100 missions, and the Thuds saw hundreds of pilots through their tour and home again. They were men who were undoubtedly universally glad to be out of the war, glad to have done their job and survived. However, many of them were to miss their big machines, and the sensation of howling through the air in a huge metal monster at twice the speed of sound. Captain John Piawani began growing his moustache when he first arrived in Vietnam in 1967. When he finished his 100th mission, the moustache was 12¼ inches long. On his 55th mission, his thumb was hit by artillery over the Paul Duva Bridge near Hanoi during a bombing run. This story is typical. Not only did he hit the ribs and bring down a span, but the damaged thumb brought him home to finish his tour. Some of the wild weasel that I must admit,
last night in Lewiston, Maine, 22 people were killed, 60 were wounded. There's an individual named as a person of interest, Robert Card. He is still at large. We do not know that this man is the person who committed this horrifying crime. There's a lot of confusion, a lot of fake videos, a lot of false statements, and it's very frustrating. I beg people to chill out on sharing these random videos. Relax. There are a lot of people on Twitter, on X, Facebook, and other platforms sharing fake videos intentionally. Last night, there were videos of an arrest being made, multiple different videos of an arrest, and everyone was saying, and people just reposted it. There are people claiming that this man, the sex offender, the person of interest, Robert Card, is not. Let's go through the facts and the details right now. It is important that you understand what's going on. For those that are in the Boston area, it's not just Lewiston, Maine. People need to understand that in Maine, there's serious concern. This individual, should he be the perpetrator, I believe there's a strong possibility, but let's be very careful. This man is a person of interest, that's all. You can easily, within a couple hours, I don't know exactly from Lewiston, Maine, but Boston is not far from the more highly populated areas of Portland, and there's already, Boston reporting is taking this seriously. The individual remains at large. Schools, grocery stores are being shut down. There is a serious concern that whoever did this could still be in the area now. The one thing I think is very important to understand is that there were two different locations, relatively far apart from each other. So I think this is something we should be very much paying attention to. Now, of course, Democrats have waited no time to come out and start attacking gun rights. But what we're learning now about the person of interest is that should this person be the actual perpetrator, then gun control did nothing to stop this individual who should by every right have been stopped. Mental health issues, threats, that alone is going to bar you from purchasing weapons. We're also seeing even the Daily Mail lying, I love this, saying that the AR-15 is the weapon of choice in mass shootings. The data is not true. Let's break down the facts, and then of course I'm going to talk about the 2A implications that you're seeing pop up, as well as some of the conspiracy theories. Daily Mail reports a highly skilled gunman opened fire in a children's bowling league in a rampage that killed at least 22 people and wounded 60 in Maine, in the main city of Lewiston, and is still on the run as a shelter-in-place advisory has expanded into multiple towns. Residents of both Lewiston and nearby Lisbon and Bowdoin, I think I'm pronouncing that right, have been advised to not go out on Thursday morning as the gunman remains at large. Public schools have closed in Lewiston and Bowdoin. Bowdoin, is that pronounce it? And also Portland, the state's biggest city, which is over 30 miles from Lewiston. And understand, I mean, this means Boston's within a couple hours drive. Police have named previously section Army Reserve firearms instructor Robert Card, 4 years old, as a person of interest. Card is from Bowdoin. And his abandoned car was found shortly after the shooting. Now understand as well, there were two different locations. So I'm wondering, after the first incident, was it reported? You think that'd be big news? And if they didn't stop this guy, then what? Made it to another location? The shooter used an AR-15 style rifle, the full style. When they say AR-15 style rifle, what they're saying is rifle. That's it. That's all they're saying. And they're putting AR-15 style because that just means rifle. I mean, seriously, they're not telling us anything. They say a spare time recreation bowling alley around 7 p.m. Wednesday, and then nearby Shemenengi's Bar and Grill. Lewiston Councilor Robert McCarthy said on Thursday morning the death toll was up to 22. And the town was struggling to handle this kind of shooting event. It's a small town of about 30,000. It's on lockdown currently. Police say, please stay inside your homes. More than 100 investigators, both local and federal, worked to locate Robert Card, who was a person of interest in the shootings. This is Maine State Police on Facebook. Survivors have described how they escaped by fleeing down bowling lanes and hiding behind pins as the gunman used an AR-15 style rifle to open fire while children were playing, with teenagers among the injured. Megan Hutchinson described the horror when her daughter was grazed by a bullet in the bowling alley as they were running away from the gunman. We were in the back room, another child came in whose arm had massive, was bleeding profusely. So we barricaded in there. Another parent was in the room with me. She had a phone call and she called 911. The mother told WMTW. Now, again, there's a lot to break down here. We have this from CBS News. Robert Card, person of interest, has ties to Massachusetts. There's a concern here that, considering the proximity of a massive urban metropolitan area, he may have already made it, and assuming this is the guy, because we don't know for sure, do not. But also understand, whoever did this could easily disappear into an urban environment, and that's very, very disconcerting. Hopefully, they'll get a handle on this. We have updates from CNN, manhunt underway after Maine mass shootings. What we know so far, at least 16 people were killed. One local councilor said it could be as high as 22. An intensive manhunt is underway for the suspect. Police are asking residents to shelter in place. Authorities are expected to hold a news conference this morning. Robert Card is sought as a person of interest. They say the violence added to a list of 565 mass shootings reported across the United States, which is completely immaterial to what we're actually trying to, what we're being concerned about. Thanks for the politics, CNN. But to be fair, I will also be getting into politics in a few minutes after we get through the important update. Hannaford Supermarkets, a major Northeast grocery chain, is keeping all of its stores in Maine closed Thursday morning as the search for a suspect continues. Some stores did open for regular times Thursday before learning of the closure, and they're in the process of transitioning people out of the store. Federal agencies are assisting in the search. Authorities have scheduled a news conference for 10:30 a.m. So for many of you, by the time you watch this, that will already have occurred. Lisbon Police Chief calls an entire department to help in the manhunt. Well, let's, so this is where we're currently at right now. I hope all of you are staying safe, paying attention, and I wanted to make sure that we had a quick update on this because everyone wants to know, and I think it's important to understand the shooter is at large. But we do have the politics. The politics, my friends, of course. Roz alerts on Twitter. This is according to law enforcement. Card recently reported mental health issues, including hearing voices and threats to shoot the National Guard base at Saco, Maine. The subject should be considered armed and dangerous. Caution should be used. The contact is made with Card or the vehicle. Now, this is very important. He's a person of interest. That's all we know. I would consider taking this information seriously, and I recommend following the advice of law enforcement, shelter in place. You don't want to go out and bump into someone like this, but that does not mean this person that they've named is the guilty party. They say this. Card is a trained firearms instructor believed to be in the Army Reserve stationed out of Saco, Maine. According to law enforcement, Card recently reported mental health issues to include hearing voices and threats to shoot the National Guard base. Card was also reported to have been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks during the summer of 2023 and subsequently released. Was last known to be operating a Maine registration white Subaru Outback with a black bumper. The subject should be considered armed and dangerous. Caution should be used if contact is made with Card or the vehicle. So, if there's a lot of assumptions that have to be made right now as we enter the political space here, because already, before anything's happened, we've got liberals and Democrats coming out and calling for an end to people's Second Amendment rights. Ed Krasinski jumps into the fray. I'm sick and tired, he says. Robert Card, shooter in Maine. Whoa, stop. Ed, in all seriousness, I strongly recommend you apologize for this tweet and take it down. Robert Card is only named as a person of interest and is not confirmed to have been the shooter. This may be the guy, but you have to understand, we see photos, they're grainy. We don't know for sure if it's him. We can't really tell all that much. His vehicle was found abandoned. There are other possibilities here, okay? And I want to be very, very careful, but let me stress. Let's say a photo emerges. I'm not going to say this. Well, let's just go this route because people are getting mad. But I strongly believe we must get the evidence and wait for law enforcement to confirm evidence. Even if the media and police say someone committed a crime, that does not mean they did. If this is a person of interest and they have evidence and they arrest him, good. But always be concerned. They've named this guy a person of interest, so he may not have done it. And if the police arrest him and say, we got him, boys, and the actual shooter's still out there, we are in danger. Calm down. Secondly, bro, you can get sued into oblivion if you're wrong. Posting a guy's photo and saying you know it's him. Imagine a scenario where a firearms instructor with an AR-15 is at a bowling alley when a shooting breaks out. This instructor runs to his car and grabs his weapon to try and stop the shooter. Photos that emerge, and people think he is the shooter. I am not trying to defend this individual because we don't know enough, but there are many stories. There's one very tragic story about a man who was at a mall when an active shooter opened fire, and a good guy with a gun returned fire, subduing this man. And when the police arrived, they thought the Good Samaritan was the bad guy who killed him. We have to be careful here. It's very irresponsible on the part of Ed Krasinski, and I believe he should delete repost it, by all means, make your political point. But to come out right now and say, this guy did it. Well, let's read. He says, he calls Carter the shooter. It says, he also repeatedly threatened to shoot up a National Guard base. Stop it with the Second Amendment argument. It doesn't prohibit us from taking steps to stop this. Full stop. Those steps have already been taken. If you have a mental illness to this degree, you cannot buy a gun. You must pass a federal background check everywhere. He says, why can't we just have universal background checks? We do. It's the weirdest thing that they lie about this. I just don't understand. Why can't we require background checks on all sales of guns, including all sold at gun shows? Y'all know already. I don't even need to say it. But okay, we'll say it for those that don't. And I assume there's many of you. You cannot buy a gun at a gun show without a background check. This is a lie pushed by people like Ed Krasenstein to erode your right to keep and bear arms when we already have background check. Spoken like a person, never actually bought a gun. Or been to a gun show. I've been to many a gun show. Y'all have probably been to more than me. But I've probably been to a couple dozen in my day. You can't buy a gun without a background check. But we'll break this down and we'll talk about the lie that he's pushing. Why can't we regulate AR-15s and similar guns like we do machine guns and sawed-off shotguns? Those are already unconstitutional laws. No question. And it's ridiculous that we're deciding. Why can't we fix our mental health issues in this country? Now, that I agree with. That I agree with. All right, well, let's break this down. Let's walk through this. The Second Amendment, when it was written, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Back then, even to this day, private individuals had weapons of mass destruction. Thank you. Have a nice day. Privateers, corsairs, letters of marque, actually in the Constitution. The idea was that private individuals owned warships. That's normal. And the United States, recognizing this, said we're going to issue letters of marque to privateers, private warships. Amazing, isn't it? To disrupt enemy supply lines. Basically, condone piracy. Today, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, these large military contractors are private entities with weapons of mass destruction. Who do you think makes the weapons? This argument against Second Amendment, what Ed Krasenstein is actually saying is that you, private individual, should not have the same rights as a massive multinational war machine corporation and private individuals for when the Second Amendment was actually written. Why can't we have universal background checks? You ever been to a gun show? Okay, let's break this down. What do we have? We have this from Austin and American Statesman. Can you buy whatever you want at a gun show without background checks from 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago? Mostly false. And I love this game they play because even they don't paint the full picture. Joe Biden said you go to a gun show, you can buy whatever you want, no background check. They're relying on the fact that people like Ed Krasenstein are either evil or ignorant. The question, the people like Ed and David Hogg, these prominent personalities, do they know they're lying? That's the question. Because they're lying. Let's break it down. What the law says about sales at gun shows. Advocates for stricter gun control measures often talk about the gun show loophole. Some observers say the term is a misnomer. The phrase itself doesn't explain who is and isn't required to run a background check at gun shows. Federal law requires that people in business of dealing in firearms be licensed by the federal government. Specifically, the law says that a license is required of a person who devotes time, attention, and labor into dealing in firearms as a regular course of trade or business with the principal objective of livelihood and profit with repetitive purchase and sale of firearms. The law specifically rules out the required license if a person makes occasional sales exchanges or purchase of firearms for the enhancement of a personal collection or for a hobby, or who sells all or part of his personal collection of firearms. This can be sometimes a fuzzy distinction, but it sometimes means many sellers do need to have a license. Every federally licensed retailer, if they're selling a gun at a brick-and-mortar store or a gun show or sales starts online, must complete a signed background check form from the ATF and get approval from the FBI, National Instant Criminal Background Check System, called that NICS, said Mark Olivia, spokesman for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. Gun shows can include either licensed dealers or private sellers, so So at a gun show, the licensed seller needs to run a background check on buyers, and the non-licensed sellers don't. But that is a dramatic misrepresentation. Anybody who's been to a gun show knows. If you walk up to someone and say, "Can you sell me this without a form?" They're going to say, "Have a nice day. You are no longer welcome to purchase from me," for a variety of reasons. And let's break it down. The ATF likes to go to gun shows, and they like to target anyone who would sell without a background check. Because, as they've outlined in this, technically there are circumstances where you don't need it. But it is an argument, not a legal guarantee. When they say that if you're just selling it privately, part of your collection, you're fine. And what happens is, regardless of this, the law says, the license, you can argue in court an affirmative defense that I'm just selling my collection, to which they will respond with a collection as large as this. He's clearly soliciting and engaged in the active sale of firearms, and more than just a hobbyist. In which case, you go to jail. How about this one? The person you are selling to has a criminal record and you didn't check. Felony. This is what they don't tell you. When you go to gun shows, you almost never see a circumstance where there's someone who's not licensed. Most gun shows will not allow this, and most sellers will not walk into that trap. Now, why is it that you can sell privately, and what is the actual limitation? In a place like West Virginia, where let's say you live in central West Virginia, where your nearest FFL is 4 or 5 hours away, your brother who lives a mile from you needs a weapon because they've got a coyote problem and their chickens are getting killed. The argument from the left would be that you would have to drive over 5 hours to do the proper paperwork and transfer the weapon, or one of you would have to be an FFL. That is the basic non-background check to transfer the weapon. Now, if you want to make that argument, I'm going to say that that's an absurd scenario you're describing, that someone can't just be like, to my brother or friend or family member in the middle of nowhere. It's an unreasonable restriction. But fair point, it exists. When you go to a gun show, good luck finding a weapon without a background check. Because if a person sells a weapon to a person who is not allowed to own a weapon, they've committed a felony. What does that mean? That is the restriction, that no one will sell to a stranger without filing the proper background check paperwork, unless you find someone who wants to commit an illegal act. To simplify, when you're buying a gun, basically anywhere, and there's also this, you are not allowed to solicit for the private exchange. So I think this is where they really lie. Go to a gun show, and my understanding is you're not allowed to sell the weapon to a stranger soliciting for the sale of a gun without a background check or an FFL. That is to say, if you go to a gun show and you wave to someone saying we're selling guns, you have now broken the law. At least that's how it's explained to me. But I'll just put it this way. I don't know what they're asking for when they ask for these things, because you can't just buy a gun at a gun show. They just keep saying that. You then, of course, have this from the Daily Mail. Latest mass shooting horror brings renewed calls to ban America's favorite gun, the AR-15. They say that, I believe, let me make sure. I think I have this here. Is this, where is it? The weapon of choice for America's mass shooter is what the Daily Mail called it. And this is another lie. Statista. Weapons used in mass shootings in the U.S. from 1982 to 2023, and guess what? It's handguns. I'm sick of all these lies. Okay? If you want to make an argument, there is a circuitous path by which you could possibly buy a weapon without a background check. Yeah, okay, dude, you could buy a gun on the black market, thank you, and have a nice day. What are you talking about? But they're lying about the prevalence of AR-15s in mass shootings. They say AR-15 style rifle to scare you. They're basically just saying rifle. The left wants to ban semi-automatic weapons. And they lied to you when CNN call it a fully semi-automatic weapon. Semi-automatic is one trigger pull, one bullet. What they're arguing for, I guess, is what lever action. It's the stupidest thing in the world. Okay, they're no semi-automatic. Now everyone's like lever action, pump action. revolvers, this is all part of a lie to disarm you. Let me tell you, what's the solution here? You should be armed. That's the reality. Now, I'm not so blind as to not recognize serious concerns that we have with major cities. You have a right to keep and bear arms. If you're in New York and you've got a 308 or something, someone breaks in your house and you fire, that bullet's over-penetrated. And there's collateral damage, okay? You can injure people, but that's your fault, and you should be criminally charged for that. That's my opinion. Should people in New York City be allowed to have AR-15, semi-automatic, 5.56? Should they be allowed to have fully automatic AK-47s? Yes. And what happens if someone uses a fully automatic AK-47 and harms people? They go to prison for that. If someone breaks into your house and you panic and grab your 308 and shoot it, and that bullet over-penetrates your apartment into someone else's apartment, you should be criminally charged. That's that. You are responsible for everything that is beyond your target. It doesn't matter if you're in a city or you're in the country, it doesn't matter. You're responsible. When you choose to pull that trigger anywhere. So, when you're in the middle of nowhere, you live in a farm, someone breaks in, you defend yourself, you've got very little to worry about, but you still have to worry about that. That's your responsibility. You can make the argument that if there's someone outside of your rural farmhouse who gets hit, you have less of a responsibility because of what is considered reasonable. You did not reasonably expect an innocent bystander to be standing outside of your property at 3 in the morning or something to that effect. You were defending yourself. But if you're in New York, you must understand the proximity and the risks you take when you fire higher powered weapons and rifles in high density situations. I think that you should be responsible for that. A responsible gun owner in New York is going to have hollow points and frangible rounds and bird buckshot, maybe something, I don't want to sit here and tell you what you should have in close proximity, high density situations, but I do not believe barring ownership solves any of these problems. And I don't think there's a real argument for it. I think what they're basically saying is, look, they're like, you can buy a gun in New Jersey. Yeah, okay, no, you can't. Like, sure, they say you can get a concealed carry permit in places like New Jersey. They make it impossible to do. The Supreme Court recently had a rule on this. And so if you can't get it, New York recently had a ruling against it. Then they come out and say you can buy a gun at a gun show. They're lying. Okay, they're lying. You go to a gun show, you're not buying a gun. No one's going to sell to a stranger. I'm pretty sure that the law says you can't sell to strangers. You can't solicit strangers to sell the weapon. That's my understanding. I'll quadruple check, but correct me if I'm wrong. And so when they made this argument that a private seller with the collection can sell it, I'm pretty sure they can't solicit the public to sell. So I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure in every circumstance. And then you have to add on to the fact that no one's going to sell to you because there are so many holes in which it is illegal to sell to you. Meaning, if a person does want to sell to you and you smoke pot, feds can go after them for selling to someone who's a known drug user. And that's why you have to fill out the background check form. Because it's like, well, are you committing a crime? Probably. And then, turns out the guy you were selling to was an ATF agent, you get arrested anyway. But I'll leave it there, guys. I hope everyone stays safe. We'll talk more about two-way stuff and whatever. But really, we got this big breaking story. I hope everyone's doing okay. My heart goes out to the victims. These are always horrifying stories, but a lot of people are just saying bring back the institutions. If this really was the guy, and they knew he was the guy, they knew that he had mental health problems, then what else do we do? Thanks everyone's coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see y'all then.
What possible ideas do you have for how human species ends?
Sure. So I think the most obvious way to me is wireheading. We end up amusing ourselves to death. We end up all staring at that infinite TikTok and forgetting to eat. Maybe it's even more benign than this. Maybe we all just stop reproducing. Now, to be fair, it's probably hard to get all of humanity.
Yeah. interesting thing about humanity is the diversity.
Oh yeah.
Of organisms in general. There's a lot of weirdos out there.
Well,
Two of them are sitting here.
yeah, I mean, diversity in humanity is.
With due respect.
I wish I was more weird.
The following is a conversation with George Hotz. This is the third time on this podcast. He's the founder of Comma AI that seeks to solve autonomous driving and is the founder of a new company called TinyCorp that created TinyGrad, a neural network framework that is extremely simple with the goal of making it run on any device by any human easily and efficiently. As you know, George also did a large number of fun and amazing things, from hacking the iPhone to recently joining Twitter for a bit as an intern, in quotes, making the case for refactoring the Twitter code base. In general, he's a fascinating engineer and human being, one of my favorite people to talk to. This is a Let's Read My podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's George Hotz. You mentioned something in a stream about the philosophical nature of time. So let's start with a wild question. Do you think time is an illusion?
You know, I sell phone calls to Comma for $1,000. And some guy called me and like, you know, it's $1,000 to talk to me for half an hour. And he's like, yeah, okay, so like time doesn't exist and I really wanted to share this with you. And I'm like, what do you mean time doesn't exist, right? Like, I think time is a useful model, whether it exists or not, right? Like, does quantum physics exist? Well, it doesn't matter. It's about whether it's a useful model to describe reality. Is time maybe compressible?
Do you think there is an objective reality, or is everything just useful models? Like underneath it all, is there an actual thing that we're constructing models for?
I don't know.
I was hoping you would know.
I don't think it matters.
I mean, this kind of connects to the models of constructing reality with machine learning, right?
Sure.
Like, is it just nice to have useful approximations of the world such that we can do something with it?
So there are things that are holographic complexity is real. Yeah. The compressive thing. Math is real. Yeah.
It's a good t-shirt.
And I think hard things are actually hard. I don't think P equals NP.
Ooh, strong words.
Well, that's the majority. I do think factoring is in P.
I don't think you're the person that follows the majority in all walks of life, so but it's good.
Yeah.
You're right for computer science. You're one of the sheep. All right. But to you, time is a useful model. Sure. What were you talking about on the stream with time? Are you made of time?
I remember half the things I said on stream. Someday someone's going to make a model of all of it. I'm just going to come back to all of it.
Someday soon?
Yeah, probably.
Would that be exciting to you or sad that there's a George Hotz model?
I think the question is when the George Hotz model is better than George Hotz. Like, I am declining and the model is growing.
What is the metric by which you measure better or worse than that? If you're competing with yourself,
maybe you could just play a game where you have the George Hotz answer and the George Hotz model answer and ask which people prefer.
People close to you or strangers?
Either one. It will hurt more when it's people close to me, but both will be overtaken by the George Hotz model.
Be quite painful, right? Loved ones, family members would rather have the model over Thanksgiving than you.
Yeah.
Or like significant others would rather sext with the large language model version of you.
Especially when it's fine-tuned to their preferences.
So, yeah. Well, that's what we're doing in a relationship, right? We're just fine-tuning ourselves, but we're inefficient with it because we're selfish and greedy and so on. The language model is fine-tuned more efficiently, more selflessly.
There's a Star Trek Voyager episode where Catherine Janeway, lost in the Delta Quadrant, makes herself a lover on a holiday. And the lover falls asleep on her arm and he snores a little bit, and Janeway edits the program to remove that. And then, of course, the realization is, wait, this person's terrible. It is actually all their nuances and quirks and slight annoyances that make this relationship worthwhile. But I don't think we're going to realize that until it's too late.
Well, I think a large language model could incorporate the flaws and the quirks and all that kind of stuff.
Just the perfect amount of quirks and flaws to make you charming without crossing the line.
Yeah. And that's probably a good, like, approximation of the percent of time the language model should be cranky or an asshole or jealous or all this kind of stuff.
And of course it can and it will, but all that difficulty at that point is artificial. There's no more real difficulty.
Okay, what's the difference between real and artificial?
Artificial difficulty is difficulty that's like constructed or could be turned off with a knob. Real difficulty is like you're in the woods and you gotta survive.
So if something cannot be turned off with a knob, it's real.
Yeah, I think so. Or, I mean, you can't get out of this by smashing the knob with a hammer. I mean, maybe you kind of can, Into the Wild, Alexander Supertramp. He wants to explore something that's never been explored before. But it's the 90s, everything's been explored, so he's like, oh, I'm just not gonna bring a map.
Yeah.
I mean, no, you're not exploring. You should have brought a map to you died. There was a bridge mile where you were camping.
How does that connect to the metaphor of the knob?
By not bringing the map, you didn't become an explorer. You just smashed the thing.
Yeah.
The difficulty is still artificial.
You failed before you started. What if we just don't have access to the knob?
Well, that maybe is even scarier. Right? Like, we already exist in a world of nature, and nature's been fine-tuned over billions of years to have humans build something and then throw the knob away in some grand romantic gesture is horrifying.
Do you think of us humans as individuals that are like born and die, or are we just all part of one living organism that is Earth, that is nature?
I don't think there's a clear line there. I think it's all kind of just fuzzy. I don't know. I mean, I don't think I'm conscious. I don't think I'm anything. I think I'm just a computer program.
So it's all computation.
Yeah.
Everything running in your head is just it's computation.
Everything running in the universe is computation. I believe the extended church term is.
Yeah, but if there seems to be an embodiment to your particular computation, like there's a consistency.
Well, yeah, but I mean, models have consistency too.
Yeah.
Models that have been RLHF and continually say, like, well, how do I murder ethnic minorities? Well, why can't we do that, Al? There's a consistency to that behavior.
It's all RLHF. Like we all RLHF each other. We provide human feedback, and thereby fine-tune little pockets of computation. But it's still unclear why that pocket of computation stays with you like for years. You just kind of follow. Like, you have this consistent set of physics, biology, whatever you call the neurons firing. Like the electrical signals, the mechanical signals, all of that seems to stay there. And it contains information, stores information, and that information permeates through time. It stays with you. There's like memory. It's like sticky.
Okay, to be fair, like a lot of the models we're building today are very, even RLHF is nowhere near as complex as the human loss function.
Reinforcement learning with human feedback.
When I talked about will GPT-12 be AGI, my answer is no, of course not. I mean, cross-entropy loss is never going to get you there. You need probably RL and fancy environments in order to get something that would be considered like AGI-like. So to ask like the question about like why, I don't know, like it's just some quirk of evolution, right? I don't think there's anything particularly special about where I am now. Where humans are.
So okay. We have human level intelligence. We should call it AGI, whatever we have. GI.
Look, actually, I don't really even like the word AGI, but general intelligence is defined to be whatever comes out.
Okay. So why can GPT-12 not get us to AGI? Can we just like linger on that?
If your loss function is categorical cross-entropy, if your loss function is just try to maximize compression, I write a SoundCloud, I rap. And I tried to get ChatGPT to help me write raps. And the raps that it wrote sounded like YouTube comment raps. You can go on any rap video online and you can see what people put in the comments. And it's the most like mid-quality rap you can find.
Is mid good or bad?
Mid is bad. It's like mid, it's like
Every time I talk to you, I'm learning new words.
Yeah.
It's like, is it like basic? Is that what mid means?
Kind of. It's like middle of the curve, right? So there's an intelligence curve. And you have like the dumb guy, the smart guy, and then the big guy. Actually, being the big guy's the worst. The smart guy is like, I put all my money in Bitcoin. The big guy is like, you can't put money in Bitcoin. It's not real money.
And all of it is a genius meme. That's another interesting one. Memes. The humor, the idea, the absurdity, encapsulated in a single image. And it just kind of propagates virally between all of our brains. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I sound like I'm high. I swear I'm not. Do you think we have ideas or ideas have us?
I think that we're gonna get super scary memes once the AIs actually are superhuman.
Like the AI will generate memes? Of course. You think it'll make humans laugh?
I think it's worse than that. So, InfoJest, I've introduced in the first 50 pages, is about a tape that you, once you watch it once, you only ever want to watch that tape. In fact, you want to watch the tape so much that someone says, okay, here's a hacksaw, cut off your pinky, and then I'll let you watch the tape again. You'll do it. So we're actually going to build that, I think, but it's not going to be one static tape. I think the human brain is too complex to be stuck in one static tape like that. If you look at like ant brains, maybe they can be stuck in a static tape. But we're going to build that using generative models. We're going to build the TikTok that you actually can't look away from.
So TikTok is already pretty close there, but the generation is done by humans. The algorithm is just doing their recommendation, but if the algorithm is also able to do the generation.
Well, it's a question about how much intelligence is behind it, right? So the content is being generated by, let's say, one humanity worth of intelligence, and you can quantify a humanity, right? That's it's exaflops, yottaflops, you can quantify it. Once that generation is being done by 100 humanities, you're done.
So it's actually scale is the problem. But also speed. Yeah. And what if it's sort of manipulating the very limited human dopamine engine for porn? Imagine just TikTok, but for porn.
Yeah.
It's like a Brave New World.
I don't even know what it'll look like, right? Like, again, you can't imagine the behaviors of something smarter than you, but a super intelligent, an agent that just dominates your intelligence so much will be able to completely manipulate it.
Is it possible that it won't really manipulate, it'll just move past us? It'll just kind of exist the way water exists or the air exists?
You see, and that's the whole AI safety thing. It's not the machine that's going to do that. It's other humans using the machine that are going to do that to you.
Yeah. Because the machine is not interested in hurting humans. It's just
the machine is a machine. Yeah. But the human gets the machine. There's a lot of humans out there very interested in manipulating you.
Well, let me bring up Eliezer Yudkowsky. He's so sadly pursuing. He thinks that AI will almost surely kill everyone. Do you agree with him or not?
Yes, but maybe for different reasons.
Okay. And I'll try to get you to find a hope where you could find a no to that answer. Or why yes?
Okay. Why did nuclear weapons get up again?
Good question.
I think there's an answer. I think it's actually very hard to deploy nuclear weapons tactically. It's very hard to accomplish tactical objectives. Great. I can nuke your country. Have an irradiated pile of rubble. I don't want that.
Why not?
Why don't I want an irradiated pile of rubble? This is small wants an irradiated pile of rubble.
Because you can't use that land for resources, you can't populate the land.
Yeah. Well, what you want a total victory in a war is not usually the irradiation and eradication of the people there. It's the subjugation and domination.
Okay. So you can't use it strategically, tactically in a war to help you gain a military advantage. It's all complete destruction. Alright. But there's egos involved. It's still surprising. It's still surprising when nobody pressed the big red button.
It's somewhat surprising.
But you see, it's the little red button that's going to be pressed with AI that's going to, you know, and that's why we die. It's not because the AI, if there's anything in the nature of AI, it's just the nature of humanity.
What's the algorithm behind the little red button? What possible ideas do you have for how human species ends?
Sure. So I think the most obvious way to me is wireheaded. We end up amusing ourselves to death. We end up all staring at that infinite TikTok and forgetting to eat. Maybe it's even more benign than this. Maybe we all just stop reproducing. Now, to be fair, it's probably hard to get all humanity.
Yeah. This is always go like the interesting thing about humanity is diversity.
Oh yeah.
Of organisms in general. There's a lot of weirdos out there.
Well,
Two of them are sitting here.
Yeah, I mean, diversity in humanity is
With due respect.
I wish I was more weird. No, like I'm kind of looking drinking smart water, man. It's like a Coca-Cola product, right?
You went corporate, George Hobbs.
Listen, no, the amount of diversity in humanity, I think, is decreasing. And just like all the other biodiversity on the planet.
Yeah.
Right?
Social media's not helping.
Go eat McDonald's in China. Yeah, no, it's interconnected. That's good.
Oh, that's interesting. So everybody starts relying on the connectivity of the internet, and over time that reduces the diversity, the intellectual diversity, and then that gets everybody into a funnel. There's still going to be a guy in Texas.
There is, and yeah, and to be fair, do I think AI kills us all? I think AI kills everything we call like society today. I do not think it actually kills the human species. I think that's actually incredibly hard to do.
Yeah, but society, like if we start an organism, most of us don't know how to do most things.
Yeah, but some of us do, and they'll be okay, and they'll rebuild after we create AI.
What's rebuilding look like? Like, how much do we lose? Like, what has human civilization done that's interesting? Combustion engine, electricity, so power and energy. That's interesting. Like how to harness energy.
Or they're going to be religiously against that.
Are they going to get back to like fire?
Sure. Well, I mean, it'll be like, you know, some kind of Amish-looking kind of thing. I think they're going to have very strong taboos against technology.
Like technology is almost like a new religion. Technology is the devil, and nature is God.
Sure.
The closer to nature. Can you really get away from AI? If it destroyed 99% of the human species, isn't it somehow have a hold, like a strong hold?
What's interesting about everything we build, I think we're going to build super intelligence before we build any sort of robustness in AI. We cannot build an AI that is capable of going out into nature and surviving like a bird, right? A bird is an incredibly robust organism. We built nothing like this. We have built a machine that's capable of reproducing.
Yes, but there's, I work with Lego robots a lot now. I have a bunch of them. They're mobile. They can't reproduce, but all they need is, I guess you're saying they can't repair themselves. They should have a large number. You have like 100 million of them?
Let's just focus on them reproducing, right? They might be okay. Then, do they include a fab? Then how are they going to reproduce?
Well, it doesn't have to be all on board, right? They can go to a factory, to a repair shop.
Yeah, but then you're really moving away from robustness.
Yes.
All of life is capable of reproducing without needing to go to a repair shop. Life will continue to reproduce in the complete absence of civilization. Robots will not. So if the AI apocalypse happens, then the AIs are going to probably die out, because I think we're going to get, again, super intelligence long before we get robustness.
What about if you just improve the fab to where you just have a 3D printer that can always help you?
Well, that'd be very interesting. I'm interested in building that.
Of course you are. You think how difficult is that problem? To have a robot that basically can build itself.
Very, very hard.
I think you mentioned this, like to me or somewhere. where people think it's easy conceptually.
And then they remember that you're going to have that.
Yeah, on board. So a 3D printer that prints a 3D printer.
Yeah.
On legs. That's
Yeah.
hard.
Well, because, I mean, a 3D printer is a very simple machine, right? Okay, you're going to print chips. You're going to have an atomic printer. Are you going to dope silicon? Are you going to etch the silicon?
You're gonna have to have a very interesting kind of fab if you want to have a lot of computation on board. You can do like structural type of robots that are dumb.
Yeah, but structural type of robots aren't going to have the intelligence required to survive in any complex environment.
What about like ants type of system where you have like trillions of them?
I don't think this works. I mean, again, like, ants at their very core are made up of cells that are capable of individually reproducing.
We're doing quite a lot of computation that we're taking for granted.
It's not even just the computation. It's that reproduction is so inherent. Okay, so like there's two stacks of life in the world. There's the biological stack and the silicon stack. The biological stack starts with reproduction. Reproduction is at the absolute core. The first proto-RNA organisms were capable of reproducing. The silicon stack, despite as far as it's come, is nowhere near being able to reproduce.
Yeah. So the fab movement, digital fabrication in the full range of what that means is still in the early stages.
Yeah.
You're interested in this world.
Even if you did put a fab on the machine, right? Let's say, okay, well, we can build fabs. We're going to do this. Humanity. We can probably put all the precursors that build all the machines in the fabs also in the machine. So first off, this machine is going to be absolutely massive. We almost have think of the size of the thing required to reproduce a machine today, right? Like, is our civilization capable of reproduction? Could we reproduce our civilization on Mars?
If we were to construct a machine that is made up of humans, like a company that can reproduce itself,
yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like 115 people.
So much harder than that.
120.
I believe that Twitter can be run by 50 people. I think that this is going to take most of, it's just most of society, right? Like, we live in one globalized world.
No, but you're not interested in running Twitter. You're interested in seeding. You want to seed a civilization because humans can
Oh, okay.
have
You're
sex.
talking about, yeah, okay. So you're talking about the humans reproducing, and basically, what's the smallest self-sustaining colony of humans?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine, but they're not going to be making 5 nanometer chips.
Over time they will. I think we have to expand our conception of time here. Go back to the original time scale. I mean, across maybe 100 generations, we're back to making chips. No, if you seed the colony correctly.
Maybe, or maybe they'll watch our colony die out over here and be like, we're not making chips. Don't make chips.
No, but you have to seed that colony correctly.
Whatever you do, don't make chips. Chips are what led to their downfall.
Well, that is the thing that humans do. They come up, they construct a double, a good thing and a bad thing, and they really stick by that, and they murder each other over that. There's always one asshole that murders everybody. And he usually makes tattoos and lays branding.
But do you need that asshole? That's the question, right? Humanity works really hard today to get rid of them assholes, but I think they might be important.
Yeah, this whole freedom of speech thing. It's freedom of being an asshole is kind of important, right? Man, this fab, this human fab that we constructed this civilization is pretty interesting. And now it's building.
Jewish students at Cooper Dean are in the library as protesters pound on the door. Listen with the sound on, he says. This is crazy, listen. So they're chanting free, free Palestine while banging on the door, trying to get into a room where they've secured a handful of Jewish students. And let me see what tweets we have. Carol Markowitz says Jewish students had to be evacuated via tunnels for their safety in New York City. Look, I think the far left, I think they're deranged, I think they're psychotic, I think they're dangerous moms. We saw that video out of Minneapolis where they attacked the elderly man in his car, chased him down, and then tried breaking out his windows.
Oh, because he was like there by accident. Sorry.
You kicked the power?
I did something.
Yeah, you kicked the plug.
I did it wrong.
Anyway, yeah, they tried, they'd kill this guy. Because what happens is, it's the snowflake in the avalanche that I talk about all the time. I don't think it's fair to say that your average person at one of these protests has the motive and intention to kill a person. What happens is someone walks down the street and one person shoves them. The next person runs up and kicks them. The next person runs up and kicks them again. Each of them thinking, I'll kick the guy. But after getting kicked 5 or 6 times, you're dead. And so this is what you see when this guy is pulling out through this car. I think these students, if that door was open, would have been mercilessly beaten and hospitalized.
Is anyone have the slightest idea of what these protesters purported to want to do with the students?
Well, look, that's explaining what you talking earlier about language, right? So when we talk about it here, what scares me the most about this is the use of language. So they're not saying hurt the Jews, they're saying free Palestine, which gives them a sort of, it allows them to put, like to terroristically threaten these people without having to admit that what they want to do is hurt another person, because it's changing the language ever so subtly, so that you don't have to feel as if you're threatening someone or making terroristic threats. It's very different, and you can make these kids believe that what they're pushing for is actually a noble cause. They don't believe anything. These people are not sitting down and discussing the merits of the region. That is not what's happening. Every one of the protests I've ever been to with these leftists, 90% have no idea what's going on. One of my favorite moments was during Occupy Wall Street, and what they would chant, the communists would chant "Anti-capitalista." They'd go, "Anti-capitalista," and okay, I get it. And you would hear 90% of the people saying "Adiga Bado Bisto," because they have no idea what's being said. And so there's a live stream I've got where I asked the guy, I was like, "What are you chanting?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm chanting with them." I'm like, "I know, what are you saying?" And he goes, "Oh, I don't know." Just tries to walk away. But it's gibberish nonsense. That's why these people are so dangerous. They're mindless zombies. Let's just say, if what somebody had got them chanting was a direct threat to the people in that building, would those same people have followed through and continued bashing on the door? You believe that they would? I believe that. I have been to these riots. The most rabid of them, yes. No. The most banal of them. Yeah, the most banal of them. I have seen people who showed up, not even knowing the protest happened, chuck a brick at a cop. Because when the avalanche begins, they're all doing one small thing they don't find unreasonable. A single person picking a brick out of the ground and chucking it at a person is an extreme act. But what happens is, one guy, this happened in, I think it was, I can't remember where it was, might have been DC. One guy starts pulling bricks out of the ground. He walks to the ground and then he starts like chipping away at the brick. Another guy walks up and then pops it up. Another guy walks, grabs it. Then one guy tosses it to a guy. Then the guy gets it and just throws it. That guy has no idea what's going on. That was not the actions of one person who consciously decided to pick up a brick and then throw it at a cop. It was a bunch of people screaming in anger, not paying attention, and then all of a sudden someone tosses a brick to him and he catches it and just chucks it. Without a second thought. Look when they went to Tucker Carlson's house and banging on the door. Or when they went to Cassandra Fairbanks' house with a bunch of fireworks and started blasting at her house, then the media lied about it even happening.
The problem here isn't these animals. Their problem, but they're not the problem. The problem is that the institutions that have been given and accepted responsibility for protecting human beings from animals have refused to do so.
Well, and they've refused to do so not just in a physical sense, right? They refuse to do so in an intellectual sense. So the institutions that are supposed to be raising our nation's leaders to be, thought leaders, to be intellectual, to be critical thinkers, to think deeply, to examine all sides of an issue, to make decisions in a good and appropriate and moral and ethical way, they have abandoned their obligation to do that. And they have instead force-fed them, indoctrinated them in these wasteful ideologies that are intent essentially on destroying American culture and society.
Yes, that's true, but that is not what we are seeing here.
No, these are monsters.
These students don't know what's going on, don't care what's going on. All they know is one of their friends says, "Are you going to the protest?" They went, "Okay," and then they said, "Here's the time and the date," and they showed up. Then people started chanting something, so they chanted along. The people banging on the door right now, that individual banging on the door just thinks they're making noise. They don't think in their mind they're terrorizing people. But the other people behind them hear the banging and the fervor, and they're imagining the people banging on the door are trying to bust it down to hurt people. So when the door finally breaks open, and they all rush in, one person in a mask is going to run up and smack one of the Jewish students, and then someone seeing that will start filming and chasing after. And then I've seen this in person. I was in San Jose in a truck rally, and I watched them beat one of their own protesters. So what happened was, they did not know who he was, and it did not matter. The moment he backed away, he became an other to the mob, and they chased him and started punching him. Why? Because he was running. That's it. They chased him down, punched him in the mouth, and then I was like, I'm here protesting Trump. They punched me, bleeding from the mouth. There's a crowd of people. One of these guys, and that's why I said, like, these things are ridiculously dangerous. It's mindless. When a scuffle breaks out, I'll give you another story. I was at Columbia University. Mike Cernovich was speaking. This was several years ago. And one person in the crowd recognized me, didn't like me. So he yelled, "That's Tim Pool. Do not let him film you." So you know what I did? When he pointed, I looked with where he was pointing. Because I know how these mobs operate. Everybody turns in my direction, and they're looking for the person against them. So I turned with them. And I'm going like, "Where's he at?" And everybody's shrugging like, "Where's he at?" And he's like, "This guy right here." And I'm like, and then someone walks up to a random photographer and starts screaming at him about, "He's the problem." And I'm like, because they couldn't identify the other. Because I know what happens at these events. You go to one of these protests, and if you are discernibly an other, one person will push you. Then as soon as the fighting happens and you start running away, they'll start chasing after you for no reason. Just because they're like, "Oh, they're running, I'm running." Then when they see other people running after them, they're like, "What's happening? What's happening? Why is he running? Get him! Get him!" Then they shove you down and start kicking you, literally for no reason.
Right. We've seen this in our literature for years too. I mean, it's in Orwell, it's in Kafka, it's in Ray Bradbury. It's
Luke Rudkowski was in Germany. We were in Hamburg during, I think it was the G20, and Luke was with a German journalist walking down the street when some random dude yelled "Nazi Schweinhund" at him. And then he was like, "What?" And then all of a sudden, random people who were sitting on the ground ran up and started punching Luke in the back and in the head. And then Luke and this journalist, not Nazis, were there just filming things, started running. People were chasing them. They made it to first responders who then treated them for scrapes and bruises. And watch Luke's video of this. It's a question of, why did these random people who were just sitting on the ground run up and start punching Luke for no reason? This is what these mobs do.
So you're saying they're just driven by themselves? They're just like driven by...
It's like a foodie president.
Yeah. Like piranhas.
It's
or those sharks that like...
Watch the video of the car in Minneapolis that drove through the protest. Very slow. Nobody got hit. As soon as he starts driving away, people will run after the car, and it's innocuous. It's a person will have a camera, and they'll run towards the car just to film it. People behind him see him chasing the car, so they chase. Then the whole crowd sees a bunch of people running, and they all run to see what's going on. Eventually, they surround the car, and then someone goes, "That's him." No one has any idea or any information, and then one guy who hears that thinks he must be a bad guy and starts kicking and stomping on the car. Other people join in. Old guy in the car is freaking out, like, "Why am I being attacked?" and then tries to escape.
Imagine what it says to these students, too, when the university does not have the people protesting violently removed, but instead it has to evacuate them as if they were being
rightfully targeted.
Right?
Yeah.
So what does that say to them, that they're not actually there to protect you, the one who's being assaulted, the one who's being,
We saw this in University of Washington as well. So
Yes.
there were these big, basically pro-Hamas protests at the University of Washington, and some students were speaking, like a dean was there, and some students were speaking to the dean saying, these people want us dead, they want to kill us. And the dean was trying to get the Jewish students who were complaining about it, who were in tears, trying to get them to move on and stop complaining about it so that the pro-terrorist mob could continue their protest.
Which they're doing in your live chat right now, by the way.
Oh, really?
Oh my God. I mean, there are 3 or 4 people that are just repeating the same
I mean, it's wild.
Welcome to the internet.
Yes, well, you have become a crypto Jew.
That's not true. Cassandra Fairbanks, our booker, proves that we're actually anti-Semitic.
No, that is because.
So you're both crypto Jew and anti-Semitic at the same time. That's amazing.
Well, that's okay because the Jews are both, control the world's money supply and also people who are scavengers who live off the
Thanks for watching this clip from the Timcast IRL podcast. Hang out with us live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. and become a member over at timcast.com for uncensored, members-only shows exclusive. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you all next time.
The following is a conversation with Michael Malice, his second time on the podcast. He's an anarchist, political thinker, podcaster, and author. He wrote Dear Reader, which is a book on North Korea, and The New Right, a book on the various ideological movements at the fringe of American politics. He hosts a podcast called You're Welcome, spelled Y-O-U-R, and in general does a lot of live shows on YouTube that are at times profoundly absurd and at other times absurdly profound, and always full of humor and wisdom. He is the Joker to my Batman and the caviar to my vodka. His masterful dance between dark humor and difficult, even dangerous ideas challenges me to think deeply about this world, and when that fails, at least smile and have a good laugh at the absurdity of it all. This episode has much of that. His outfit, for example, the exact inverse of mine, with a white suit and a black shirt, is just one example of that, of the humor, trolling, and brilliance that is Michael Malice. Quick mention of our sponsors: NetSuite, business management software; Athletic Greens, all-in-one nutrition drink; Sunbasket meal delivery service; and Cash App. So the choice is success, health, food, or money. Choose wisely, my friends. If you wish, click the sponsor links below to get a discount and to support this podcast. As a side note, let me say that Michael is, in many ways, a man of radical ideas, but also a man with kindness in his heart. Those two things are great ingredients for a fascinating conversation. I hope to have several such people on this podcast this upcoming year who also have radical ideas about politics, science, technology, and life. At times, often perhaps, I might fail at asking the challenging questions that should be asked, but I will try my best to do so, and hope to keep improving every time. Mostly, I come to these conversations with an open mind and with love. Unfortunately, that kind of approach can be taken advantage of in many ways. It can be used by reporters, which is people online, later to highlight how or why I'm ignorant, or worse, I'm generally not a good human being. In the context of this, I have two options. I could either be cautious and afraid, or second, be kind, thoughtful, and fearless. I choose the latter, hopefully while still being open, fragile, and empathetic. Again, I strive to be like the main character of The Idiot by Dostoevsky. That's my New Year's resolution. Be kind and do difficult things. Difficult conversations, difficult research projects, difficult entrepreneurial ventures. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter and Lex Friedman. And now, here's my conversation with Michael Malice. Knock, knock.
You're stealing my bed? I'll kill your family.
That's not knock, knock joke works. Knock, knock, Michael.
You don't do knock-knock jokes to Russians. If they have a knock at the door, turn down the TV. You gotta sit quiet, never help they go away. This is, you don't heard that back in the Midland. You know this.
It's triggered.
Who's there?
I can't even do it now.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Leon.
Leon who?
Leon B when you're not strong, Michael.
Well, that will never happen.
I stole eloquently that joke from you.
The lie detector term, that was a lie. Eloquently and eloquent now.
Yeah, you crossed it out on a sheet of paper. That means it's real. The reason I bring it up is because you had the guts, the brilliance to do a knock-knock joke. Not once, but 3 times with Alex Jones.
I think it was like 6. I had a runner.
Okay. Maybe they started to sort of meld together in this beautiful art form that you've created, which is like these kind, loving knock-knock jokes with Alex Jones. So you got the chance to meet him, talk to him twice with Tim Pool.
Yeah.
In a long-form conversation. What was it like talking to Alex Jones, both on the deep philosophical, intellectual level, and staring the man in his eyes and doing a knock-knock joke about Olive? Knock knock, who's there? Olive, I love you, Alex.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot to explain.
Where do you start?
I've been on his show InfoWars a few times when I was researching my book, The New Right. So I had conversations with him before. One of the things that I appreciate about Alex is he is a lot more self-aware than people think and has a good sense of humor. And I also like a good twist ending. So if you set people up and all these jokes are these kind of vapid, I'll love you jokes, and the last one's about Building 7, they're not going to see that one coming, nor will he see that one coming. I even had another one about Sandy Hook, which I didn't do on the air because he was being like a good sport. So I didn't, but that was the dagger that was kind of behind my back if necessary. But it was a good mechanism for, I like it when things work on several levels. It was also a good mechanism to keep kind of the conversation guarded, and every so often it's just kind of hitting the control-delete and bring it down to a certain point of calmness.
What about the love thing? I mean, you're saying that was a build-up to the dagger, but it was also somehow really refreshing to get that little joke, like that pause. You don't get that in conversations often. Like, I'm a huge fan of Rogan, and he'll have a 3-hour conversation, but at some point, just pause and be like, I love you, man. Like, it's in the cheesiest way possible, because that seems to be, it somehow hits the hardest. I don't know you didn't intend it that way, but with Alex Jones, to sit there and to say, I love you, that was like, that, I just never heard that before. And so it struck me as like, not just funny for what you're doing, but just like, whoa, we just took, because conversations are all about like this ranting, especially with Alex Jones.
Yeah.
It's like ranting about this or that, this part of the world, like, you believe this shit, that kind of thing. But like to pause and be like, this is awesome. I don't know if you felt that way, but
Oh, I definitely felt that way. So it was actually very fun. I'll give you the backstory of how that happened. It was silly because Tim calls me up, and there's this expression in marketing: "Don't go past the sale," right? So if you're trying to sell someone a car, and you're like, it's got this feature, and that feature, and they're like, you know what, I'm going to buy the car. If you keep talking, you can only make them lose the sale. You just get them to sign it, get out of Dodge. So Tim calls me up, and he goes, okay, here's what we're thinking. This is top secret. Alex is going to be on the show. We want you on as well. And I've never said yes to anything as quickly in my life. And then he keeps talking, and I'm like, Tim, you don't have to sell it. I interrupted him. I go, you don't have to sell it.
Why you, by the way?
I think because I am kind of an agent of chaos, and Alex is, in his own way, an agent of chaos. And what provides an opportunity in this kind of news media space that you and I travel in, it's the kind of things where none of us three, as we said on the show, knew what it would be like. If you know, within certain parameters, what, Megyn Kelly or Wolf Blitzer or any of these corporate figures are going to be like in the conversation to some extent, none of us had any idea. I knew they didn't know I was bringing knock-knock jokes.
Yeah.
So that was kind of what was so I said at one point, I'm kind of envious of the audience, because
there's so many exciting things that are happening and that the internet and podcasting provides people opportunity to do that it was great.
Yeah, that was the greatest pairing with Alex Jones that I've ever seen by far. So so I immediately knew, now this isn't a knock on Tim, but I don't even know if Tim was prepared.
Tim was not prepared
for this
How could he be prepared?
Well, so I mean, I don't know if Tim is used to that. I think Joe Rogan is more equipped, prepared for the chaos, just the years he's been in it. Like, I immediately thought this is the right pairing for Joe Rogan, because Alex Jones has been on Joe Rogan a few times, 3 times. My favorite so far was with Tim Dillon.
Yeah.
But Tim was clearly, Dillon was also kind of a genius in his own right, but he was kind of a fan, and he was stepping away. He was almost like in awe of Alex Jones.
Congressmen can vote for it, they can not vote for it. It's not going to matter. They're going to fund Israel. The American deep state funded Ukraine over the objections of American lawmakers. And America has a much more tenuous relationship with Ukraine than we do with the state of Israel. Remember how they did it back in the summer when Congress didn't want to take another vote on funding Ukraine, so the State Department just found some money. The Pentagon just found some money. They said, oh yeah, the weapons we gave them, it was cheaper than we said they were. So therefore, because we appropriated a certain amount of money, that on our spreadsheets that frees up some money. So whatever, they get another $6 billion. We would have done that times $1 billion with Israel. Okay, Israel just gets whatever it wants. That was always going to happen, especially at a time of war like this, where there are potentially existential crises in the Middle East. So what Emmer does here is he's looking at a funding bill that the Democrats were trying to tie Israel and Ukraine funding together. So Republicans don't want to vote for Ukraine funding. A lot of them do want to vote for Israel funding. So, darn it, we're going to have to vote to fund. We're going to have to vote to fund Ukraine as well. We're going to have to vote to fund Taiwan. We're going to have to vote for $100 billion in military aid that we don't want to vote on because we feel our hands are tied because we want to support Israel. So what Emmer is doing here is he's saying first thing we're going to do, we're going to vote to fund Israel and not Ukraine and not make it $100 billion and not tie it all together. So it's a clever way, without saying it explicitly. He's not coming out and saying, my first order of business is to defund the Ukraine war. He's saying, my first order of business is to fund the Israel war, and thereby defund the Ukraine war. The other reason he's doing this, I think, is because Israel is now a wedge issue for Democrats. It used to be. Israel used to be a unifying issue for both parties. Both parties, far left Democrat, far right Republican, everybody supported the state of Israel. You're seeing cracks now, especially among the Democrats, with the Squad, the AOC, with Ilhan Omar, certainly, and others. The far left Democrats are saying, we don't like Israel anymore, we support Palestine, from the river to the sea, Hamas will be free. And so they're going to vote against that. And it looks really bad. The White House is getting this. Joe Biden's spokesman, John Kirby, doesn't know how to answer questions about Israel-Palestine.
All right, how we doing, sir?
You're done.
Okay.
But you're still showing the red light. We got somebody coming over to make sure you're released.
All right, thank you so much.
I'll sit right here for a minute and make sure you get released.
Thank you. And pick up the paperwork in the office?
Yes, sir.
Killer.
Saying, hey, you guys are letting all these pro-Hamas people run wild. I'm going to pull my money. I think the same thing is probably going to happen here with the Democrats who turn on the state of Israel. They're going to lose money from pro-Israel funders. And there are plenty of pro-Israel funders out there. Or, conversely, if the Democrats come out in favor of voting for this single vote to fund Israel, then they're going to lose a bunch of support from their base. Their base like BLM, which is going out there putting up big signs and posting photos to social media in support of Hamas paragliders. So either way, they're getting hammered. And in the previous version of funding the war, the Democrats could have qualified their base by saying, well, look, I was voting for Ukraine war funding, but I had to give some money to Israel. You know, I really hate Israel, but I had to do it to fund Ukraine and Taiwan, so forgive us. And they would have gotten away with it. Here, there's some clarity. If I were speaking of the house, would I have made this the first order of business? Probably not. But it's a pretty clever strategy, and it makes me feel pretty confident about the way that this guy can move levers of power, the way that this guy can find his light and move the mechanics of the House of Representatives. It remains to be seen if he can really succeed, but it's looking good out the gate. When you want to look good, you got to check out Genucell. Right now, go to genucell.com/Knowles. Our friends over at Genucell have launched a new product called Genucell 3, which works on your under-eye bags and puffiness. Genucell 3 is smooth, luxurious, and uses advanced technology to deliver complex vitamins and minerals directly to your face for instant hydration. It's like Gatorade for your skin. This new Genucell technology keeps your skin looking young and healthy for years to come.
Oh. Right on, thank you.
Asking for route. Building route. Drive to road ahead on South 560 West or reroute from current location.
So all your training goes out the window, and it's how can I KO this guy on the canvas?
You start swinging for the fences.
Yep. Now, if you go big for the knockout, you know, I mean, that's because like if you're kicking for the head, that leaves you pretty susceptible, doesn't it?
It can, but kicks are typically longer than punches. So unless they counter you, if you throw a kick, usually you're pretty okay.
Okay. All right, I get it. It just leaves something very exposed when you're kicking that high.
Head north on South 5600 West North toward California Avenue. In 500 feet, turn right onto California Avenue. Take the next right onto California Avenue.
Against it, okay? As someone who's been kicked in the pecker before, that's not something you want, you know, especially by another amateur kickboxer.
Yeah, here's a question. Is it legal to sack tap someone in the ring? That could disarm them a little.
Well, you wear a cup, so usually like a comedian says,
Continue on California Avenue for 2 miles.
I mean, you can, but it's usually not, you know, you either get a point taken away or they get time to rest. You don't want to give your opponent time to rest.
Yeah, and that's kind of below the belt, if you know, it is a little below the umbilical cord. Do you, if you're using a cup, has the cup technology gotten better since I was playing football back in the day? They were not comfortable.
I was looking at it, I'm like, I don't think that this is shaped correctly.
No, I know. How hard is that?
Definitely gotten better.
It has? I mean,
definitely gotten better. It's pretty good.
Yeah, there was the initial one where it's just kind of like
the white one with like the little rubber around the edge, holes in it.
Holes on.
Why do there need to be holes in it?
It's like to let the little guy breathe, Miles. Yeah. But then there's the other one where it kind of goes down into the grundle area. You know those kinds. That was the last I left cups, and I thought, you know, this is very uncomfortable. You ever?
Yeah, they can tend to be.
Do you ever like?
They can tend to be uncomfortable.
You ever get into the ring and you're like just starting the match and then you're like, oh my god, I forgot my cup, and then it throws your whole game off?
Well, they usually check before.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And they're not letting you play regardless.
Now, how does someone acquire the job of checking the cups before the match?
Yeah, ask him for a friend.
Yeah.
Well, usually you're like a referee or like a commission guy. I don't think they have just a specific cup checker, but you know, maybe that's a new job.
Like what a fluffer does on his off days. Yeah, Moonlight is a cup check guy. Oh man. Oh, this is
They gonna wear trunks at this? What's the plan?
Yeah, I have just regular Muay Thai clothes.
Okay, what color are you going with? It's usually the way to really build your brand. You got a specific color you like?
So I got a pair. It's they're like a bluish purple with kind of like red flowers on them. They're really cool. And I'm gonna have that in the tank top.
I like that. Really cool. Flops into the ring and then throw them into the crowd.
Yeah, bring a little professional wrestling into this thing.
Hookah shell necklace into the ring.
Well, I
Would be
like
kind of good.
You gotta stand out. You gotta stand out. You know, you can't just be, some regular Joe going into the ring. You gotta have your own
little
style.
Yeah, I like that. Hey, but there's, do they have regulations as to what you can and can't wear? Do they take it that serious, or can you have a little fun with it?
I mean, I think it depends on like what organization you're fighting for. The one I'm fighting for, they probably don't really care too much.
Okay, well that's good. That's good. Well, I'm excited for you. I really am. Miles, do you have any final bits of advice for him? Anything like that?
Yeah, I would say that you just and fancy and all, but I can tell you what, you can really take someone down with some body shots as well. So don't overlook the botches.
You know what you're doing.
I don't know, Miles. Sorry, I actually kicked him there. Sorry, buddy. Didn't mean that.
What's your front kick look like?
Oh, I got a nasty front kick.
Okay, so maybe go Karate Kid. Go one leg, knee up, hands in the air. Front kick to the teeth.
Use the true blade. Okay, that too. Right in the
Maybe I can toss some chicken cow into his eyes and won't be able to see me.
Oh no, you put it in his eyes. I've had this stuff in my eyes, made me see 20/20. Okay, so be careful with that. That's not the way to go, alright?
Another good way to do it is, you could, you see...
In a quarter mile, turn right at Commons Lane.
So you don't get cut up too much. Try just Vaselining your
slippery eagle, you know?
The slippery snake.
No, I like slippery eagle, you know, because he can fly and he can slide, you know?
Yeah.
If they can't kickbox, you see an eagle catch a walleye? Imagine an eagle kickboxing, dude. No.
Yeah. Do the eagles have large talons?
Yeah, that's how they get them walleyes, dude. I was fishing for walleyes for a long time, and this eagle came right down and got a big old 18-inch walleye. Could barely get out of the river or out of the lake. And
I think we were fishing together. We caught it back, and the eagle came.
In 1,000 feet, turn left.
Got the hook caught. No, too down far.
Okay, Charlie.
Well, anyway.
I've never fished for walleye. I'm usually a bass guy myself.
Ripping lips.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, well, you get some walleyes going. Come on, a little less time in the rain, a little more time in the boat. There you have it.
I think that's what's going to have to happen.
I like it.
I think my final piece of advice for you is don't lose your breath in that ring. There's going to be a lot of adrenaline going. There's going to be a lot of stimulation from the crowd. I bet they're going to be probably, 18K plus?
In 200 feet, your destination. You have arrived.
Warm-up, songs, walk-in, theatrics. You got to keep your breath. Good breathing technique is what it's all about.
Do you have any good Midwestern knockout songs for me?
Wow.
Oh, Charlie.
I mean, I have a song out there. Nope. That's a good one.
You could do Drunk I Am as well.
Yep, that Miles wrote that one.
You could jokingly stumble into the ring to make it look like you're drunk and then pop them right in the face.
Yeah, that could be part of your deal. I like that.
You also could do Roll Out the Barrel, Charlie.
Roll Out the Barrel, that's a good one. The Crusher, wrestler, he had the whole Roll Out the Barrel deal, a little polka. You could do the jump around. That's a big one, you know, and I think kickboxing, you're jumping around a little there. So, you know, we got our options
You
for
could
you.
also just go with straight silence.
Yeah, that.
Nothing's more intimidating than a stone cold killer walking out in dead silence.
Yeah, just to make sure you don't have gas, otherwise that could backfire, you know.
True. That might be it.
You're going to jail for manslaughter, you know. So I don't tell anyone to fight.
They
It's
know
a dumb
Charlie
thing.
Barons with those lethal fists.
Well, everybody, all you gotta do is get someone off balance and they hit their noggin on the sidewalk the wrong way, and
Yeah.
you're going to the
Yeah.
slammer. Fighting's so dumb.
We're an anti-street fighting podcast.
Yeah.
Which is where it's at.
100%.
Well, I'm glad that everyone ended up being okay.
Thank you, Miles. Thank you.
And
I'll protect you if we ever get into a fight.
did you? I imagine though you did land one punch. You had to have said, "Oh, sorry."
I did. I said, sorry, man, you can't be doing this. You know what's going on? And then there was a little, there was a gal with her little dog, and she said she was going to
546 Woodall Road, Grandview, Washington.
call the police, and we all skedaddled.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah. So, anyways, folks, don't fight. It's not worth it. All right. Make beer, not war. All right. All right. We'll take our next caller.
Welcome to the Belly.
Head north on Gustin Road West toward California Avenue, then turn left onto California Avenue.
Shorten. What's it?
You okay, fella?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what's
How
it?
you guys doing today?
Cletus is your name, you
Cletus.
said, right?
What's it shortened for?
Well, yeah, I have people call me Cletus because my actual name is Lester.
Cluster.
Cluster's a great name.
I think you're the first cluster I've ever met.
Yeah. Where did Cluster come from?
There's supposedly some harebrained story behind it. I don't really know if it's true or not. But there's something along the lines of the founder of some famous diesel motor. It was his name, and he was friends with a great-great-grandpa in the war, and something along them lines. I don't. It's come from a couple generations of losers, so I don't really know.
Okay.
I can't verify.
Well, I got a question for you, Cluster. Have you ever
Turn left onto California Avenue.
you got lucky and then you showed up and saw your buddies the next day and they asked you how it went? Did you go, it was really a cluster?
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Utah 154. This route avoids a road closure in 641 miles. You're on the fastest route. You should reach 12.
That much shorter than Cluster, is it? Clitus?
Well, I don't. CLE.
Turn right.
Turn right onto Utah 154.
Either way, it's a horse apiece.
Yeah, well, that's easier to say than Cluster, so.
All right. Well, Cletus, belly on up to the bar and tell us.
Continue on Utah 154 for 1 mile.
I-80 East and North Temple Street, then after
my wife
1000
is really
feet,
lovely.
stay left for I-250
She's,
Salt
she's
Lake
really
and
good cook,
I-80
but
East.
I don't know how to tell her I don't want her to use my grill anymore.
Oh. I knew there was a but there somewhere. When you always start off with, I love my wife, she's great.
We know there's some sledgehammer coming on the other end. So,
what happened?
Yeah,
Sounds like there's
something
some pain behind that.
Well, she's lit my grill on fire twice now.
2 times. Wow. Good for her.
Kudos to you for giving her a second chance.
Yeah.
Well, she does the salon at work, so, and I come home and see the aftermath. It started off as a nice, shiny silver, now it's like burnt
In
orange.
a quarter mile, use the right lane to take the I-80 East ramp to Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I think it's an expert grill. I don't know. It come out of like a tractor supply.
Okay.
I got some clothes, and I really like the grill. It's turned it orange now, and
Use the right lane to take the I-80 East ramp, then keep left.
burns down my grill.
Yeah, I mean, I feel ya.
And a grill is a tough thing to burn down. They're actually made so they don't burn down very easy. So, I mean, it looks like get it hot to burn that sucker down.
Stay left.
Oh yeah, it's I mean, like I said, it's burnt orange now at the top, so she's gotten really hot.
Yeah, so, okay.
I think it's pork chops.
Yeah, talk me through, like, where do you think she went wrong? What happened?
I think it's just she chooses the grill on the wrong day. You gotta know when to grill. You can't just grill any day you like.
I kind of disagree with you, Cletus. I think you can grill. And, you know.
Well, if you've got the right setup, I've grilled in snowstorms. So I know. But if you go out on just a really windy day and your grill's sitting out on your deck, big old South wind comes through, and
wow, you can't. Is it on a wood deck?
Yeah, it's on a wood deck.
You're gonna maybe want to move 200 feet, merge onto I-80
Boulevard. Yeah, you got to read the owner's manual on those. You can't, that's not there.
Well, I'm a man. I don't need the owner's manual.
Okay, I see how it is.
Well, okay. Well, so you're looking for some solutions on how to maybe. How to grill.
A little bit of both, but really I just don't want her to light on fire anymore.
Use the second from the right lane to take exit 117, then keep left at the fourth.
And you'll get her grilling probably better than you. I mean, and I do hate to do this. Not exactly doing everything by the book on the grill either, having it on that wood deck. So, you know, I
keep left at the fourth.
But I got a nice view. I'd like to be able to look at my view while I'm grilling. I don't let my grill on fire.
Continue on I-215 north for 5 miles.
Charlie, maybe let's come up with some solutions here. I think number one is you need to invest in a bike lock and just lock the lid shut. What do you think of that?
I think she might lock him out of the bedroom.
Let's see what he thinks.
All right,
Charlie.
All right.
What do you think of that?
It's something to try. I don't know. I'm worried that she might find a way to get it off. She's rather determined.
So she likes grilling.
She does. And I like grilling too, but that's my job.
Okay.
Oh, maybe that's the deeper issue here.
Yeah. She's doing it on purpose.
Yeah. What is it that you like so much about grilling that you're a little territorial about it?
That's just who I am. I'm the grill man. Every responsible father's job is to operate the grill.
Yeah, I feel that. When you're the grill master, yeah, it's tough to give up that charcoal burner, whatever you're working with. It's tough to give that up when you're the grill master.
Yeah. Do you enter her territory? Is she kind of go ahead.
He chases me out.
In 3 miles, keep right to continue on I-215 north.
In the house. Things that she does. Yeah, you're just talking that she once in a while lets him in the house.
Yeah. If you're parking up at the door.
He's got a doggy door. He has to sneak in through the Yeah, I like that. Well, maybe what you could do is I don't know if you guys have cleanup week where you're at. You have a thing where you put out old stuff that you don't want anymore, people come rummage through it, and if no one else wants it, they take it to the dump. Maybe go on a cleanup week, go find yourself a grill that maybe will work, and you get a his and her situation going on. Let her destroy her own grill, and you get to keep your own for yourself.
Make sure you put her grill off the deck. Yeah, for sure.
From structures.
Yeah, we've tried that twice now.
You haven't been married that long, have you, Bob?
Well, going on about 4, 5, 6 months.
4, 5, 6 months. That's
Has she hit you?
2 miles. Stay
What's
right.
yours is mine yet?
Yeah, we're reaching that space, but she mostly just barks at me to get out there on the grill, so I don't have the same situation that you do. But yeah, I know where you're going with this. She's gonna feel a little cheated if you have your own grill and she has her own, right? Is that what you're going for? Yeah, I could fire like a nicer one. If I wanted to pick up off the street, I don't know how well that would work. Well, you got the nicer one. I get the one off the street.
Well, it's all about marketing, my guy. Though I cannot believe someone would throw this grill out. It's even nicer than the one that I got. And so, honey, this one's for you.
Honey, I got you an upcycled leather grill. You know? A grill made from recycled ocean trash. You know, because technically if you threw it out, it probably ended in the ocean. So, you know, I mean, you might as well cut to the chase, and there you have it.
Well, that's something to try. I still feel like hesitant. My wife could be a meat lady, so I gotta take it with a grain of salt, you know?
Is that what you season with, is grains of salt?
A little bit of salt and pepper, nothing much.
In half a mile, keep right to continue on I-215 north.
What kind of meats is your go-to meats when you're
I like burgers, cheeseburgers, burger.
Do you ever get any
maybe some barbecue chicken?
Yeah, do you ever eat like jalapeno cheese?
Keep right, continue on I-215 north.
It's strictly beef. I'm not really much of a jalapeno guy. Unless it's like cheese, like pepper jack.
Continue for 2 miles.
I do enough.
3/4 miles.
You know, between the barbecue chicken, steak, and the pots, I feel like my palate is wide up.
Darling, I like you used to be married. How can you navigate this very tread lightly in this water of how to get her to not burn down the grill, but also take the relationship in this marriage?
I think there's only one solution. I think that you got to burn down the kitchen, okay? And then she kicks you out of the kitchen, and then she does that first, and as a, you know, what's mine is yours measure, you take her off the grill. And
put a hot dish in the oven and just turn it on as high as it can go, and just go hang out in the garage.
Yep, go wait.
Yeah, and then when you hear the smoke works going on, you go in, you go stay. This is what happens when I embark on your territory. Guess you probably shouldn't do that outside either.
I think you just let her say it, you know, and just walk in and just wait for her to say, you're never doing this again. Fine. But, honey, I tell you again, if you never do that again, and that's your solution.
Well, that sounds like a really good solution. I think the best way is to maybe make her think it's her idea. How would I go about doing that?
I think you just,
I think that's it, because it's her idea. Okay, so it's her idea to kick you out of the kitchen. Okay, so what's her idea to not grill again? That is, okay, I think I've got it. Okay, Miles has it.
I think you have to dig deep. I think you have to gather all of your grill master knowledge.
In half a mile, merge onto I-15 north.
Cut meats. And you gotta cook the greatest meal she's ever had on the grill. One that she could never hold a candlelight to. Don't forget the candlelight. Yeah. Something that she puts in her mouth that melts, savory, it's got the right amount of texture, it is seasoned perfectly, and you set the bar so fucking high.
Continue for 176 miles.
Imagine cooking anything close and you kind of ruin grilling for her. Yes, go, honey, I'm so sorry. I never meant to grill before because I didn't know this was even possible. Well, I'm not even in a league that you are. I think you should do all the grilling things from now on.
And make sure that she remembers. Sometimes when you eat, you forget right away. Put some asparagus in there every time she eats for the next, 12 hours. She'll remember.
Yeah.
You get that asparagus smell when you eat?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, every time I eat asparagus, I forget, and then I remember, and then I remember, and then I remember, and we're done.
Yeah, and what do you think? Do you think you got that the meal? You have the meal in you.
Steak and taters all the way.
Steak and taters?
There we go. He's a real meat potatoes kind of guy.
He did.
She's pretty pleased. I mean, when it comes to the honeymoon, that is kind of like the honeymoon, like treat you right kind of meal, Valentine's Day stuff.
Steak and taters.
Yeah,
every 214, baby, on that steak and taters. All right. Well,
That's right. Even if there's pretty decent smell out there, it's really easy. I mean,
If all else fails, you can just get in the living room. You guys want to watch a show together and go, oh, honey, I saw this new YouTube guy. He was great. And then you just pull up grilling videos of techniques on how to grill properly. And you just go, wow, I'm learning so much. Are you learning a lot?
yeah. Yeah.
We're learning so much together.
well, I mean,
I can't wait to apply this when I
don't.
What about you?
Like, remember when he said don't burn the grill down? That was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I'm never going to do
I
that
guess I
again.
didn't know that you shouldn't burn the grill down.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Could do that route.
Yeah, well, if I ever get the remote in my hand.
Now that's a whole other
That's our
question
territory.
right there.
Come up to the garage. Let's watch some YouTube videos.
Cat out there.
Well, I think, yeah, I think we gave him some good tips, Charlie.
I always think we give good advice,
Yeah.
you know, whether they think that or not really my.
It's all the iron in the holder,
It
you
is.
know. And I think we did a pretty good job, Charlie.
I do too.
You think you can apply any of these?
Asking for group.
I think so. I think I got some solid advice for you guys today.
Glad to hear it.
Proceed
Glad to
north
hear
on
it. All right, well, thanks for calling in, and do us a favor, tell your wife we says hi.
I-15 north.
I'll tell your folks I said hello.
I will. You betcha. All right. Talk to you soon now.
Asking
you.
for group.
Thank you, guys.
Miles, what a good guy. We take it again. We did good. It takes us a while to get there. We circle the drain a little bit, but that drain's not clogged.
There's no steak we can't cook up.
No, no taters either.
He might be the chef at the grill, but we're the chef at the bar cooking up good ideas.
Hell yeah. Personal question for you. Does your pee smell after you eat asparagus?
Yeah.
Okay. Some people don't.
Well, how would you know?
Well, let's take another caller. Yeah.
Charles. Miles time of year again.
Proceed north on I-15 in 6.25 miles.
That's why I like when I'm watching the game. Up there, message Miles, not me. But
If that's the case, I had something come up.
Yeah, some come up. But I am coming all around. Well, I'm going all around the United States, ladies and gentlemen. You can get your tickets, charliebarons.com. Notable dates include Las Vegas when the Packers are in town, doing Denver, New Orleans, East Coast, West Coast, and of course the great Midwest, Wisconsin, Iowa, Ohio. You know the states there. I'll be there. Check it out, charliebarons.com. Thank you, Miles, for letting me do this merch plug on our joint podcast. Miles, with those man of the people, me, man of just trying to get my tickets sold. I see how it is. Wow.
No,
Well,
I'm excited for your tour. You seem excited about
I am
this one.
excited. I'm very excited.
You know, obviously you're always excited about going on tour because it's you in your element.
Yes, it is.
You know, it's your craft, it's your art. It's really masterful out there, Charlie. So,
Thank you. I'm going to slip you 20 under the bar for,
yeah, I was going to send you a voice in here.
I'll pay it.
I see you're right.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, Cassie.
One of you was right.
Yeah, I don't even know which one. Charlie. So, Cassie,
What is you?
Well, Cassie, what do you do for a living?
Yeah.
I am a EMT.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you for your service. That's pretty noble. I love that.
Yeah, appreciate what you're doing for all of us out there who screw the pooch on something, bike ride, motorcycle, car wreck, whatever you got it, choking on something. Thank you. So
Alcohol is our job security.
okay.
You know what, Cassie? I like your mentality.
Yeah.
This is gonna be good.
So what's cooking, Cassie? Belly on up to the bar with us. I thought I just said your name wrong again. Oh my gosh. Come on, Cassie, belly on up.
So I was calling to ask, like, what is the correct response when someone says, like, thank you for your service?
Oh.
It's kind of similar like, when you're at Quick Trip and they say, oh, see you next time, like, what do you say back? Like, they're kind of similar. I feel like saying thank you back is kind of weird, like you're thanking them. for thanking you.
Yeah, it's like when you're getting on a flight and they say have a good flight and you say you too.
Yeah.
You know, that's never good.
Yeah.
But I mean, we just did.
Yeah, I mean, I work on an ambulance. You don't want to see, you don't want to say like, see you later, because no one wants to see you.
See you next time.
Well, Charlie, we did exactly what you called in to talk
I
about.
know.
Okay.
I honestly think. So who says it mostly? Is it randos or people you're actually helping out?
No, like just like people, like if we're like just in the community, people that see us.
Yeah. I think I just say you're welcome.
Well, that's what I was saying. That's spitball here. I think you can go with you're welcome for sure.
Yeah. Or oh no, it's just what I do. Hey, I'm not doing it for free. Okay. You know, something like that. You know, hey,
I'm not doing this for my health.
Yeah, I'm doing it for the money.
I'm doing it for everyone else's health.
Yeah, right. Right. Could do that.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I do it for you, not me.
Yeah. She's looking for kind of a Midwest version of it, Charlie. And I think that let's role play a little bit.
Okay.
So,
I'll be the
you're
EMT.
Cassie.
Okay. All right.
And I just broke my leg.
Yeah.
You splinted me up.
Yeah.
And I'm now on my way, just walking right out of that crime scene. You know. I'm good as new.
Yeah.
So,
There's a speed trap ahead.
hospital.
Hell yeah.
And I say, you know what, Cassie? Thank you for your service. This was awesome.
You know, it's no big deal at all.
No, it was kind of a big deal. I'm now you healed my leg.
You know, I just got skills I don't even talk about. Okay, it's not a big deal. Okay, but
I mean, it's kind of a big deal. My bone was sticking out of my leg. Well, it's not.
Listen, next time maybe just stick to 14 butch lattes. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do the full 24 rack. Okay.
Okay.
The full 30
I
rack.
think I could do that, but again, really, thank you for your service.
You know what? I appreciate you. Okay. You know, it's fine though. All right, honestly. Just go easy next time.
See, now you're stuck in the Midwest circle.
Yeah, Midwest goodbye.
Yeah, well, we're only halfway through, Cassie. We gotta finish it, for God's sake. I'm trying to do a real-time role play. You should be taking notes, not...
Yeah,
okay.
Quick, let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, I really appreciate it. I'm on my way to my folks' house, so...
Oh, no kidding. Your folks, huh? Well, do me a favor and you tell them I says hi, okay?
Okay, I will.
What are you guys eating for dinner tonight?
Yeah, we're having pork chops and applesauce.
Pork chops and applesauce. Wow. You know, that's really good. You guys can do that.
Heals the leg more than pork chops and applesauce. That's what my mom always says.
And potato pancakes.
Okay, I'll have to. Yeah, I didn't
They're
know
good
that.
for the bone growth. Okay.
Well, Cassie, thank you for your service.
Hey,
It's really awesome.
you know what? It's just what I do. Okay.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm glad we got folks like you to help me.
You know,
My drunken stupor.
Yeah,
my
I
bones, a couple bones sticking out of my
Take it easy on the alcohol, and you know, you might as well keep the hula hoops at home next time. Okay.
Yeah, I suppose I could do that, but you know, when Grandma's making old fashions, I'm not gonna turn it down. You know?
Yeah. Just don't mix them with beer next time, and we should be fine. Okay.
we
All
don't
right.
know.
All right.
You want to come over for a beer?
Yeah, I was hoping you'd ask. I can just say hi to your folks in person. That'd be fine.
Yeah, and they can also thank you for your service.
They can. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, and I'll tell them it's just what I do.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
real good.
my bike's a little mangled right now, as you can see on the side of the road here.
Hop in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll give you a ride.
Well, what's it gonna cost me?
You got me.
Yeah.
You got me. I gotta send my kids to college somehow. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Cassie, this is great.
Yeah.
I'll continue to thank you for your service on the way to my parents.
That's just right in the back. I'll be in the front. Okay.
Real
That's
good now.
Bye bye. How'd that go, Cassie? She left.
Well, I think I could use that. I mean, by the time you got to the second thank you, I probably would have got called to like another call.
Oh, I forgot. See, you don't. We gave you plenty of outs, and you didn't even need them, and that's you just say, "Well, I gotta go," you know.
Yeah, this is a great time to use the line, duty calls.
Duty does call.
So, I mean, what's your approach right now when someone does that to you? You get a little shy when it happens? Kind of like, oh.
Yeah, it just seems awkward. It's like, oh, yeah, thank you. Or I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like an appropriate answer.
And do they have follow-ups to that?
Not usually.
Well, then I think you're doing good on that. What's the weirdest thing you've ever seen in your line of work?
There was recently, it was in the same county as me. I didn't go on the call, but there was a parachute accident.
Oof. That's why I don't parachute. What happened?
It sounds like they flew into a power line.
Ooh. Shoot first or noggin first?
Tell you what, though, that situation kind of sounds electric. I think I'd like to see that.
Oh, Miles. God Lord. You know, it's important to stay grounded in these situations, Miles. Jeez. Cassie's not laughing at this at all.
Yeah.
Cassie, you showed up.
I am.
Okay, she's silent laughing. She laughs internally. Cassie, so I'm sorry, this is one you heard about or a call you went out on?
It was in a neighboring town.
Neighboring town. So you weren't there to witness with your binocs. Okay.
Word travels fast, though, in the EMT community, Charlie.
Yeah.
So
how'd they get them down? First of all, did the person survive? Really ill?
Yeah.
Good. Then we can make all the jokes we want.
how many bones poking through the skin are we dealing with?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Did you guys have a big trampoline? Grandma, how you doing?
So where are you now?
What?
Where are you?
Grandma, I'm at the bar right now. I'm doing a podcast. You're on it.
Oh God.
Well, you know, Grandma, that's what I just got done talking about Grandpa Bob. You know?
Oh, did you?
You remember when he said to me, Charlie, marry the first time for money and the second time you marry for love. You remember when he said that to me?
Yeah, I do.
And then
I told everybody that.
What's that?
He told all the grandchildren that.
He did, but you know, he married you and you didn't have money, so what happened there?
We thought I had money.
Yeah, that's what he says. He says, Grandma lied to me. Is that Aunt Mary in the background too?
It is. Hi, sir.
Hi, Mary. How you doing?
I'm always great. You should know that.
Are you guys in the car together?
We are.
Who's driving?
Not me.
Oh, jeez, Louise. How you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm better than I was.
Am I gonna come up there and cut your grass on Saturday?
Are you coming Saturday or tomorrow?
I thought, well, I mean, Saturday works, but if you want me to come tomorrow, I'll come up early and cut your grass.
Charlie, you just texted me that you're coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, I forget what day it is, Mary. Jeez.
I purpose. No, I forgot you came up Saturday. What are you doing?
Well, I'm working, Mary. You know, I'm working, and then I'll come up Saturday.
Am I really on this podcast?
Yeah, you're on the podcast. We got Miles here, too. Miles, say hi. Oh, his mic doesn't work. How we doing? He says, how we doing? Miles wants to know how you guys are doing. Where are you guys going?
We're on our way home.
Home from where? You know what?
Festival food. You know, I get my hair done, get nails done.
Oh, you're getting all pretty. I like that.
Yeah, geez Louise, Grandma, you know, what are you getting all dolled up for? You got a hot date tonight? What's going on?
No. Yeah, well, you know, my nails break if I don't have something on. So, and I'm too old to do it myself, so I just want to treat myself. Maybe I think I'm old enough to treat myself.
Yeah, you are. And then if Mary pisses you off, you can just stick those claws right in her.
Really nice, sir.
Yeah.
Charlie, you can come up and paint her nails sometime.
I'd pay money to see that.
I'd paint her nails. I got all the good colors here.
Yeah, we could do a little video on that.
All right, well, consider it done. I'll do Grandma's nails the next time.
Toenails, too.
Oh, jeez. No, Mary, you're doing the toenails. Okay?
I'm driving home so we can talk to him.
Oh, you're going on a nice extended trip, huh?
Yeah, we'll be
guys are best guests on the Bellied Up podcast now, so that's fantastic. Yeah, you're bellying up to the bar with us. That's how it goes.
I got a question though about
It's the Cripes Cast, Mary. Thanks for getting the damn title right.
Whatever, all podcasts.
Thank you, Miles.
Don't screw that up.
All right, Miles has a question for you.
So I got a question about Charlie's lawn mowing skills. What are they like? Is he the best he can find?
Skills. He's terrific. He really is. You know, that's not true. We've never seen him do it.
You know what? The dog coat.
He would have been proud of me, Chuck.
No, he would not have been, Mary. Not for that. Please.
Oh.
All right.
That's all pretty good advice, Gerald.
Yeah, that is pretty good advice. Well, thank you guys for giving it.
I think we did well on this podcast, Charm. Have us on again.
Yeah, I will have you on, Mary. And maybe the next time you come on, you can remember when I cut the frickin' lawn. How's that sound?
That's right. Okay, it's a date. Miles, it was good to hear from you.
Yeah.
We're not quite sure Saturday, Charlie.
Yeah.
We're taking the sign.
Oh. Why don't you just take him out forever? How's that sound?
No, Charlie, your last.
There's no machete there anymore. What happened to that machete, by the way? Who got
I
that?
don't know. Somebody raided the garage and took that.
I got the drill press. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I was wondering where that went.
Yeah. Well, I'll bring it back if you want it.
No, I need it, Char. Oh, Charlie, by the way, is on your podcast. I have to compliment you on the sale of the phone.
Oh, yeah, we sold that boat.
Oh, yeah, that was sweet, Charles.
State Fair show. We sold the boat. Okay. 10,000. What was it? 60,000 bucks. It all went to CVI, Center for Veterans Issues in Milwaukee. Great organization. You can donate to them. Thanks for bringing that up.
That was great. That was
Your PR agent.
I know. It's great. Yeah, that was really great.
I've never properly introduced.
Kind of, not really. I've never properly, not totally, but I've never properly introduced her. They've had like a couple run-ins, and I'm like, yeah, this is her. Anyway, I'm gonna say, I'm a very awkward person. I just never.
And where you're going with it.
Well, Miles, I wouldn't.
Well, we don't.
Now Miles and I are about to break up.
To get married, I just want him to pay him just a little more attention to me.
No, I got it. I got it. What does he love to do more than anything in the world?
Deer hunt.
Deer hunt.
Deer hunt.
You gotta make it a hunt for him. You gotta. Yeah. Just get him in a situation where it feels like, you know, why would I shoot this buck now if I know I can grow it a couple more years and get even a bigger rack on it, you know? Why would I shoot it now? And that's his approach. You got to make it feel, it's not going to be true, but you got to make it feel like he's never going to get another shot at this buck, and he needs to take it now. Is what I'm thinking.
Wow.
Make it a hunt.
I didn't think Miles would come up with any good advice in this, but I think he just did.
I think you got it, yeah.
All right, so what does that look like? What does that look like?
I don't know.
Yeah, just tell him. Leave it, you know? We'll get the job done.
Oh, no.
Well, see, you're not willing. That's what it's going to take. You say, okay, fine, let's get married. And you're like, let's go. I was never going to leave anyways.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be the guy
I'll
that
figure
suggests
something
this.
out.
She's trying to get off the phone with us. She's like, this is a disaster. Yeah. She's like, what was I thinking, calling these guys? Jeez Louise. Well, how about this? Miles and I, when you guys get married, Miles and I will officiate the wedding.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry to
make you sad. I feel like your energy was great when we started, and now you're sad.
Yeah, we really screwed
No,
the
I'm
pooch
happy
here.
to talk to you guys.
Oh, well, it's super nice to talk to
And
you.
it makes you feel better. We truly were doing our best to help you.
Yeah,
And
we're just absolute idiots. So you may have called the wrong person to figure this out. But I do like Miles's thing. You know, you find the thing that you know you like, and kind of maybe invest in that, into your side of it, and just find your thing, you know, and then that'll make you he'll kind of be like, wait, what's going on there, you know, and you'll be like that fuck thing. I don't know. I'm lost in words, but you kind of get the vibe.
Yeah, and before you go, what kind of camo does your husband wear?
Oh, jeez, Miles.
Or you're
Boy, Miles, you know.
Because mentally, I thought we made him your husband because you came up with such great ideas. God.
Well, you know, Miles, you tried, and this is what happened. You want to buy, sell, and trade while we got you on the deal?
Yeah, Oliver Hunt's husband. Damn it! Oliver boyfriend
No, I wouldn't do that.
All right. Well, you seem like such a sweetheart, and you really do deserve that ring. You really do. Honest to Pete. So we hope you get it. We wish you the best.
All right, someday.
Someday. It's going to happen. Yeah, okay. That sounds like you really believed it, but it is. I'm putting that out there.
All right.
Tell your boyfriend.
Thank you, guys.
Big fan.
Yeah. All right, I will.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Miles.
At the end, I was not purposely calling him her husband. I messed up.
I mean, I thought I was giving good advice there.
She wasn't really giving us much, you know, and you kind of start to wonder.
No, I just feel
I start to wonder, maybe we know how her boyfriend feels. Needs to be more open to things too.
Well, I just feel like, you know, if I don't know, if she found the thing that kind of lit her up the way the hunting lights the husband up, you know, maybe the husband would be like intrigued by that, or like, boyfriend.
Or get jealous, you know.
Or get jealous, yeah. No, I'm oh man.
I mean, let's be honest. I don't think they're ever getting married.
No, I think they are.
25 years, he's gonna change.
I think. I mean, she's calling in.
That we call that you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
She's calling into us to get advice. I feel like she's at a point. She's at a point of desperation. She's calling us.
I know,
you know?
But she also wasn't open.
The New York case against Donald Trump is falling apart. It's laughably bad. But were it not for the absolutely biased judge who hates Donald Trump, it'd be over already. But this judge is not allowing what is obviously a bunk case to be dismissed. Trump got so mad he stormed out. And here we have several interesting circumstances. Trump was fined $10,000 for criticizing the judge, and he should. And now the judge is threatening him with something worse. Speculation is that Trump will be jailed in contempt of court. Well, okay. If they want to go that route, they are losing, and they are losing miserably. Take a look at this story from Forbes. Trump ex-fixer Michael Cohen admits to lying under oath and then denies it in testy fraud trial testimony. You see, my friends, there's only so much you can do when you are corrupt and trying to paint a picture, but you need to claim multiple different things over a long period of time. Your fake witnesses fall apart. See, you know, Jenna Ellis, Sidney Powell, some of these other Trump lawyers and personalities pleading guilty, lying. See, they either lied in 2020 or they're lying now. Here's the problem. You get someone like Michael Cohen who works for Trump, and they want him to flip on Trump. So, facing charges, flips on Trump and says, I'll say whatever you want. Because, you know, he's a next-spinal loser. And so when he does, the problem is later on, When they need to use a different narrative, you can't use the same witness, but you have to because it's Trump's guy. Simply put, Michael Cohen was asked in 2019, I believe it was 2019. We'll go through all my drug updates right. Did Trump order him to inflate the numbers? He says no. Now, because they're trying to get Trump on inflating numbers, they try using Michael Cohen again, and he's like, yes. And they're like, but didn't you say back then? Well, I lied back then. So you're admitting it's perjury, and it's like, okay, let me slow down and break this down. Because he's denying it. But I think this right now shows. And after this, their star witness basically says he's lying. I don't even know what's telling the truth on it. The Trump lawyers tried, I believe, twice to get this dismissed, but the bias is just like Emerson conceded that it's and testified for a second day. Wednesday, the fraud trial against President Trump, included by accusing him of perjury after he implicated Trump in the allegedly fraudulent scheme to change the stated value of assets to give Trump the network victim desired. There's no key facts. Tell President Trump's chief fixer tried to turn against the president and pleading guilty to criminal charges in 2018. Took the stand Wednesday after giving damaging testimony Tuesday in which he claimed Trump directed him, and then Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg to change confidential documents or whatever arbitrary net worth Trump wanted for himself. Trump attorney Lena Haba sought to discredit Cohen as a witness in cross-examination Wednesday, questioning him after he said he was not actually guilty of tax evasion despite pleading guilty in 2018. And to acknowledge it. That was the first time he said that in open court. Trump attorney Christopher Tice said Cohen has now admitted to perjury. And after lawyers and the Attorney General objected to line of questioning, calling it a circus, Tice said, there's nothing wrong with calling a liar a liar. Later in Haba's cross-examination, Cohen also said he was lying under oath. Testimony he gave it, which he denied. Any recollection of Trump ever asking him or Weisselberg to inflate numbers for financial statements? True. That base led Trump's attorney to ask the judge to issue a verdict in ex-president's favor because it would suggest Trump didn't play a role in inflating assets, as Trump claimed, which the judge denied, causing the former president to walk out of the courtroom. Let me just state it clearly. Cohen said Trump did not do this. And they said, okay, judge, can you dismiss this? And the judge said no. Absolutely incredible. Cohen clarified the question in the Attorney's office that he told the truth because Trump did not specifically state he was like the person. But then he speaks like a mob boss, and I knew he did. Either way, Cohen has admitted in court Donald Trump never instructed him. Anything else would be Cohen's interpretation of his speech. You know, if Trump said something like, it's too bad we don't have higher numbers on our building, and my net worth would be $1 billion. And Cohen goes, guys, that's Trump telling us to do it. No, it's not. Unless Trump told you to do it. And Cohen admits he did not. Here we are. I think this just rips the heart out of the case now. The reporting is that Donald Trump storms out of the courtroom. Why? To prove it. Cohen said he did not say to do it. He said he lied to Congress under oath, and now he's saying, yeah, but Trump like a mob boss. So, what little evidence they actually have is that Trump may have insinuated, and then Michael Cohen interpreted, and said. So why is the judge not dismissing this? Take a look at this. Donald Trump could be talking his way into jail. He could be. The judge has fined Trump $15,000 so far. This is corruption, abject corruption from an evil man. And Iran is not a judge. He is an evil man. Anyone who sees this knows two things. The first, my opinion, that's why that these claims are ridiculous. Absolutely, Mar-a-Lago worth $8 million. It's insane. Ocean to lagoon property, beach to beach, in the most expensive real estate market in the country. Nice. That's what the judge is saying. So first, we can clearly see these charges are ridiculous. Second, what they're doing is ripping this country to shreds, and they enjoy it. Enron claims that Donald Trump's statements could result in violence against his staff. Dude, anything that happens in the fault of the perpetrator, not a person who's spoken negatively or criticized. Spare me, you're a psychopath. To be fair, Ron Coleman last night was like, Trump walked out of the courtroom and tells reporters rejecting partisan or whatever. And like, why would you do this? And I'm like, he should do that. Trump should be speaking out of the courtroom. It's the only thing he can do. Music reports. Donald Trump is at risk of being jailed. He continues to make disparaging remarks about those connected to the $250 million civil fraud suit against the former president. Judge Arthur Engoron fined Trump for a second time on Wednesday after he violated the partial gag imposed to stop him from attacking court staff overseeing the Wall Street accusing Trump of fraudulent placing the Dodgers lottery for years. Trump has denied all the allegations. And I do not believe that someone who is running for office can be gagged in this way. I believe it is unconstitutional. I believe that is a massive violation. And Judge Engoron is part of a seditious conspiracy or scandalous complex to destroy the core of this nation and the Constitution. And I don't know. Why? Trump's running for office. He must of wrongdoing. He must establish his opinion to the public and his The judge is trying to deny Donald Trump the ability to communicate with his constituents during a massive election. Judge Engoron, were he a fair man, would simply say, Donald Trump has the right to speak, he's a presidential candidate. I encourage him to do so. But we will remain highly critical to push back on his statements and they are damaging. They could increase the risk of violence, blah, blah, blah. Then I'll be fine. You can argue with him. Instead, Engoron says, I will drop the candidate. The presidential candidate front running election. During Wednesday's proceedings in New York, Engoron ordered Trump to participate. Answer questions about comments he gave to reporters.
Just heard a press conference, and you heard from Vlad a lot of the details that were revealed in that press conference. Robert Card, a 40-year-old man, has gone from the person of interest to the suspect facing murder charges. We know that there were 2 locations that the shootings occurred at, and we got a little more detail about when the shootings happened. The initial 911 calls came in at just 6:56 last night at the Just-in-Time Recreational Center in Lewiston. There, 7 people were killed, 6 men and 1 woman, and then just at 7:08, really not long after the first series of 911 calls, another location, a Smenji's, which is a kind of, they call it a Smenji's Billiards, it's sort of like a restaurant as well. 8 men killed one side, and the rest of them, one outside rather, the rest of them inside the facility. 3 other people, several people were transported to hospital, but 3 people died at the hospital, bringing the total number of dead to 13 injured. The police would not talk about the ages. They weren't prepared to give out that information, but they have released information about Robert Card earlier today. little bit of misinformation about his level of training in terms of firearms. He's not a firearms instructor, but he is part of the Army Reserve, and he's described as a petroleum expert. So our Lake Keanu has been covering the story on the ground for us, and we want to take you there. We also have Charles Marino standing by. He's a former Homeland Security Department advisor and agent. But I'm going to start with you, Elaine. This is something that can rock any community, but particularly in Maine, where they don't have a lot of homicides.
That's exactly right. And I spoke with one resident this morning who basically, when I asked him, have you ever had anything comparable like this happen here? And he said, absolutely not. This is just a quiet, peaceful, rural community. He kind of described it as a big, small town. Folks kind of know each other here, or they know of each other. And so you can only imagine just how quickly the news of this has spread and the devastation for the families of the victims. So much pain, and yet this search is ongoing. So even as this community begins to deal with coming to terms with what happened, there is an active search underway, and we heard in that news conference just a short time ago that this individual, now a suspect, as you said, Robert Card, is considered armed and dangerous, not to be approached, obviously, at all. And so that, as you can only imagine, he's only adding to the absolute level of fear and anxiety. Manhunt continues.
And so, are people still being instructed to shelter in place? What are they hearing from police there?
So they are, but you'll see that every so often there are cars that are going by behind you here. That's because this is sort of a main artery, a lot of truck traffic. A lot of vehicles have been going back and forth. However, if you kind of go just beyond this main road, you can see that there really isn't anything open. Empty parking lots of businesses, empty parking lots of restaurants. It is the middle of the day, a time when you might expect to see businesses with their doors open, welcoming customers. That is not the case here in Lewiston right now. So there is a very palpable sense of fear and anxiety, as I said. Some folks here saying, they're still really, frankly, in disbelief that something like this could happen here.
And I'm just sort of looking quickly, Elaine, at the president's statement. And of course, the president says, once again, our nation is mourning after yet another senseless and tragic mass shooting. Today, Jill and I are praying for the Americans who have lost their lives, for those still in critical care, and for their families, survivors, and community members enduring shock and grief. He goes on further down in the statement to say, while we had made progress on gun safety through the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the 24 executive actions I've taken, and the establishment of the first ever White House Office for Gun Violence Prevention, it is simply not enough. And Elaine, it sort of brings me to gun laws in Maine. And during the press briefing, a couple of reporters asked, how does somebody dealing with mental health issues get their hands on a gun? But the truth of the matter is, in Maine, in terms of, there's not a lot restricting you from getting your hands on a gun.
Yeah, that's right. And so you heard the officials say there, basically, they're looking at all those questions. And this is an issue that we should note is not unique to this community, right? Mm-hmm. How many times have we talked about these kinds of issues in other incidents? So it is certainly not something that is unique. Something that, though, is always scrutinized in these kinds of situations. What are those laws surrounding firearms? What laws could have prevented this? It is certainly something that we always hear debated. Unfortunately, it has become an all too common emergency.
Definitely. So, listen, Charles, let me pivot over to you because you know what police are going through right now. They are.
Why did my computer just start doing updates at 16:15? When did you schedule the updates? 16:15. That they're all still at work at 16:15. They're still at work at 16:15? Yeah, this is going to be wildly inconvenient for the service members. Really? Oh my gosh. Why are they still at work at 16:15? I don't know. Probably waiting on word. Well, we should change the time that we do the updates. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we did things for the convenience of the service member? Why did my computer just start doing updates at 16:15? When did you schedule the updates? 16:15.
Okay, I've got an engineering update on the electric truck that I think a lot of truckers are going to like on this one. Now, where a normal truck uses a Jake brake to come down a hill, the electric trucks use regenerative braking. They capture that downhill energy and put it back into the batteries. Normally, this isn't a problem for a fully electric truck, but because we have that diesel generator on board, technically you could run into a scenario where you're going downhill, but you have a full battery bank and nowhere to dump the power, which means that you would have no hold back because you can't hold back if you have nowhere to send that power to. Now, originally, we had designed a resistive load bank, a big heat bank, take up that extra power, make sure that you always have the ability to have regen. However, we just realized that we could do something else. Now, on the back end of the range extender here, we'll have this Danfoss T2000, and the cool thing about this is it works as an electric motor or an electric generator, which means we can send that extra power through that motor into the engine block. The Jake brake of the engine can then hold the electric motor back, which means we have the first electric truck with the Jake brake. Okay, I've got an engineering update on the electric truck that I think a lot of truckers are going to like on this one. Now, where a normal truck uses a Jake brake to come down a hill, the
men, what do you think about men not liking to go to therapy?
Well, so the problem is what's happening for me. You're asking me, the problem is what's happening.
I got an
there.
answer, but you go.
So the issue is woke ideology to men. Terrible, terrible. I don't give a fuck. Please come on my show so I can fucking embarrass you. Anyone who disagrees with me about this concept of men being more vulnerable in the beginning of a relationship is fucking bullshit, and it is bad game. And if a therapist is telling you to do this, stop listening. Therapists who go after Jonah Hill saying that his behavior was controlling when he's like, hey, he goes, hey, you're a beautiful person. And you're incredible, you're smart, and I love all these things about you. And if you want to spend all your time with these other people, he goes, I support that. But maybe we're not right for each other. And that was controlling. Fuck therapy. If that's what therapy is, fuck therapy. Now, the thing is, there are some really good therapists out there, but for me, I would have to find someone who's kind of in the same cohort as me, either prior military, or even like a girl who understands like the scene, or something that somebody who can kind of understand my ideology. Because I will tell you, there's a very big difference between a guy just living his life being 46 and a dude with testosterone over 1100 who's 46. Like, it's a very fucking different existence.
Can confirm.
And I would need to know that the person that I have as a therapist is not going to. I've heard horror stories from guys going to therapy and they're being judged by their therapist. It's like, no, when you're dating multiple women at once, it's because you're a narcissist. That's why you're doing it. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, that's what I'm talking about, right? You have, as a man, there's a period in your life if you want to date multiple women, you can. There's a period of life if you want to settle down, you can, and you shouldn't be guilted for not wanting to do one thing or the other. So what I found is that therapy tends to be more, every instance that I've heard of tends to be more like the feminization of men, and so that's the reason why I think a lot of men are complaining. What do you think?
Okay, so here's my deal. Just to tag on what he was saying is that the way we do psychology right now, the way we do therapy is all, it begins and ends from the female experience. The reason why guys are supposed to go to therapy in the first place is to get in touch with their feelings and to be more vulnerable. And I mean, we can run down this laundry list of like, this is what you ought to do. And all of that, at the bottom of that list, the equation reads out to be more like a woman. That's what it comes out. Emote like a woman, talk like a woman, communicate like a woman, experience life like a woman. Everything else goes along. And the problem we have with this is because we don't understand today that men and women are different in so many different ways, right down to the cellular level. Men and women are different. Our brains are, and I can show you the fMRI studies of these. Our brains
are literally wired differently. So just because he didn't cry at the end of Titanic doesn't mean he's emotionally fucking stunted, okay? He might cry at the end of Saving Private Ryan, but he's not gonna cry when Rose dropped the fucking heart of the sea down to the bottom of the
Because it was
ocean.
stupid. She could have let fucking Leonardo DiCaprio on the goddamn piece of plank. I mean, it was so dumb. You could see it. It's like right there. Just let him up on the motherfucker. Selfish ass motherfucker.
What I hear though from the reason why I hear like you people ask this all the time, like, I think that a lot of women think that therapy is in some way like makes the guy more attractive, and so guys go, oh, okay, I'll go to therapy. I'll out therapy all my competition, my intersectional competition, and so therefore I will, I'm going to be the most therapeutic. I'm going to be the most female identifying, the most emotive. And the problem with that is that it's men when they get into that state, it feels unnatural to them. So female experience, and the problem is that we still think in terms of blank slate. We think men and women are just the same. So what works for a woman in our wonderfully correct female society and female correctness should theoretically work for a guy, and then guys are just like, screw it, I'm going to go gun down, I'm going to express myself with an AK-47. That's pretty much what it comes down to. He's expressing his emotions, it's just with an assault.
So what does male therapy look like?
I think male therapy is called being
classic muscle, classic car set like Barrett Jackson and so the best conversations I've is like working on a carburetor. Like we're over. Where there's something that's happening, like there's a project that's going on, and it's an excuse to get there, and we're a nation that is enjoyable. Where for guys, it's let's solve a problem together, and in doing so, we're going to be teamwork. We're going to form a tribe. We're going to have some. That's the kind of therapy that guys really need, and that's unfortunately we in this society in this day and age we try to atomize men and isolate them. So when a guy goes through a divorce or something. Because they've always done that, and they can't understand why a guy feels like after a marriage or getting zeroed out, because none of his guy friends, they're all atomized too, and they're all isolated on top of that. So getting together and going and doing things, and then saying, hey, Jerry really needs a support group, so let's start let's go down to the Starbucks and have a talk with him. That sounds like something that bitches would do. It doesn't sound like hey, let's go to the gym, or let's go fishing, or let's go have a dude's trip, somewhere and something. I know whatever you go to the gun range. I don't care what it is. Do something that you all enjoy together, and through doing that, you will have those conversations, and that's how guys can make.
Well, Jessica, you had something you want to say?
Yeah, so therapy is like that, but I can generalize. But I think there's deeper problems, there's deeper rooted things that people have to work through, whether men or women.
So if we're dealing with somebody who is psychotic and they go to a psychiatrist, then I agree with you. I agree with you.
Clinical.
Childhood trauma, sexual trauma, abandonment, generational trauma. Children who die.
Of course.
There's things like that people really, men and women, do.
There's a lot of men who have those mental blocks who go to Marine Corps boot camp or go to the gym, and then the mental blocks go away. That's the difference. There's a lot of these guys who have these blocks, and then all of a sudden they outbred them. There are no more there's no Australopithecus, there's no Homo habilis, there's no Homo australis. There were 15 breeds, there are 15 species of hominids on this planet. Now there's one.
Murder ape.
There's just this hairless murder ape.
A girl telling you those words, say like, you're going to be a great boyfriend, husband for some lucky gal in the future. It's just not me, because I love you, but I'm not in love with you.
That hurts.
Miguel, have you ever been? Have you guys ever had that? Have you been LJBF? Let's just be friends.
When I worked at that strip club, that happened to me all the time. That's the lesson I needed to learn. When I was in the military, when I first joined the military, my early 20s, I just didn't understand. I was like, I'm good. I'm better than your boyfriend. Why don't you choose me? I just remember there's this one dude. He was on The Bachelorette. We were in college together. We were freshmen together. And this guy was so good looking that we would walk into rooms and girls would like literally hand me their fucking camera to take a picture of the two of them together and like not even acknowledge that I was there. Right? This guy's like the guy. We went out with like these 3 girls, and there was one I told him I liked. I like that girl, blah, 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 whatever. And then I drive back, and then he drives back, and all 3 girls are in bed with him. Like, it was just like that. It was like I needed to see that. I was 21, 22 years old, and I needed to see that several times to understand there is a disparity in the way.
status and relative attractiveness to that particular woman. And you as a man must do shit to be more attractive, because there's no fucking fake destiny or karma. You are going to be a bad motherfucker and she's going to be attracted to you, or you're not. Period. That's the way it works. There are no special snowflakes. You will spend your whole life thinking that some special person is going to fall into your lap while you're sitting there playing Grand Theft Auto 6 in your basement while mad. The shit is never going to happen. You have to work for it. And I watched time after time these dudes get chosen over me when I was in college, over and over again. I remember there was the prettiest girl at the strip club I worked at, and I remember her telling me about the other DJ who was a piece of trash. She couldn't stand this guy. I remember right now. Her name was Joy. His name was Ryan. She kept saying, Joy was like, I hate this guy. This guy's a piece of shit. I can't believe it. And then she comes into work one day. She comes into work one day. She's like sitting on my lap, and she goes, oh yeah, I left my husband. You left your husband? I was like, yeah, I'm moving in with Ryan. Oh my God. And it was like at first it hurt to understand Disney was lying to me. Of the church, I'm a Protestant. The church was lying to me.
Disney movies start with tragedies anyway.
Yeah, but it's like what I was supposed to believe. What I was supposed to believe, the way the world worked, is I was good to women and they were good back to me and they liked me because of my virtue. It wasn't true.
How old were you when you solved the riddle of woman?
I would say 2007. So I would have been 30. I was 29, 30. Yeah. So let me tell you what happened. Okay. I was 29. My dad was killed by a drunk driver in 06. And then 6 weeks later, I got sent to the Middle East. And while I was there, my girlfriend left me. And she left me for a Marine. I remember I was seeing pictures of, we just started, remember 05, right? So I'm watching on Facebook, or MySpace, I'm watching pictures of her at the Ark of Cabo San Lucas with this other fucking jacked up Marine who's got pimples all over his body because he's taking roids. And I'm like in the military, and I'm watching, there's no high-speed internet back then, so I'm like looking at these photos, and like my dad just died, and I'm like, wow, like the world isn't fair. And what happens, and when I'm not there, no one remembers me. I'm just gone. No one cares. Like, I'm not special. Like, I remember like being there. I read The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, and I remember realizing I'm really not special. Like, there's a few, if I died, there's maybe 6 people who would cry for 3 weeks and then they would just kind of move on. That's it. I'm not that special. Yes, and that's it. That's what I realized. That's what I realized. 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, maybe. I'll give you. But that's what when I came to that realization, it was so liberating, because it meant I could do anything I wanted and no one cared. And that's when I was totally free, and that's when I realized what my boundaries were, and I just realized that when I got to that place, and I realized that other people's opinion didn't matter, just my opinion, this is just my perspective, women were so much more attracted to me after that. Once they saw that, it was like this switch that it flipped. It took me a little longer because the U.S. military kind of sheltered me a little bit. But when I got to that place, that's when I solved women. The other reason why is a guy named Max Smith. He was just here in Vegas.
And insecurity doesn't look good on anybody.
Yeah, for sure. I watched these. So there was this thing where there was a point in my life where there were pickup artists and club promoters, right? And I would watch the pickup artists say all these things that they would do to be good with women, and then I'd go out with them, and of course none of it was true. None of it. Like, the worst people I've ever seen with women in my life were pickup coaches. And then there were the club promoters, and these guys would effortlessly send out a group text and have 70 girls show up, and they had like 6 girlfriends at the same time. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna watch what these guys do. I'm gonna stop listening to what these guys do. And that's when I started only paying. Remember, rule number 1: I don't listen to the words. I only pay attention to people's actions. When I only looked, like, success leaves clues. When I only looked for people who were successful at X, Y, or Z, this is when I became financially successful. This is when I got in better shape. And when I was more attractive to women, when I did that thing, when I took a scientific approach to solving these problems, and I didn't let my emotions come into it at all. And let me tell you something, for the guys who are listening to this right now, you're going to do what I say. You're going to set boundaries. A woman's going to say something, and she's going to cry to try to get her way, and you're like, no, I'm not going to change my mind on this. And you're going to find out that she's outrageously attracted to you afterwards. And it's going to, I say this, ladies, it's going to make you kind of lose respect for women a little bit. You're going to be like, all the shit that I was told didn't work, and then I was kind of mean to her, and now she likes me. And you're like, this is all I had to do the whole time? Fuck, bro, this is it? This is it? And it's really disappointing, because you're like, I wanted this like fulfilling connection with this woman. I was this great guy when I was 26, 27, 28. I would have been this incredible boyfriend. to all these women. And then I realized, no, I can't do that. And when I stopped doing it, then women wanted to be with me.
Then they
what
want
the
you
fuck?
to
What a conundrum. And then, oh my God. And then I get in better shape and I start making a bunch of money. And then all of a sudden it's like, and then I'm 45 and I'm competing with guys who look like Tekashi 6ix9ine, Post Malone, and Machine Gun Kelly. Like that's my competition. Those guys, like it's crazy. I don't have any competition. And that's it. That's essentially.
Even I beat up Machine.
Yeah, that's where we are now. So to answer your question, it wasn't anything. It is the total and complete recognition that you as a man are not special, and your value is only based on your performance. When you come to that realization, that's when you solve women. Solved by Mike Sartain. Thank you very much.
Ladies, I just been to share up here. Are there guys who were in the friend zone that you would thought would make good boyfriends for someone else?
Oh, absolutely. I have so many friends now that are great men, just not the man for me. So, I mean, they have great virtues and great personalities. They're just not my virtues or my personality.
I don't do serious videos often. Occasionally, though, a topic comes to mind. I like to deliver hard messages with humor. That's kind of how I like to do things. And anybody who's been following my content, or watching this stuff knows that. Humor is such an easy way to deliver really hard topics or really hard messages. And
In 2 miles, exit left, I-84 west.
And I became a truck driver for the Army while in school for mechanical engineering. And when I was at basic, and I looked at the lieutenant colonel in the eye, and I told him that I was studying mechanical engineering, and he said, "What are you doing with the Army?" And I said, "Truck driving." And he said, "Bless your heart." And I said, "Sir, with all due respect, I'm from the South." And he put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Then you know what that means." And I became a truck driver for the Army.
Let's talk about our electric truck for military applications. There's huge advantages for a hybrid electric truck that apply to the military that don't apply to civilian applications. One of them is being electric. It can move super quietly. You shut that generator off and you can roll with almost no sound. Imagine being able to roll through a village or a sensitive area, being completely quiet, not giving your convoy position away. Redundancy. Your motor goes out, you can still work off the batteries. Your battery goes out, you still work off the motor. Keeps you going longer. The other big advantage, that generator can provide offshore power. Let's look at Ukraine. Russia crippled their power infrastructure to reduce their ability to operate. Electrical infrastructure is actually a huge target. You cripple a country's electric, you can shut that country down. Now imagine if your military trucks could have that generator feed power and bring a grid back to life. That's huge for military operation. Your trucks could also power your forward operation bases. Plus, in something like a natural disaster, your trucks could actually respond to that natural disaster and bring the local area power grid back online. Let's talk about our electric truck for military applications. There's huge advantages for a hybrid electric.
Can we please just finish up here? I ain't done telling y'all about the wonderful, beautiful, weird things about my state. The weird's doing a lot of the heavy lifting and natural response. What kind of weird stuff are we talking? Well, we got the UFO Welding Center in Poland. New Mexico just called it. Once it's one thing back. I said the UFO Welding Center, not south of the border. Although I do got that too. How do you have that? What border? The worst Carolina one. Just start driving south on 95, and you'll know you get there when you start passing that 1187 billboard for it, or when your suspension starts putting in overtime. What even is it? You let me know if you ever find out, will you? Sure. Is there anything else you'd like to share? Our governor sounds like Foghorn Leghorn. That's fun. Mine just acts like AI. We got Swamp Fox and the Legend of the Lizard Man. Those are my nicknames in college. We do rice and gravy, more mashed potatoes, and mac and cheese is the best. According to who? Me and every restaurant with a side of me. No.
Also, by the way, Pilot is single and I'm not, so. True.
Shots fired.
That is true. I made a bet with Mary that we're gonna see who gets married first. So Mary's in a very committed relationship. I have never been in a relationship.
Never, zero relationships.
Not as an adult. I was in a long relationship in high school. Okay, so yeah, never been in a relationship. Mary has been in a very healthy 1-year relationship. We're gonna
So
shoot ahead
nice.
right now, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Should we wager? Want to wager on this, Mary? Who gets married first? How much you putting?
Wait, like actual money?
Money.
Yeah, we're betting
No,
here.
no.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't bet with you though. Let's see who gets married first between me and you.
Oh, that's easy. You're gonna get married first because I'm not gonna get married.
Oh yeah, I forgot you don't really like
Yeah,
marriage. That's
sorry,
sad.
Mary.
Anti-marriage sourpuss.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a fan. Not a. Well, I don't object to it from like a religious perspective, but like a secular marriage is
Of course, people are very people are lolly gaggy with it, but I love
legally speaking.
the idea of marriage and what it actually is.
I think you love the idea of having a wedding. It's not clear to me if you love the idea.
I really haven't thought about my wedding ever. I like the idea of having a life partner eventually though.
Okay, so I want to bring it to Priscilla. You said that you wanted to touch on gender roles, traditional versus non-traditional. What do you have on that?
Oh, so like it's pretty simple. Like I think it's like in an ideal situation, the man should provide. Should focus on taking care of the children, at least until when they're 18. The man should pay for the hotel room.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, my mom criticized me on that too. Saying
She's
that
like,
I
at
should
least-
pay.
She's like, at least if you're gonna go hook up with a dude who doesn't care about you in the hotel room, at least you should.
Yeah, my mom gonna be like, oh, can me at least have just paid twice. But like,
No, you paid for the first though, right?
he paid for the first, but my mom said that like instead of me paying for the second round, you should have paid for the second round
Should
as well. You should
Was there a third? Was there a third hotel situation?
No.
Was it Hilton? Marriott? Ritz?
Okay,
Was it the Ritz?
no, one was in San Dimas, the other one was in West Covina.
I'm not where, just like the chain.
Remember the brand.
Hilton has good bed sheets.
I don't remember. I do
What's
have
it?
the address, but like I don't remember the name. I don't know.
So, question for you: you think you believe in traditional gender roles?
Yeah, like
When do you want to get married?
I do, but like realistically, I don't know if I can get married by the time I'm 30 because again, I don't really put myself out there. And like you said, I'm kind of a hermit.
Sure.
Because like I do have anxiety, and like I said, I don't think a guy would want to put up with someone who has anxiety. And you did say like guys shouldn't date girls with mental illness. I think anxiety is borderline mental illness, is it not?
Well, it depends how it manifests itself and its impact on the relationship. Hold on.
Zero's Maxi donated $100. What's up, Brian?
Yo, what's up, man? Thank you.
Recently been watching some of your past streams, and this is the first time I'm tuning in at 4:30 a.m. from London.
Thank you.
What is everyone's longest relationship? Would love to be a...
Hello again, everyone. Welcome to Washington Gun Law TV. I'm Washington Gun Law President William Kirk. Thanks for joining us. Hey, coming to you from Washington's nicest indoor shooting facility. Of course, that is Security Gun Club, located right here in Woodville, Washington. You know, there's an old adage that says, better be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. Now, many of us have had to learn that lesson the hard way. But apparently it's a lesson that the United States government has yet to learn, but has given themselves not one, but two fantastic opportunities to learn that lesson the hard way. It also provides us, in the lawful and responsible gun owning community, two amazing opportunities to actually advance what should be inalienable rights. But if the United States government may be bitten off a little bit more than they can chew here, well, let's talk about it. So we're going to talk about both of these cases, and let's spend a few minutes and get yourself educated. And let's talk about how DOJ is about to open Pandora's box on gun control. About it collectively now. The first is a case out of the Third Circuit. It is the case of Range versus Attorney General of the United States. The United States government is asking to review the Third Circuit's ruling, which found portions of 18 U.S.C. 922 unconstitutional. The other case is a case that comes out of the Fifth Circuit, and that is the case of Daniels versus the United States, in which the Fifth Circuit found other portions of 18 United States Code 922 unconstitutional. Now, as we know, next month we have a huge hearing before the United States Supreme Court in the matter of United States v. Rahimi. Now, this is going to determine whether or not it is appropriate to strip people of their otherwise inalienable rights based upon pre-trial indictment allegations found on probable cause of violent offenses. We will talk about that in a minute. What the Range case and the Daniels case, however, gives us an opportunity to answer what I believe is a much more pressing and important question, which is, do we have any historical precedent for stripping the firearm rights from non-violent, non-dangerous felons, or do we even have the right to strip firearm rights from those who use certain controlled substances? Because those are the two issues that will be decided if either of these cases are accepted for review by the United States Supreme Court. Now, just so you understand the facts here, in Range versus Attorney General of the United States, it's a case out of Pennsylvania. Mr. Range, who was a single father raising 3 kids, underreported his personal income, so he...
Hey, rate the fit on a scale of 1 to 10.
Give me a spin. 7.5.
For real?
Now the blue one?
Yeah.
Give me another minute. Nicole, do you think you're...
I think I'm in the sex.
You put in your head that you're...
Me, myself, and I. Like, who else?
What would you rate yourself then?
I would rate myself like a 10.5, a 9, 15 out of 10.
15 out of 10?
15?
That's crazy!
I bad up down here.
You bad.
She's bad.
You're better.
8.5.
Right?
8.5.
8.5.
8.5.
Okay, I don't know who put in your head that you're hot. I give about you a mid. And I give you about 6.5.
Oh my god.
Hey, I'm just trying to fix this corrupt system out here.
Okay.
I mean, he ain't wrong about the system being corrupt. A lot of these women think they're a lot more attractive than they are. And I don't have much sympathy for these women because they know when they go and see this guy on the street, he's always there. He's probably going to say something out of pocket, or if you say something delusional, he's going to call you out. So if you want to go and make a fool out of yourself, that's up to you.
Body positivity. So nice how far we've come.
It is evolving, just backwards.
Men try to use anyone that knows what the police is, because I thought this was a goddamn drill, but it is not. What the? What?
Shaman, please help. What do I do? I'm asking for it, that's my problem.
Girls were always trying to distract me back in the day.
Hey, I'm not joking. I've got nothing here for you. No, I'm not trying to do that. Yeah, I've got college work to do, right? So you're gonna go home? Oh my days. Remember, fellas,
we must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
I know you're like Andrew. My husband is amazing. He's incredibly intelligent. He's fun. He's caring. He's just, and he'll kick your ass if you mess with his family. I love that. I love your love story with him. We've known each other a long time. We're very clean.
But you're allowed to, the people.
As long as there's a mutual respect and we know about it.
I beg your pardon.
I think the term alpha male was a bit corny, to be honest, but I don't think you can call a man an alpha that's married a woman that does what she does. I'm not going to be able to look at another man like he's masculine or alpha or whatever you want to call it, and he lets his wife do mad shit with other men on camera for a living. And she sat there on the podcast saying how masculine he is, how alpha he is. If you think that, why are you doing what you do for a living?
How do you feel about open relationships?
Oh my god.
Say that you want to kill us.
Continue on I-84 West for 96 miles. That is all it
It's
is.
never gonna work. I'm such a monogamous person. The
Yeah.
idea of my person being with somebody else is just, it breaks my heart, honestly.
I
would hate
know. I could never share the person that I want to be with.
that. No, and if that's possessive, so be it.
You said that you've been in open relationships since high school. All of your...
My person being with somebody else is just, it breaks my heart, honestly.
I
would hate
know.
that.
I could never share the person that I want to be with.
No, and if that's possessive, so be it.
You said that you've been in open relationships since high school. All of your relationships
All of
have
my
been open?
relationships have been open, yeah.
Why?
Someone in my class that said that he was doing a polyamorous relationship, and I'm like, what is that? And then he explained like, oh, so I'm dating like 2 people at the same time, and my partner is, or one of them is dating multiple people too, and that's just how it is. I'm like, wow, that kind of makes sense. Why would you have to? I've never heard that before. So it felt more like yeah, I think that's me. It just makes a lot more sense than
just being with one person, especially like when you're very young. Why would you miss out on other opportunities or like grow with other people than just, you know, that's how I saw it.
I mean, each to their own, I guess. If they're happy, they're happy. But I've always thought the idea of an open relationship is done with shit. From what I've seen and heard, most of them fail.
First day, where we going? Let me hear it.
To be honest, I think we need to go to the library.
Can I just ask, where do you work?
I work within cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity?
Yes.
I work within finance as well, sweetheart, so...
Cybersecurity and finance are completely different, but that's your understanding.
Are you guys in a relationship?
No.
No. Okay,
You say yeah, you say no.
We are not. No.
Okay. Miscommunication here.
No. Perfect communication. You actually just like freedoms. I like years
Why does the friend zone exist?
for losers who are meant.
It's in the friend zone?
Yes, I do have a boyfriend.
Oh, you do have a
Yes,
boyfriend?
not him.
It's plenty of fish in the sea. You don't need to pursue another. I'm still trying to get your end away.
I'm down the phone.
Number 2 again. I did that like 5 times.
I don't do serious videos often. Occasionally, if you're grading MREs on a scale of 1 to 10, or like, you know, the best or worst, and you're not grading them on if they can be eaten hot or cold, I mean, that Chili Mac MRE is garbage cold. It's trash. It doesn't even really come with good sides. So I mean, maybe I'm just a contrarian. I don't know. A millennial that doesn't really care for Whoopies or the Chili Mac MRE. Currently in an undisclosed location because I don't know what the result of posting this video is going to be.
Welcome back to another episode of the Bellied Up Podcast. I'm here with Charlie. Charlie, how you feeling today?
Hi guys, how are you? Good to hear.
Doing good, Miles.
Thanks for asking.
Where are we at today?
We are over at Scotty's Bar and Pizza. It's a historic bar right over here by the airport in Milwaukee. It's a beautiful establishment. We're lucky to be here today. This is, what time is it? It's 11:30. And this bar is popping.
The patrons are fully ready to go.
They are.
And love that about this place.
Some are eating, some are just having their breakfast beers, you know, and it is a Thursday. Is it Thursday?
It is.
Thirsty Thursday.
I'm excited to have some pizza later.
Yeah, and the pizza is really, really good. And also, Miles, I do want to point out, you guys got to get over here and just take note of some of the decor. It's fantastic. I mean, I'm seeing some cool lunch boxes. There's one of the best camp signs I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's a great spot.
Yeah.
Well, Charlie.
Yeah, Miles.
Before you know it, winter's gonna be here. I hate to say that. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
You got a winter right next to you, dude.
No, winter.
Oh, winter. Yeah.
The T.
Yeah. Winter is coming.
Yeah.
Is that still relevant to say?
I think so. Winter is coming.
I miss Game of Thrones.
I do too. But that's for another podcast, Charlie.
Okay, sorry.
What, in your mind, do you have to get done before snow hits the ground and it's full winter?
Well, I gotta fix the clutch on my snowmobile.
Yeah.
I had all summer to do it. I didn't even do it a bit. And then, wouldn't you know it, Miles, the starter on my motorcycle went out. So now I gotta fix that.
So now you were good time Charlie with the Harley, and now you're just good time Charlie like that.
I know, from Tuesday through Thursday. Early bird half night. Miles. Why?
That would be cool.
It'd be a...
All right. You gonna put that in your next special?
I might.
Yeah.
That one might go in there.
I think that maybe is material you can use, Charlie. Yeah, that's what this podcast is all about. Getting you more material.
Can I just double down on this owl thing real quick? Or not the owl thing, the bull thing. Bulls, they just make these little indents, right, in your lawn. Do they glue
completely destroy it? Or yeah, like they like eat your grass and they like literally my whole entire front lawn was just like dirt. Really? Yeah. I posted online. You probably didn't see it. Let me see. Yeah. Well, I'll show you here. We'll take some calls. You show me offline. You're sending this to offline. Well, I don't know how fast we'll be able to find it. All right, that's fine. You can show me offline. I'll show you, and then we can. Sorry I didn't keep up with you on that one. You know, I see a lot of your stuff. You know, it's fine. Honestly, I've been trying to spend less time on Instagram personally. You know, so you don't text it to me. You know. Okay, every single post we post on text. Just the interesting ones. Just the interesting ones. Alright, we'll take some callers. I'll find the video for each of them. Alright, we'll take some callers. Alright. Welcome to the Bellied Up Podcast. Who are we talking to today? Oh, you're talking to Jude Pittman. Jude Pittman? Yeah. Hey, Jude. From Lynn, Missouri. Lynn, Missouri. What are you doing there? Yeah. Wait, we're talking to Jude from Lynn? Yeah, Jude from Lynn. I love that. That's a country song right there. Jude from Lynn. I'll have to write it up. Yeah, write that up, Jude. So, what's on your mind, Jude?
Well, I'm down here in Lynn for college. I just started Cambridge College. And, been living in an apartment for a while now, and I need to figure out a way to sneak a pet in here. They don't allow pets.
What kind of pet are we talking about?
Well, of course, a dog. A dog's a man's best friend.
Is indeed. What kind of a dog, Jude?
Oh, I would say mini Australian Shepherd, probably.
Oh, you haven't gotten a dog yet?
No, I don't have a dog yet. Nope.
So first question is, I know that there's a lot of apartments now that do allow dogs. Have you looked into a different apartment, or is the kind of area you're in, they don't really allow them anywhere?
They just don't allow them anywhere, because it's like a college town, so all the apartments are, like every year they have to refresh people. So I don't know, that just don't end up animals.
Okay. Well, Charlie, do you have any advice on how you can sneak one in? Yeah, it's going to be really tough, Jude. I'm going to be honest with you. You're going to have to sneak that sucker in every single day, and one of those dogs needs to roam. So, you know, what do we do here? You're going to need some sort of suitcase apparatus. Yeah, some kind of disguise. Yep. And you're going to have to maybe trade it to do this business in a litter box. Well, that litter box. Yeah, if the litter box doesn't work, I kind of, Miles, like your disguise thing better. So a suitcase is good because it's already got the leash attached, you know, like the little roller bins. So here's what you do, Jude. You start looking online, or perhaps you make these yourself, but little doggy shoes that look like roller wheels on a suitcase. Horrible. And then as the dog's walking, it's just going to look like you're going on a little flight every single day. And then you just walk that suitcase around the block, and you get a block away, and then, you know, you can take the disguise off, and, you know, the back there can run away.
Let it do its business and all that. Yeah, I think you're just about right about that.
So, another question for you. How many Karens do you think are living in your apartment building? Who's going to rat you out? Yeah, is it, do you think you got a apartment Karens, or do you think everyone will be kind of...
Well, here's the thing. Well, you know, it's a college town with a bunch of students, so, I mean, there's a lot of drinking happening. So if there was any Karens, I think they would have figured it out by now.
Okay. So that's good news. Do you know where the security cameras are, Jude?
I know there's some, but I mean, if there's a disguise, I mean, how much do I have to worry about them?
That's true. That's true. Well, I put a fake mustache on this dog, no one will know. Yeah. I think maybe a pair of glasses. Ball cap. Yeah, I think that was pretty quick and heavy. I think we solved Jude's problem. What do you think, Miles? Nice. You got anything to buy, sell, or trade while we got you on the horn here, dude?
I tell her, well, I tell you what, if you had an extra one, I'd buy that Harley off you.
Oh, would you?
I mean, you're a matchmaker, so you understand the male perspective. Wouldn't it be fair to say that a lot of women go out for certain experiences, and that's a screening tactic to get rid of women that are there just for an experience versus to get to know the guy?
I certainly, from a man's perspective, could see that. You know, if a man does not want a gold digger, he might test her that way.
Yeah.
But from a woman's perspective, it's a test too, because I want to see how much you want to impress me as a man.
I don't think men think that deeply. I don't think that's all they No, I don't think they think that deeply to, oh, let me do this to screen her. They're looking for, majority are looking for the fastest way to the vagina. I don't think they're thinking, well, let me do this and see how they're hoping that she likes them no matter what he does. That's what they're hoping.
I'm not suggesting that men are testing women. I'm just saying if that's the case, for myself,
So it's not a disqualifier. You'll go out, but you're going to be observing what goes on.
I'm taking notes. And I also look at it holistically. You know, if that's the best that they can do and I see potential in them and they're ambitious, maybe I will give them a chance.
I disagree with you on that point, because the guys that women want are going to absolutely play that test that you don't think is a test, but that's fine.
No, the women will. I'm saying the
No, I'm
men.
talking about, no, the guys won't play the test where they take her to somewhere that isn't necessarily as expensive or luxurious to see how she responds.
What tax bracket is he in though? Because I think a regular average, no, I'm serious, a regular average working guy will ask, hey, let's do coffee. And it's hoping that she likes
But
them
that's
enough.
why I qualified it by saying the men that are attractive that women want, that have the network and the status, a lot of the times they'll test women by taking them somewhere that isn't expensive to see how they do.
Well, that I agree with. If he's in a certain tax bracket, I'm talking about the guy.
But you'll never know. You'll disqualify it. And you'll be like, oh, he tried to offer me, I'm not going.
Well, I've been lucky enough to date guys that don't play games. That's a game. No, it's a game. It's literally a game. It's the definition of a game. It's literally a game.
Wouldn't it be fair to say that women are the ones that play the game because the man has to attract her to some degree for the game to begin?
I would say that women play a lot more games than men, yes, but that's a game. Like,
So-
let me hide, you know, I date guys that are like, this is what I'm working, this is what I'm coming with, you can like it or you don't.
I feel like it's more of a
You
self-preservation tactic in the game, like maybe protect yourself from being taken advantage of or used for their own reasons.
No, but what's the point of the date though?
Again, I asked what's the tax bracket because men of means are not going to play this game. They're just not.
Betting on is fucking awesome. Oh my God.
I've never heard of it.
Guys, one microphone at a time, because anytime you're speaking and there's other people speaking, it hurts the quality of the show, and the audience is really annoyed. So if someone's speaking, please be quiet. Okay, so real quick, a date. What's the point of a date?
To get to know the person.
So it's not a game.
No, it's not a game. It doesn't have to be a game. I'm saying someone that's no, I didn't say it's a game. I said someone that's pretending to be something they're not to test you, that is a game. That's like me showing up to a date. I'm showing up in a bonnet and slippers to see if he really likes me. That's a game. I'm playing the game.
The point is, you get to know someone on these people up, right? Whether it's at Starbucks or at fucking Blue, does it really matter?
If he's pretending that he can only afford Starbucks, that is a game, sir. That's a game.
But he's not pretending because he can afford both.
He can afford both.
No, but if he's doing it with the intention to test her, that is a game. It's simple math.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that women play the game too.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if for someone to play chess with you, you need an opponent, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, women play the game, so men play the game as well. It's just that women don't like it when men play the game as well, if not better than themselves. That's why women don't like that.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Like women and men, it's not gender specific. Women and men play games.
Yeah, but women play games the majority of the time. It's just that very few men can actually compete and play the game back and do better yet at them.
I agree with that as well.
So what I'm saying is that, like, the reason why guys won't employ a tactic like that, especially high net worth individuals that know they can do this, is because there's a lot of vulturous women out there that are just looking for a bag or looking to get an experience, etc. So let me test this chick. Let's go and get some coffee and see how she responds. If she says, no, I'm good, I don't want that, fuck you. That's how they do.
But you know, men of means are not a monolith, because I know wealthy men as well, and they're like, hey, I don't give a damn. I want someone that looks good on my arm. You got a six-pack, you got a nice round booty. I'm good with that. I know you're here for the money, and I'm here because you look good.
Then they're just smashed. That's an L for you as a female anyway.
Well, it's not an L if all she wants to do is smash. There's this theory that that women don't just want to smash. Newsflash, guys, lots of women just want to smash, and they want a guy that's going to take them to really nice places after smashing.
I want to smash.
Because here's the thing. The majority of men aren't running rampant looking for wives. The majority of them are looking to smash. So women are like, I don't mind smashing, but I'd rather smash after Nobu than after Starbucks.
Yeah, but so you just defeated our own argument, because women treat sex as a value-loaded exchange, not an equal value exchange like you're trying to say. It's not an equal value exchange. It's I need something in return for the sex. And a lot of times that means I need more energy and effort than I put in to get the sex. So what I'm saying is that, cool, that guy can put that effort in or whatever, and if he has the means and the money to do so, but you're just going to be put in the sex-only category and never get the relationship that you want.
Right, but that's, again, women are not a monolith. Some women don't care. A lot of women don't care, especially today.
Most women want a long-term relationship with a man of substance to some degree. The recreational sex is, there's always a time clock on it. So, I mean, what you're saying, cool, will some girls employ that tactic for a period of time? Yes, but it's always periodic.
I do agree that women they exchange, like, I'm going to give you this because I want that.
And here's the funny part, too. The very man that you said that you would disqualify for the coffee date, that's the guy that more than likely is probably looking for something serious because he wanted to screen a woman out from the beginning versus the guy that you mentioned, I'm going to be a baller and spend money. He's clearly looking for sex to be
right,
sustained.
but
No!
That's not what most women are looking for.
Right, but I'm not most women. But here's the thing, I'm not most women, plus I'm older than a lot of these girls. These girls probably looking for husbands and long romances. I'm like, can you smash? It's gonna be good. Are we gonna be in expensive places? And let's rock and let's get it over with. So we have to consider too what phase are these women in. How many of you want to get married?
Most women don't want, with all due respect, most women don't want to be single at 50. So that's a terrible strategy.
But I do.
Okay, but the majority of women don't though. Hey, like what you want is an anomaly, and most women are not looking for that. That's what a disaster.
I disagree. I think women in my age bracket are not looking for long-term romance, looking to take care of a man, looking to wash drawers, like you mentioned. That has Hershey streaks in them.
Do you think that most women want to be single
at my age? I think we're pretty much.
But you're starting at your age. I'm saying most women in general, ladies, raise your hand if you want to be single at 50.
No, most of them want to get married because at this age, that's what they're thinking. You know what? That's what they're thinking next 20.
Well, look, I'm 46. Over the course of my life, I would like to maybe get married at some point and have kids. Like, the point is that what you're saying, if you're starting at 50, yeah, for sure. But in general, these women want to get married.
But that's why I just said most of these women are looking for long-term relationships and romance and what have you. Absolutely. At your guys' age, I was there.
I respectfully disagree with you. I respectfully disagree with you with the notion that women who are childless and single at 50 are happy that way, because 1/4 of childless women regret not having kids.
Okay, but I'm not childless.
Okay, well,
but I'm happy.
Okay, well, I also work with a lot of single moms.
Okay, but you don't work with me.
I understand. I'm just, but you're making blanket statements.
Okay,
so I'm gonna.
Well, you can say. Here's the thing. On my podcast, on the block with Jen, I literally hold up a sign, some, not all, to make everything comfortable. Because I make a blanket statement, and everyone says, hey, but that's not all women. So I literally hold up a sign that says some, not all.
Well, you did make a blanket statement about women your age being very happy and wanting to be single.
No. I said I'm happy and I'm single. I said a lot of older women are not worried about the things that younger women are worried about. When I was that age, I was thinking that way.
Okay, I hear that, but that's not what you said. What I heard you say was women who are 50 or at your age do not want or want to be single. Right?
Yes,
I disagree with that.
You're saying most women at 50
right,
want to be single.
most older women, they're filing for divorce, right? Because they're tired of taking care of men. Absolutely, yes.
And they're depressed. I think we've established that most women are not like you. Okay? Can I bring up something? I also point out the fact that just because it's affecting you does not mean you are the banner bearer.
No, I totally agree. It's not the majority.
Most women who are pushing 50 right now, they're in
okay.
So let's just, they do not look like you, they do not live the same lifestyle as you.
Agreed.
Again, walk from the TSA at Las Vegas Airport, go to your gate, and look at the people on the way. Put your phone away. That's the average person, not you. That's the average person. Let me say something real quick. So for those of a lot of guys, Myron and I were talking about real estate, right? A lot of guys are trying to stack their money and try to leave generational wealth for their family. This is one of the best books I've ever read. It's called Millionaire Next Door. One of the things they talk about is for men who end up gaining that amount of money, one of the most common indicators is if the wife is actually more stingy than the husband. So looking for if I want generational wealth, I think a woman who ends up being the sieve on my finances is not find a woman who's more stingy than I am, which I have one now. That's actually a huge plus for me. And I want to be, I still want to take care of her. I would spend more money on her if she wanted. So that's actually a huge way for men to sneak their wealth. And so again, I highly recommend one of the best books I've ever read, The Millionaire Next Door. It's really, really great when it goes over the socioeconomic status of people who become millionaires.
Where else were we? Yeah. So, if you like the guy and everything actually matches up and you're attracted to him, doesn't matter where he takes you on the first date, assuming there's no safety risk. So it doesn't matter.
But I do like different. Like I mean, I want some excitement if it's the first time.
But it doesn't matter. You can get excitement anywhere though, so it doesn't matter where he takes you. Is my question.
I think I would rather go to a nice place.
Would you sleep with him after Mushy Mushy? How do you not know Mushy Mushy? Hold on. I got you. Komodo or Kiki in the river? I'll put you in the river. Which one?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, which one?
Kiki.
Komodo or Booby Trap?
Booby Trap.
So if you like the guy and you found him attractive, you would still want to go somewhere nice, so where you go doesn't matter. What about you?
It does matter in the sense of I'd rather a coffee date, a drink, or like a dinner, rather than somebody saying, hey, I have a table at a club. Because I've had that before, like, hey, I have a table at the club, if you want to come through, I don't like that.
Okay.
I want to be able to talk to the person.
Okay, so for you it's more of a logistical situation, not necessarily a financial situation.
No, I don't care about the finances. We can go and Starbucks or anything.
Okay. I agree. Well, so for you, it's more about it's a no around. It's a yes, but it's around the premise of being able to speak to the individual.
Yeah.
Okay.
My first date, I want to speak to them.
Right.
Doesn't
What about
matter. I don't think it matters.
Okay. What about you? Assuming the guy is attractive and everything is met requirement-wise and it's not unsafe, doesn't matter where he takes you.
No, it doesn't matter.
No.
I should say no, but I will say yes, it does matter. It has to fit, if we're going to go eat, it has to be something that fits my diet. I'm not going to sit there and eat something that is
What is your diet considered?
clean food, no fast food, nothing that's like processed foods, right? So I might give a suggestion that's within the same budget realm, right? But I'm not just going to go eat shit, just clean food.
Okay. So.
The Joe Rogan experience.
I'm drawing a blank on a term, but what is it called when your body sets its time for the day of the sun? Yes, for that. So it benefits your sleep a lot, right? So to get sunlight early in the morning.
Yeah, supposedly.
It sets your body's clock, your mind's clock.
I've never had a problem with sleep.
Yeah, me neither.
Luckily. I'm just one of those guys. I
suck. Yeah, I have friends that really struggle with sleep.
My wife struggles with sleep. I can go to sleep on the fucking train station floor.
Yeah, I don't get it at all. And I'm not super empathetic about it too, because sometimes like my wife would be up like doing something in the middle of the night and she's like, she can't sleep. Go back to sleep. She's like, what do you think I want to?
Yeah, some people just can't sleep. Yeah. Well, Jocko only sleeps like 4 hours a day.
And that's not good for you. Yeah, but his brain does.
I don't know.
Maybe not like for functioning right now, but like long term.
Yeah.
If you ask Andy Huberman, that's one of the things you do to like help your brain function as well as possible. And like Alzheimer's, all kinds of brain issues, like long term. Sleep is a major factor.
Yeah, it's a major factor if they look at the correlation between like the amount of hours you sleep and Alzheimer's. Huge. Yeah, I don't know. Jocko's a different kind of animal. And maybe
he definitely seems built different.
Yeah, maybe he just doesn't. I think there's certain people. I think Arnold is one of those people too. Schwarzenegger. I think he said he only sleeps like 2 hours a night. Yeah. I think there's certain people that just like they have just different requirements. There are people that like physically don't need as much sleep. Like everybody needs some sleep. But I think there are people. I'm not one of them. I can notice the difference between 6 and 8 hours. I notice a big difference. 6 hours is like I gotta push.
is extra push. Whereas 8 hours.
Yeah, no, I sleep 6 or 7 hours a night. But I feel like everybody's different. Like there must be outliers. To only sleep 4 hours a night and function well, it must not affect your hormones as much as most people. Because like I feel like most people, if you sleep 4 hours a night, it's terrible for your hormones.
It really
causes
depends.
a crazy crash.
I think it really depends on what you're doing. Like for some people, like if you're only sleeping 4 hours, but your job is very engaging and very intense, and you have a lot of adrenaline, you're fired up. Like at the end of that day, you're probably gonna crash hard, but you might be able to pull it off if you keep going. If you have like some fucking work job, and you only slept like 4 hours, you're gonna be yawning and falling asleep. You're gonna be barely able to get through it.
Or even this job, just like the brain function aspect.
Oh, here it is, huge. After 10-year search, scientists find second short sleep gene. After a decade of searching, UC San Francisco scientists have identified the only human gene known to produce natural short sleep, lifelong nightly sleep that lasts just 4 to 6 hours, yet leaves individuals feeling fully rested, have discovered a second. It says, before we identified the first short sleep gene, people really really weren't thinking about sleep duration in genetic terms, said Ying-Hu Fu, PhD, professor of neurology and member of the UCSF Wheel Institute for Neurosciences. Fu led the research teams that discovered both short sleep genes, the newest of which is described in a paper published August 28, 2019 in the journal Neuron. According to Fu, many scientists once thought that certain sleep behaviors couldn't be studied genetically. Sleep can be difficult to study using the tools of human genetics because people use alarms, coffee, and pills to alter their natural sleep cycles, she said. These sleep disruptions, the thinking went, made it difficult for researchers to distinguish between people who naturally sleep for less than 6 hours and those who do so only with the aid of an artificial stimulant. And natural short sleepers remained a mystery until 2009. The study discovered that people who had inherited a particular mutation in a gene called DEC2 averaged only 6.25 hours of sleep per night. Study participants lacking the mutation averaged 8.06 hours. The finding provided the first conclusive evidence that natural short sleep is, at least in some cases, genetic, but this mutation is rare, so while it helped explain some natural short sleepers, it couldn't account for all of them. Interesting. Yeah. I think Jocko is just a man.
Yeah, this must vary.
I think he likes being tired. I think he likes waking up tired and pushing through it.
He's probably so used to suffering on a daily that just becomes his baseline. If he's not suffering, he probably doesn't feel
Welcome to Idaho.
Okay. Well, I mean, fucking go to his Instagram. How many photos is there of his walk?
Yeah.
And forth every morning.
He's got the worst, the best Instagram, but the worst Instagram. There's like another watch photo. But you know he's getting after it.
Hey everybody, welcome.
Fucking let him go, not helping anyone. He's thick as pig shit. Mine's the gap. If you need help with that, if you're bringing it, I want to bring in the gap. Let him go. Just means there'll be one fewer person on Long Island. That's all that means. Inside the trainers that honestly said silica gel, do not eat. Who the fuck? Are there greedy people going, oh, trainer pudding?
Snowy bubbles in it, snowy bubbles.
We know like some curb across the largest supermarket because enough people rolled to Tesco complaining that they struggle putting jam on curved croissants. Defeated by bendy plates.
I just seen Tesco not being funny. What was going on there? And suddenly there was jam on the table. Help! I mean, it's happening again.
to do in the event of an ISIS attack. At the zoo. He's 11. He's excited. You can't even go to the fucking zoo now without being terrified. But do you know the advice that his teachers gave him? He said on this note, run or hide. Cheers, guys. What do you think he was going to do? Shit, his voice says, Kumbaya. Kumbaya. Let's fight them with Christian love. It's awful, isn't it? I wasn't afraid of ISIS. I grew up in the 90s. What were the big fears in England in the 90s? Eating red berries off the side of the road. Chinese birds. Witches. Leaning back on your chair at school. Do you remember those weird rumours?
Don't lean back on your chair, as there was a boy that did it once and now he's spastic. I don't think that's how you say it, that's how he says it now.
Girls running up through.
Just how this even became a possibility is kind of crazy. I was talking to Ryan Hall, who runs YMH. He goes, I reached out. The Navy has approved for you to go for a ride with the Blue Angel.
How you doing, Dan? You all right?
You know, you're used to seeing uniformed men and women in public sometimes, but when you see them in their element together, it kind of stops you for a second. You're like, oh, this is what it really is to be in the military. I get to meet, for me, the man of the hour, which is 7.
How many G's are we going to go for? 7.5 minimum. Nice. Yeah, we'll push you all the way to the limit. All right, you do great. Yeah.
He looks like he is cut out of a storybook about what a fighter pilot should look like. I feel like a chick the moment that I meet him. I'm like, hi, sir. And then it's like, it's on. The butterflies start. I'm like, oh, this is happening for the day. I'm very proud. You know, a lot of people don't know how I'm often in battle. Some people consider it, you know, virtual battle, but I heard from a number of the people on base that they have a lot of respect for what I do.
Can I get a weapons check?
I've never really thought about what the air support does for me and for my platoon, but I do now. And if you want to find me out there, my call sign is
We're ready to walk out there.
let's do it, bro.
Should we go for it? Absolutely. Okay. Give them hell, 7. Yeah, we'll try. Oh yeah, let's do it. 5, 7, let's go, let's take down 2.
And then he just flies straight up. comes around this bend and does this hard pull turn, like back towards the runway, and my vision went completely black and then came back on. Everybody was so cool and gracious, cheering me on.
He absolutely killed it. Welcome back. Mach 1.25, positive 7.4 Gs to negative 2 Gs. Over everything.
Cannot tell you how much I enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
I hear you're going to get on bird after this.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Out of nowhere, they go, hey, do you want to go for a ride in Fat Albert?
Yeah, Jado!
That's the name of the C-130, Fat Albert. I was like, that's the name of my friend, Fat Albert. So that was kind of cool.
It was 8 minutes of hell, but to be alright, you just did an hour. What else is it? Alright, more hell.
And then we're like waiting to take off, and I'm listening to these guys. And they're like, I've never flown before, have you? I'm like, oh fuck. We take off. They do some maneuver where I raise my seat and almost hit the ceiling. I'm like, oh my God. And I was like, oh yeah, they're putting on a show too. These guys are they're not just like transport planes, they're putting on a show for everybody who's going to this thing. Yeah, I mean, you walk away from this thing realizing how like central everybody is to making this happen. I mean, the pilots are obviously the stars of the show, and they're gifted, they're incredible. What they're able to do is amazing. But it takes the team, it takes the whole team to be able to make it happen. So I have the utmost respect for everybody involved there. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me an absolutely life-altering, incredible experience. I wish I could go back in time and try to fly. It's just fun to be with your friends, you know. I will never forget you guys.
I left a wallet there.
You know who drank? Churchill.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
You know that's my guy, right?
So he did champagne.
Normally.
Hillary Clinton was just giving a talk at the Institute for Global Politics, and she was fielding questions, I suppose, and one brave young man stood up to question Hillary's warmongering.
Can you please make a statement about President Joe Biden's speech? This is a clearly warmongering speech. President Joe Biden is calling for $100 billion of funding for Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine, and we're supposed to just bundle these together and pretend like we're going to rush.
We're in fact talking about the early 1930s. This is a test flight of USS Los Angeles rigid airship trying to recover a plane while using an experimental trapeze system. This test program was a success, which led to the development of aircraft hangars that accommodated up to 5 airplanes on the Akron-class rigid airships. In total, 2 flying aircraft carriers were built for the U.S. Navy, as well as 2 experimental ones used to test new technologies. Unfortunately, 3 out of the 4 rigid airships in the U.S. Navy had a tragic fate. But what killed these giant airships is not what you think. Airships, also known as dirigibles, have 3 types: non-rigid, semi-rigid, and rigid. Non-rigid airships, also known as blimps, rely on the gas pressure to give it its shape. So if a blimp was deflated, it would lose its shape. A rigid airship has an internal structure, giving it its shape within which numerous gas cells are installed. For example, the famous Hindenburg was a rigid airship. A semi-rigid airship is like a blimp, but has a partial rigid frame, usually in the form of a keel. The U.S. Navy's rigid airship program began in 1819 when Congress authorized funding to acquire 2 airships and build an air station for the housing and upkeep of the dirigibles. While ZR-1 was built by the United States, ZR-2 was purchased from the British. Unfortunately, even before ZR-2 was able to cross the Atlantic and reach the United States, the airship suffered major structural failure, which resulted in a Hindenburg-like major in-air explosion of 14 hydrogen-filled gas bags. Unlike ZR-2, the American-designed ZR-1, which later was christened as USS Shenandoah, was filled with 2.1 million cubic feet of helium. This gave the airship a significant safety advantage over the hydrogen-filled airships, as helium is non-combustible. The third airship, USS Los Angeles, or ZR-3, was built in Germany by the Zeppelin Company as part of the reparations following World War I. Because of the Treaty of Versailles, Luftschiffe Zeppelin were not allowed to build military ships, and thus ZR-3 was built as a passenger airship. Once the construction of ZR-3 was completed, it was filled with hydrogen and left Germany for a transatlantic delivery flight on October 12, 1924. The trip took 81 hours. Upon arrival, USS Los Angeles was to be reinflated with helium in order to increase safety. But due to the lack of supply of helium at the time, the decision was made to transfer helium from USS Shenandoah to the new airship until more helium became available. It is estimated that USS Shenandoah utilized most of the world's reserves of helium gas at the time. So despite helium's safety advantage, its biggest drawback at the time was its scarcity and price. And this was important because of the way airships were filled with hydrogen or helium in order to rise. Some of the gas needed to be vented out during flight in order to adjust the altitude. The adjustments in altitude could have been needed based on how sunny or cloudy it was, the temperature gradients that the airship flew through them, or even simply the airship's loss of weight as its engine burned fuel. This was important to the extent that water recovery systems were installed around the airship's engines to recover water from the exhaust gases to compensate for the loss of weight. So while Germans typically began a Zeppelin flight with gas cells inflated to 100% capacity and then valved hydrogen as the ship lifted up, the Americans were not able to afford the loss of helium, so they would operate with lower initial inflation levels and therefore with less lift. Since USS Los Angeles was by treaty limited to non-military use only, a pair of new airships was authorized by the US government in 1926. USS Akron as ZRS-4 and USS Macon as ZRS-5. These airships' mission was to serve as scouting and reconnaissance platforms. The dirigibles were to be the eyes of the fleet. Furthermore, the 2 new airships were to act as airborne aircraft carriers, with each airship carrying a small squadron of aircraft that were to be used for self-defense and also to extend scouting range beyond the horizon. At the time, there was a lot of support for flying aircraft carriers, but there were also numerous critics who warned that rigid airships were vulnerable to air attacks and intense weather conditions. The construction of the new airships was a joint venture between Goodyear and Luftschiffe Zeppelin. As part of the deal, the German company was to send out their experts to train Americans on how to design and build airships. The airships were built at Goodyear Air Dock, a newly constructed hangar in Akron, Ohio. While traditional Zeppelin designs were composed of a series of main rings made from a single reinforced girder, Akron-class ships were made of deep rings, which had 2 rings connected by supports that formed triangles all around the circumference of the ring. Despite being heavier, deep rings offered greater strength and tremendous access to interior portions of the dirigible. Another key difference with traditional designs was the installation of engines within the hull itself, since Akron-class airships used helium as a lifting gas. The advantages of this design included easier maintenance of the engines and reduced drag. In total, 8 Maybach VL2 12-cylinder gasoline-powered engines were installed on each airship, which were capable of propelling it to a maximum speed of 69 knots. Nice. Finally, the propeller shafts were rotatable, allowing for forward and reverse thrust as well as downward thrust, which was useful during landing. As an airborne aircraft carrier, both USS Akron and USS Macon were designed with 4 individual hangar bays for each individual aircraft. A 5th aircraft would have been stored on the trapeze. These airships could launch and retrieve aircraft through a T-shaped opening in the floor of the hangar. Each plane had a metal hook welded in called a skyhook. For launching, the aircraft were hooked on within the hangar and lowered through the hangar door. Pilots then had to rev up their engine RPM, yank a release lever, and drop into the air mid-flight. The retrieval process worked in reverse, as first the pilot had to match their speed to the dirigible and then gently guide a small hook back onto the trapeze, and the aircraft was then lifted back into the airship. USS Akron was also fitted with a spy basket that looked something like a small airplane fuselage. The idea was for the dirigible to remain hidden in the cloud while the spy basket was lowered beneath the cloud cover with an observer acting as the ship's eye. The very first time that the spy basket was tried, it was fitted with sandbags instead of a human, and rightly so, as it was frighteningly unstable. It swung like a pendulum. The problem was eventually solved by adding a ventral stabilizing fin. USS Akron was commissioned in October of 1931 and USS Macon in June of 1933. As the airships entered service and exercises began, 2 things became apparent. The addition of the air group to the dirigible was clearly advantageous, but not in the way that was originally planned. It was initially anticipated that the 5 embarked Curtiss F-9C Sparrowhawk aircraft would be primarily used by air defense for the enemy. However, the second realization was that the airship was extremely vulnerable when attacked. In fact, during exercises, USS Macon was frequently shot down on many occasions by both aircraft and anti-aircraft fire. For these 2 reasons, the U.S. Navy decided to alter the mission of the airship from direct scouting to being an authentic flying aircraft carrier. The carrier was to dispatch and control the air group for reconnaissance missions while staying away from harm's way, and this new concept worked. During exercises in 1934, USS Macon was able to locate aircraft carrier USS Saratoga and keep her under surveillance for several hours. With the change in the airship's mission, the Sparrowhawks were also modified by removing their undercarriage and installing external fuel tanks, which increased the aircraft's scout area 200 miles from the airship. And this is where the success part of the video ends. U.S. Navy's airships suffered from a range of minor to major accidents. In one instance, 3 sailors got stuck in the mooring lines of an airship and were lofted up into the sky, with only 1 sailor making it out alive after holding onto the line for 2 hours. But it gets worse. On November 3rd, 1925, USS Shenandoah was caught in a squall line over Ohio. The storm bounced the airship like a tennis ball, and the airship rose and fell due to the updrafts and downdrafts. As a result, the ship broke in half and crashed onto the ground, but luckily, most of the crew survived. On April 4, 1933, USS Akron unknowingly flew right into one of the strongest storms that had swept the North Atlantic states in 10 years. USS Akron crashed into the sea with only 3 survivors out of a crew of 76. Most casualties were caused by drowning and hypothermia, as the crew had not been issued any life jackets. Less than 2 years later, during a stormy day on February 12, 1935, USS Macon got caught in a wind shear off the coast of California, resulting in a structural failure. But luckily, the airship was able to land onto the sea before it eventually sank. Due to warmer water temperatures and the introduction of life jackets after the USS Akron disaster, 74 out of the 76 crew members survived. Following these accidents, the U.S. Navy stopped building rigid airships, and that was the end of it for the airborne aircraft carriers. According to the U.S. Naval Institute, intense weather vulnerabilities of dirigibles turned out to be their primary point of failure, eventually killing the entire program. So in the case of dirigibles, it seems like the critics had correctly predicted the intrinsic weakness of the airships. In the end, USS Los Angeles was viewed as the most successful U.S. rigid airship with about 4,400 hours of successful flight in the U.S. Navy service before the airship was dismantled